Chapter 1. Tang Dynasty, Second Year of Jingguan, February. 70 miles away from Chang and Hu County. Li Wanyu felt a slight toothache as he stood in the bathroom, paved with limestone. He watched as the 12 or 13-year-old servant girl struggled to move the large wooden tub filled with hot water and pour water into the tub. The maid looked delicate and pretty, and her hair was tied into two small buns on the top of her head. She was very lovely. The weather was cold, but the maid was so busy that she was sweating all over. She wore a cyan blouse and a soap-colored skirt. Although it was made of coarse cloth, it was very clean. At this time, her forehead was covered with sweat and her face was flushed. "Perrin, let me do it." "Langjun, do you think I'm useless?" The maid Perrin heard Li Wanyu's words and burst into tears, which made Li Wanyu feel that he was wicked beyond redemption. No, you did a good job. Continue." Li Wanyu looked up and sighed. What an evil, feudal society. The maid named Perrin stopped crying and smiled. She carried the wooden tub and continued her work. Li Wanyu was bored and used his hand to stir the hot water in the tub. He asked casually, "Perrin, what did you add to the water?" "It smells good." "Langjun, it's orchid. You have just recovered from a serious illness. Bathing with orchid can drive away the disease." Li Wanyu suddenly realized that this should be the so-called Mulan in the Tang Dynasty. The tub was finally filled with hot water. Li Wanyu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have to watch the maid work anymore. He reached out to take off his clothes and take a bath, but suddenly froze and looked at the maid Perrin. "Why don't you go out?" "Langjun, I'll help you take a bath." The maid Perrin's face was red. It was unknown whether it was because of the hot work or because of shyness. Li Wanyu was so shocked by Perrin's words that his fingers trembled. After a long time, he replied stiffly, "No need. You can go out. I'll wash myself." "Langjun, this is against the rules of the mansion." "What rules? Are you not going to listen to me anymore?" "This slave doesn't dare." The little maidservant began to cry again. This time, Li Wanyu did not fall for a trick. He directly pushed her out of the bathroom and closed the wooden door. Li Wanyu really couldn't do such a beastly thing as letting a 12 or 13-year-old little lowly help him take a bath. After all, he was a good child who grew up under the red flag. Taking off his robe clumsily, Li Wanyu stepped into the bathtub, shivering in the cold. Soaking his body in the hot water that was filled with the fragrance of orchid, Li Wanyu could not help but moan, "It's so king comfortable." He reached out to grab the soap, but there was only a small bucket in front of him. It was filled with a yellowish-brown, greasy liquid. Li Wanyu stared blankly for a moment, wondering what it was. After a while, it dawned on him. It was a soap pod soup. The skin and seeds of the soap pod were peeled off, and only the flesh was dried. Then, the liquid was boiled in hot water. It was the Tang Dynasty's version of liquid soap that was used for bathing. Li Wanyu helplessly scooped up some of the greasy soap pod soup with his hands and smeared it on his body while secretly cursing. "Damn you, stinky woman. Crazy woman. You win." Li Wanyu had a reason to curse. A few days ago, he was still a promising young man with a bright future. He was the hope and pride of the whole village. Because he accidentally hitched a ride with his female superior, the trajectory of his life took a strange turn. His difficult and unruly female superior actually drove the car to chase after a thief, but accidentally got into a car accident. Li Wanyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat without a seat belt, was directly thrown out and performed a scene of flying. The consequences were not serious. Really, it was not serious at all. It was just a transmigration. It was a pity that he had just paid the down payment for a mortgage house. He did not know which bastard would benefit from it. The only good news was that he did not have to pay the mortgage for the next 20 years. Huaxia Bank did not seem to have any plans to open a branch in the Tang Dynasty. Li Wanyu's soul transmigrated 1,000 years ago and possessed the body of a 16-year-old boy in the Tang Dynasty who had just died of an illness. The boy was also named Li Wanyu. After sleeping on the bed for a day and a night, Li Wanyu woke up. However, he had not completely absorbed and integrated the memories of the previous owner of the body. There were many things that he needed to think about in his mind for a while to understand. It had been a few days since he transmigrated. Although he was not used to his current identity, fortunately, he did not expose himself. Even Li Wanyo's personal maid, Perrin, did not realize that her master's soul had changed. Today, he finally could not stand the sweat on his body and told Perrin that he needed to take a bath, which led to the previous scene. Li Wanyu was soaking in the hot bath. In his heart, he was still complaining about the unreliable female driver who caused his soul to transmigrate to the Tang dynasty. Suddenly, he heard a scream, and then a black shadow appeared out of thin air. The next moment, the black shadow fell directly into the bathtub. With a loud splash, the hot water in the bathtub splashed everywhere, and steam filled the air. Caught off guard, Li Wanyu also let out a cry of surprise. Under his horrified gaze, a mass of long black hair slowly rose from the bathtub. Ghost. Li Wanyu's first reaction was that it was Sadako from the Japanese horror movies. He almost subconsciously kicked her. Another cry of surprise was heard. Li Wanyu realized that the thing he kicked did not seem to be a female ghost, but a person, a woman. The woman who was kicked by Li Wanyu finally stood up from the bathtub after letting out a miserable cry. Li Wanyu was stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him, who was wearing a wet, tight suit and a short white skirt. Her hair was disheveled. Did he transmigrate back to modern times again? He stiffly twisted his neck and looked around. He was still in the same bathroom, with green tiles and white walls. The long robe he had just taken off was hanging on a wooden clothes rack. He twisted his stiff neck again and looked at the woman standing in the bathtub. When the woman carelessly used her hand to push aside her long hair that was scattered in front of her face, revealing her beautiful face that was covered in water droplets, Li Wanyu let out a terrified voice from his throat as if he was in a nightmare. Su Changqing. The young woman called Su Changqing wiped the water droplets on her face with her hand. After opening her eyes and seeing everything in front of her, she once again let out an ear-piercing scream. Her voice was so loud that Li Wanyu could not help but cover his ears with his hands. After screaming a few times, Su Changqing suddenly reacted and fiercely hugged his hands in front of his chest, looking in horror at the youth sitting naked in the bathtub. Who are you? What do you want to do? Where is this? It really was Su Changqing. Li Wanyu was absolutely certain that the woman who suddenly fell from the sky and into his bathtub was his unruly female boss, the culprit who caused his soul to transmigrate to the Tang dynasty. What the hell? Su Changqing, why are you here? Li Wanyu was also inexplicably horrified. All of this was really too strange. Who are you? How do you know me? Su Changqing cautiously shrank back. Li Wanyu opened his mouth, but did not know what to say in this situation. He just stared blankly at the woman in front of him. His eyes were unconsciously attracted to Su Changqing, who was standing in the bathtub in front of him, drenched from head to toe. The light, transparent, and thin clothes were almost transparent after being completely soaked, revealing Su Changqing's graceful figure. It's actually a leopard print. Li Wanyu unconsciously blurted out this sentence. The next moment, the woman in front of him screamed again. She suddenly squatted down and shrank back into the bathtub. Damn rogue! You bastard! Su Changqing's tears were about to fall. She shouted, Get out, get out! Li Wanyu looked down at himself speechlessly. Fuck, I'm taking a bath. He began to think, would it be more rogue to run out naked? Chapter 2. The strange noises coming from the bathroom made the little maid Perrin, who was guarding the door with an aggrieved face, couldn't help but knock on the door and shout, Lang Jun, what happened? Li Wanyu was annoyed and replied loudly, Nothing. He then looked at Su Changqing, who was curled up in the bathtub with only her head sticking out, and asked in a low voice, Su Changqing, why are you here? What happened? Who are you? Why do you know me? Su Changqing was still in a state of shock, and his outrageously beautiful face was filled with terror. She didn't know what had happened. She accidentally fell and inexplicably appeared in a completely unfamiliar environment, and there was a naked young man in front of her. All of this frightened her. I'm Li Wanyu. Do you think I know you? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes weakly. It was strange enough that he had been in a car accident, and his soul had traveled to the Tang dynasty. Unexpectedly, when he was taking a bath, his beautiful boss from his previous life fell into the bathtub. This completely subverted his worldview. Li Wanyu? No, you are not Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu is dead. It was fine if Li Wanyu didn't say his name, but when Su Changqing heard Li Wanyu's name, she suddenly broke down and burst into tears. Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Li Wanyu, who had been cursing his beautiful boss, couldn't help but soften when he saw the beautiful woman in front of him like this. Instead, he comforted her. Okay, don't cry. I don't blame you. I'm not dead. I should say I'm alive again. No, I should say I'm reborn. Oh, what a mess. His words didn't stop the woman in the bathtub from crying. She could only weakly cover her forehead with her hand. Was this woman really so sad that he was dead? It seemed that the beautiful boss didn't seem to be as indifferent and ruthless to him as she usually did. This beautiful boss of Su Changqing, Li Wanyu, and the other single dogs in the company all worshipped her as the goddess of the company. However, it was just a thought in his heart. White-collar backbone elite. How could Li Wanyu, a small white-collar worker from the countryside, spy on such a white-boned spirit? Promotion, salary increase, reaching the pinnacle of life, and marrying a rich and beautiful woman were just Li Wanyu's dreams in the dead of night. However, Su Changqing's tearful complaint made Li Wanyu's heart throb a little. Could it be that there were times when the goddess was blind? Su Changqing cried for a while and finally vented his emotions. With tears on his face, he looked at the young man opposite him with red eyes. Who are you? Why did you pretend to be Li Wanyu? Please, I am Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu lowered his head and looked at his current body. It was indeed not convincing. He thought for a while and said, Su Changqing, female, 24 years old, business administration at the University of Pennsylvania, USA. Extremely strong, outspoken, and abhorred evil. You killed me because you chased a thief with your car. You were the manager of Shanghai Group for 2 years. As a subordinate, you were very harsh to me and asked me to work overtime for a long time. I also wanted you to learn more. Besides, I also worked overtime with you. Su Changqing weakly defended herself. The next moment, she opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked in disbelief, You are really Li Wanyu? You believe that I am Li Wanyu? But you are not. Su Changqing felt that all of this was too unbelievable. After the car accident, she was filled with guilt and helped Li Wanyu with his funeral. After that, she was in a trance for the next few days. That was why she accidentally missed a step and fell down the stairs. However, she did not expect that she would fall into an ancient-looking bathtub with a young man who claimed to be Li Wanyu who had passed away. Li Wanyu softly told Su Changqing about what happened to him. After the woman heard it, her voice went up an octave. This is the Tang dynasty? We have all transmigrated? He wanted to reach out and cover this stupid woman's mouth. Was she shouting so loudly because she was afraid that the little girl outside the door could not hear her? That is the truth. Li Wanyu helplessly spread his hands. But why did your soul transmigrate? And I didn't? Su Changqing asked curiously. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes again. You asked me, but who am I supposed to ask? Su Changqing finally accepted the fact that she had transmigrated. She suddenly realized that the two of them were sitting in a steaming bathtub, and Li Wanyu was still naked. She exclaimed again and reached out to cover her eyes. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Damn, big sister. Who the hell wears clothes when taking a bath? Hurry up and get out. Su Changqing urged. So troublesome. Close your eyes and don't peek. Who wants to peek at you? I'm afraid of getting a needle eye. Little brat, is your hair all grown out? After Su Changqing regained her composure, she returned to her usual valiant self. Her words angered Li Wanyu so much that he stood up from the bathtub. He jumped out of the bathtub and hastily wrapped himself with clothes. This woman's mouth was still so poisonous. What the F asterisk CK? I owe you. Wait here. I'll ask someone to bring you some clothes. Li Wanyu looked at Su Changqing, who was still soaking in the bathtub, and felt a headache coming on. How should he explain the identity of this woman who appeared out of nowhere? He lightly knocked on the wooden door of the bathroom. Parent, are you there? Yes, Lang Jun. What happened inside? The little maidservant Perrin had been very nervous. She didn't know what her Lang Jun was doing in the bathroom. It's nothing. Go find another tall maidservant and borrow some clothes. The little maidservant Perrin was less than 5 meters tall, while Su Changqing was tall. She had the body of a model with long legs and a height of 7 meters. She had to make do with the other maidservant's clothes. Lang Jun, what did you say? Borrow clothes? You want maidservant clothes? The little maidservant Perrin outside the door almost thought that she had misheard. That's right. Don't ask why. Go quickly. Yes. Perrin was full of doubts, but she could only quickly leave to find other maidservants in the mansion. Li Wanya looked back at Su Changqing in the bathtub with a bitter smile. Suddenly, his heart throbbed. He had inexplicably traveled back to the Tang dynasty. It was impossible to say that he wasn't afraid and nervous. In addition, he also had a deep sense of vigilance and isolation for this era. Noda's Lai Hot was full of people, but Li Wangyo's loneliness could not be hidden. Su Changqing had fallen from the sky, which made him feel surprised and excited. In the past few days, he had been carefully disguising himself and trying to adapt to life in the Tang dynasty. It was as if he was acting all the time. The moment he faced Su Changqing, Li Wangyo's defensive shield in his heart suddenly collapsed. In this strange world, there was finally someone who could understand him. Thinking of this, Li Wangyo's tone became much gentler. He asked, Su Changqing, how should I introduce you? How about you say that I'm your sister? Su Changqing was not sure. Li Wangyo was speechless. I'm the only son of the Lai Hot. How can I have a sister? I'm now a member of the royal family. Do you think you can just make up a relative? Humph. What's so great about being a member of the royal family? What do you say? Li Wangyo shrugged. Just say that you're a refugee I picked up, and you'll be my maidservant in the future. I'm your boss. You actually want me to be your maidservant? Su Changqing was anxious. Li Wangyo said unhurriedly, What the hell? This is the Tang dynasty. You're an unregistered person. You want to be a princess instead of a maidservant? Or do you think you're Jinhuan? You. Su Changqing was choked by Li Wangyo's words. At this time, the wooden door of the bathroom was gently knocked. Lang Jun, I brought the clothes. Also, someone from the Wang clan of Taiyuan is here again. Chapter 3. The Wang clan of Taiyuan? Li Wangyo was overjoyed. The Wang clan of Taiyuan had finally come again. He was worried that the Wang clan would give up after the previous owner of his body fell ill from anger. The Li clan of Huxian was a relative of the Li Tang dynasty. In the early Tang dynasty, in order to highlight the imperial family's supremacy and suppress the aristocratic families, great ancestor Li Yuan made a rule that all officials with the surname should be above the same rank. Every province would have one Grand Master, who would be in charge of overseeing the affairs of the imperial family. It meant that all officials with the surname Li were above those of the same rank. Those who did not hold a position would not be able to serve the imperial family. Furthermore, every province would have one Grand Master, whose main function was to supervise and intimidate. It was institutionalized. Li Wangyo's father, Li Zhou, was trusted by Li Yuan. He oversaw one of Chang and major cities, Huxian, and was in the limelight. The aristocratic families of Taiyuan Wangs took the initiative to propose marriage, betrothing their eldest grandson to Li Zhou's son, Li Wangyo. Both sides would only wait for Li Wangyo to reach the age of 16 before the marriage was consummated. Unexpectedly, the great and upright Pai Lupi killed his brother through the Xuanwu Gate incident, forced his father to retreat, and ascended to the throne. Under the rule of Jingguan, the Tang dynasty flourished. However, because Li Zhou was dissatisfied with Pai Lupi seizing power and killing his brother, he spoke nonsense in court. The Pai Lupi directly demoted him and reduced his salary. He was also suspended from overseeing Huxian. Li Zhou was so angry that he fell ill and died not long after. After learning that the Li family had been defeated, the Wang clan of Taiyuan immediately regretted it. The main reason was that the Wang clan of Taiyuan did not want to be tied to the Li family of Huxian. They were afraid that Pai Lupi would hate them, so they sent someone to tactfully break off the engagement. As a result, the previous owner of this body was anxious and angry. He, who had been weak and sickly since childhood, fell ill just like his father. In the end, Li Wanyu took advantage of it. Li Wanyu welcomed and approved of the Taiyuan Wang clan's decision to break the engagement. Firstly, he really didn't want to take a 13 or 14-year-old girl as his wife. Secondly, from the memories of his dead master, he knew that the young lady of the Wang family was really too round and smooth. Li Wanyu felt that he did not have the fortune to enjoy such a beauty's grace. In the Tang dynasty, fat was considered beautiful, but it was only slightly fat, not huge fat like this. Therefore, when he woke up and learned about this matter from his memories, he had been hoping that the Taiyuan Wangs would send someone to him again, so that he could take advantage of the situation and cancel this marriage. Now that he heard parents say that someone from the Wang family came again, Li Wanyu immediately opened the wooden door of the bathroom and asked in surprise, "Is it really someone from the Wang family again?" He couldn't hide the surprised expression on his face. Perrin almost thought that her Lang Jun had lost his mind because of the shock. "Ai, my poor Lang Jun." This blow was too big. The Taiyuan Wangs had gone too far. The young maidservant angrily bit her lower lip, revealing a pair of cute canine teeth. Li Wanyu was so happy that he didn't notice the young maidservant's worries. He pointed to the bathroom and said, "You go in and help the young lady change her clothes." Perrin heard Li Wanyu's words and looked into the bathroom in astonishment. She saw Su Changqing sitting in the bathtub with his head sticking out. She couldn't help but step back in fear. "Lang Jun, who is this?" The young maidservant couldn't speak clearly. Why was there another woman in the bathroom when her Lang Jun was taking a bath? Moreover, she was shamelessly soaking in his bathtub. Li Wanyu also had a headache about this problem. He could only vaguely say, "Don't worry about it. Go help her change her clothes, and then take her to my study." After that, Li Wanyu left the bathroom as if he was escaping and went straight back to his study. Perrin pouted and reluctantly went into the bathroom with the clothes in her hands. Soon, Perrin knocked on the door of the study and came in with Su Changqing, who had changed his clothes. Li Wanyu looked at Su Changqing, who had also combed his hair and tied it into two small buns on top of his head. The image of Wu Meinyang in the TV series immediately appeared in his mind. The clothes that Perrin found for Su Changqing were still short. In the Tang dynasty, it was not easy to have long legs like Su Changqing, who was about 1.7 meters tall. Su Changqing wore the maid's high-waisted, soap-colored long coat that was worn by Su Changqing, which made her look like a knee-length dress. The apron under the blue short coat was even more cramped. Half of her breasts were exposed, which made Su Changqing's proud bosom squeeze out a deep cleavage. Li Wanyu was used to seeing Su Changqing dressed as a capable and experienced professional woman. It was the first time he saw her wearing an ancient costume. However, she had a kind of seductive classical beauty, as if she should dress like this from the bottom of her heart. He was a little dazed for a moment. The young maidservant Perrin was dissatisfied with her Longjuan's appearance. She cursed in her heart and coughed softly to wake Li Wanyu up. Li Wanyu was also embarrassed. He was actually despised by a little girl when he peeked at a girl. He touched his nose and said, "Perrin, you go out first," and finally hung by the way. "Lang Jun." Perrin saw that he was going to drive her away again and leave this vixen alone. She pouted her mouth discontentedly again. "Go quickly. I have something to talk to Li Hong." Perrin felt wronged and said, "Yes, Lang Jun. I know." After the young maidservant Perrin left, Su Changqing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, "That little girl called you Lang Jun? You and her. What?" Li Wanyu was stunned by Su Changqing's words, and then he laughed loudly. Seeing that Li Wanyu was laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, Su Changqing's face was a little red. She knew that she must have said something wrong. In order to cover up her embarrassment, she turned her pretty face and snorted softly to show her dissatisfaction. Li Wanyu laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with a smile, "Miss, this is the Tang dynasty. Lang Jun is an honorific. Perrin is my personal maidservant. The servants in the mansion all call me Lang Jun. When the old housekeeper Li comes, you will hear him call me Lang Jun. Do you also think that he is my wife?" Su Changqing suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. She was a little embarrassed and said, "I don't know these things. I studied business administration, not history. I will teach you these things later. Otherwise, you will get into trouble if you say something wrong. You should listen more and talk less. If you don't understand, you can ask me." Li Wanyu said, "Got it." Su Changqing knew that the ancient people's speech habits and address were very different from the modern people. It was easy for her to make a fool of herself if she didn't know anything. "I asked parent to invite housekeeper Du here so that he can go to Li Zheng's place to register your household. The Tang dynasty's household registration system is much stricter than the Celestial Empire's." Li Wanyu explained. "Can I do it?" Su Changqing was very conflicted when she thought that she, a good modern professional woman, would suddenly become a maid of the Li family. Of course you can do it. You could be an illegal resident, but you can only stay in the house. If you go out and get caught, you will be beaten, Li Wanyu said with a smirk. Su Changqing didn't believe it. There were many transmigrations in TV and novels. How could it be so troublesome? Seeing that she didn't believe it, Li Wanyu explained to her a little. In the Tang dynasty, if you want to go out, you must have a public inspection. It is similar to our ID cards and passports. If you are caught by Wu Ho and can't take out the public inspection, you will be charged with the crime of escaping from your household registration. If you are a man, you will be sentenced to 3 years in prison. If you are a woman, you will be beaten 100 times and then sent to the mountains to do hard labor. It is not impossible for a beautiful woman like you to be sold as an official prostitute. Do you want to give it a try? Li Wanyu's words scared Su Changqing so much that her pretty face turned pale. She didn't refute, and her hands uneasily grasped the corner of her clothes. Seeing her like this, Li Wanyu laughed in his heart. Su Changqing also have this day. For the first time in many days, Li Wanyu felt that transmigrating to the Tang dynasty seemed to be quite good. Chapter 4. Seeing that he had scared Su Changqing, Li Wanyu didn't continue to provoke his beautiful superior who had just transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and hadn't recovered yet. He waved his hand and said, "Sit down and talk." Okay." Su Changqing answered without thinking, but the next moment, she was dumbfounded. Where was there a place to sit in this study? There were several wooden bookshelves in the room, with some scrolls and book boxes placed on them. There was no other furniture except for a low table. Where were the tables and chairs? What was the meaning of the mat and several cushions on the polished wooden floor in the room? Seeing Su Changqing standing there in a daze, Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't say anything and directly took off his shoes, walked to the cushion in his socks, and sat down cross-legged. Su Changqing finally understood that he was directly sitting on the ground. She imitated Li Wanyu and sat down, but she didn't cross her legs like he did. Instead, she sat on the cushion with her legs closed together like a lady. Li Wanyu explained with a smile, "It's early Tang dynasty now. Tables and chairs aren't popular yet. Couches or floor mats are all used. In your sitting posture, you can't sit like this when you meet outsiders." He said and demonstrated, "Kneel on both knees, press your buttocks against your calves and ankles, and straighten your back. This is what the ancients call sitting upright and still, understand?" Su Changqing's beautiful eyes flashed. She curiously tried it, and soon complained, "Li Wanyu, this is too uncomfortable. Hee, you can practice slowly. This is the basics." Although Li Wanyu said so, he quietly changed his sitting posture. He couldn't stand that standard sitting posture. Although this body was inherited, Li Wanyu was really not used to kneeling like this. Then he pulled over a small object from the side and leaned against it comfortably. Naturally, he couldn't hide from Su Changqing's eyes. "Li Wanyu, what are you relying on?" Li Wanyu smiled and pointed to the armrest. "This is called a seat. You can think of it as the armrest of the sofa. The ancients were smart. With this, it's much more comfortable to sit on. Quick, let me try it." Su Changqing was overjoyed. Li Wanyu smiled as he passed the wooden table to her. It was a wooden table with 2 supporting legs and an arc-shaped armrest on top. After Su Changqing took it, he didn't need to be taught and naturally placed his hand on it. Leaning forward, the weight of his body was supported, and his stiff waist could finally relax. Comfortable. By the way, remember to call me Lang Jun when there are people around. Be careful not to annoy housekeeper Li and drive you out. Li Wanyu did not forget to remind her. Got it. Pour me a cup of tea. I'm thirsty. Su Changqing stretched lazily. Li Wanyu's eyes almost fell into her tempting curves. Tea? Yes, what's wrong? I want green tea. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes again. He felt that he had rolled his eyes too many times today. He was speechless and said, Madam, do you want another cup of coffee? Hey, don't bully me. I know there's no coffee in the Tang dynasty, but there's definitely tea. Yes, there is tea, but what? Li Wanyu smiled and said, but you're not used to it. I'm afraid you'll flip the table. Su Changqing's beautiful big eyes flickered a few times, and she looked at Li Wanyu in confusion. What's wrong with tea? Hey, let me tell you how to drink tea in the Tang dynasty. The tea in the Tang dynasty is called fried tea. The tea leaves are roasted with fire and then crushed, poured into boiling water, and boiled together with scallion, ginger, pepper, mint, jujube, sugoi, salt, cheese, and butter or mutton fat. Enough, stop talking. Li Wanyu is still describing vividly. Su Changqing could not stand it anymore. Was this still tea? Was this not soup? She felt a little sick listening to it. And do you think tea leaves are common? Except for temples in the south of the Tang dynasty, tea leaves are not common. There are not many tea shops in Chong, and that sell tea. Su Changqing did not expect that it would be so complicated to just drink a cup of tea. Be content. If you traveled to the Han Dynasty, you would have to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine to drink tea. At that time, only pharmacies sold tea. Su Changqing was speechless. Actually, there were tea leaves in the mansion. They were sent by merchants from the south. Su Changqing glared at him. You only know how to tease me. Then help me boil a pot of tea without adding any ingredients. Li Wanyu spread his hands. I still don't have any. What's wrong? I drank it all. I have no money to buy it. Su Changqing was defeated by Li Wanyu's shamelessness. She weakly lay on the table. Although she was not clear about Li Wanyu's current family background, she saw the size of the mansion and the many servants and maids in the mansion. He even had the nerve to say that he had no money to buy tea leaves. Did he have any shame? Li Wanyu understood Su Changqing's meaning. He smiled bitterly and made a gesture of counting money. I really have no money. The mansion has been emptied a long time ago. The father of the original owner of this body owed a lot of debt before he died. The original Li Wanyu did not know anything and owed more and more debt. He stood up angrily. When I first transmigrated, I thought that I was lucky and became a rich second generation. But in the end, I became a debt second generation. How much money do you owe? Including principal and interest, it's almost 2 million. Damn it. I really don't know why I owe so much money. And it's a public loan shark. Li Wanyu was angry. 2 million? That's not much. If it's not enough, then let's sell this mansion. Su Changqing heard that it was only 2 million, so she did not think it was a big deal. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes at her again. Miss, do you think 2 million is the same as 2 million RMB in the future? In the early years of the Tang dynasty, 2,000 coins could buy 1 mu of land. This is equivalent to the value of 1,000 mu of land. Do you know how much this is equivalent to in the Tang dynasty? A first-rank official's monthly salary is 6,800 coins. This is equivalent to more than 290 months of salary. That's more than 20 years of salary. He began to count with his fingers for Su Changqing. 1,000 copper coins is equivalent to a string of coins. A string of coins is roughly equivalent to 4,000 RMB. 2 million copper coins is 2,000 strings of coins, which is almost equivalent to 8 million in the future. As for this mansion you mentioned, I've asked around. It's worth at most 50,000. This is not the real estate speculation of the future. The price of the house is not that outrageous. Seeing that Li Wanyu actually owed such a large sum of money, Su Changqing was also stunned. What a miserable second generation of debt. Li Wanyu was not very worried. He even comforted Su Changqing. Don't worry. With our abilities, how could we starve to death? It's just temporary. We'll earn this money back soon. When the time comes, I'll take you to eat and drink well. I'll raise you until you're white and fat. Bah, who wants you to raise me? Su Changqing spat at him, but she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. In the study, the two suddenly quieted down. Neither of them spoke and silently looked at each other. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous, footsteps sounded outside the study, and someone knocked on the door. Chapter 5. Come in. Li Wanyu seemed to have been startled awake. Su Changqing's face also flushed red. The two of them hurriedly sat up straight. After getting Li Wanyu's permission, a skinny old man came in. It was the housekeeper of Lai Hot, Li Heng. Lang Jun, you were looking for me? Yes, this is Changqing. She will be my personal maid from now on. Help her go to Li Zheng's place to do a public inspection. Li Wanyu pointed at Su Changqing and introduced her to Li Heng. Li Heng looked at the woman who appeared out of nowhere in surprise, but he didn't say anything. He had been a housekeeper for many years, so he had a good eye. Since his master didn't want to tell him, he shouldn't ask. Although he was old, he wasn't muddle-headed. The old housekeeper could tell that the young woman who suddenly appeared had a special relationship with his Lang Jun. He saw that she sat in front of his Lang Jun without any etiquette, but his Lang Jun didn't feel offended at all. After Li Wanyu finished talking, he saw that Li Heng wasn't in a hurry to leave. The old housekeeper hesitated for a moment, but he still reported, Lang Jun, someone from the Wang clan of Taiyuan came again. Did you see them? The old housekeeper was angry when he mentioned the Wang clan. Yes, why not? Lead the guest to the main room in the front yard. I will come later. But the Wang clan, Li Heng, don't say anymore. Fine, let's follow the Wang clan's wishes. Now that the Li clan is in decline, we shouldn't implicate the Wang clan's young lady. Sigh, I don't have any fate with her. Li Wanyu looked regretful and reluctant, but he was laughing in his heart. Li Heng didn't know what he was thinking. He thought that his Lang Jun had no choice, so he said angrily, the Wang clan is too much. The old master has only been dead for a year, and they can't wait to break off the engagement. Lang Jun, don't worry. Even if he had to risk the life of the old slave, he would not let the Wang family break the engagement. Miss Wang must marry into the Lai Hot. Otherwise, the old slave will go to the county government and sue them. The old man's words of loyalty and righteousness almost made Li Wanyu cry. He didn't mean it that way. Please don't stop the Wang family from breaking off the engagement, my lord. Seeing Li Heng's righteous indignation, Li Wanyu couldn't say anything more. He waved his hand and had him bring the Wang family to the central room. Li Heng sighed helplessly and left. Su Changqing, who had been silent all this time, asked, You're getting married? Li Wanyu smiled bitterly and told her the whole story. Then, he said, Aren't I trying to get out of this situation as soon as possible? I wanted to ruin the engagement as soon as possible, but the old people in the mansion wouldn't agree. I'm so worried. Seeing that Li Wanyu wasn't really going to get married, Su Changqing was secretly relieved. She looked up at the young man in front of her. Although his face was slightly pale, under a pair of sword-like eyebrows were a pair of slender peach blossom eyes. His angular face was unusually handsome. His hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, but he looked like a handsome young man. Su Changqing reached out and touched her face. She seemed to think of something, and her face became a little gloomy. She didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing that Li Wanyu was about to get up and meet the Wang family, Su Changqing suddenly thought of something and quickly stopped him. Li Wanyu, wait. What's the matter? Is the Taiyuan Wangs also an aristocratic family of the Tang dynasty? Li Wanyu was a little confused about why she suddenly asked this. After thinking for a while, he answered, In the Tang dynasty, there are 5 families and 7 Wangs. The Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Longxi, the Li clan of Zhao County, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. These 7 families are the most distinguished. My family is connected by marriage with the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Is the Wang clan of Taiyuan very powerful in the Tang dynasty? Well, it should be so. The only sister of the retired emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan, and the only aunt of Li Shimin, great elder princess, married Wang Renyu of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. You can imagine the influence of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. That is to say, the Wang clan of Taiyuan is very rich. It should be very rich, right? What's the matter? Idiot, to think that you're a transmigrator. Come here, let me tell you. Su Chongqing's breath was like an orchid as he whispered a few words into Li Wanyo's ear. After hearing this, Li Wanyu looked strange. Then he gave Su Chongqing a thumbs up and said, "Brilliant, really brilliant. Humph, do you think I studied business administration at the University of Pennsylvania for nothing? Hee, I know you are brilliant. Otherwise, how can you be a manager and I be a white-collar worker?" Li Wanyu joked. "You are so talkative. Go ahead." "Yes, sir." Li Wanyu was in a good mood. When he went out of the study and looked at the ruined courtyard, he felt a little annoyed. Looking at his old clothes, it was obvious that there was no surplus in the mansion. It was so difficult that he didn't have new clothes to dress up when he met the guests. What an unlucky second generation of debt. Li Wanyu once again despised the irresponsible previous owner of this body, as well as that equally unreliable dead man's father. Only then did he let the little maid Pei Lan lead the way. Li Wanyu lifted his feet and walked towards the front courtyard. Although the Lai Hot was in decline, the mansion was quite big. The 3 entrances to the courtyard and the 3 entrances to the house were part of the ritual. The outer courtyard was used to receive guests. The second entrance was the inner courtyard. It was mainly used to house guests and relatives of the family. The third entrance was the inner room, where the master of the mansion lived. Li Wanyu walked through the third entrance before he arrived at the central room of the outer courtyard. This was the first time he had come to the outer courtyard since he had transmigrated. He curiously looked at the central room in front of him and felt that the architectural style was very similar to the Japanese architecture of the future. However, he suddenly realized that the so-called Japanese style of the future was copied from the Tang dynasty of the East by the Tang dynasty. Today, he finally saw the original with his own eyes. The central room for receiving guests was very spacious. When Lai Hot was at its peak, the central room was not only used for receiving guests, but also for hosting banquets. The Tang dynasty's traditional central room only had 3 walls. Facing the front courtyard, there were only wooden pillars supporting the eaves. There were no walls or windows. With a wide field of vision, one could sit in the central room and enjoy the scenery in the courtyard. However, the Li family was in decline at the moment. The front courtyard was neglected and full of dead branches and leaves. It was still bleak in the early spring. Several servants of the Wang family stood in the front courtyard. An unfamiliar middle-aged man stood in the central room, accompanied by the housekeeper Li Hong. Li Wanyu raised his eyes and looked at the man from the Wang family in the central room. After searching through the memories of his predecessor for a long time, Li Wanyu finally confirmed that he had never seen the man in front of him. Only then did he open his mouth and ask, "May I ask who you are?" "Greetings, Lang Jun. I'm a housekeeper of the Wang clan in Taiyuan, Wang Yu." The man from the Wang family respectfully bowed to Li Wanyu. Bowing was a traditional Chinese etiquette. The 2 hands were pushed forward and the body was slightly bent to show a salute. Bowing was similar to cupping one's hands, but it was more formal and thorough. "Sit down and talk," Li Wanyu said indifferently. With the help of Perrin, Li Wanyu took off his shoes, put on his socks, walked to the seat, and sat down cross-legged. Wanyu was not lacking in manners. After Li Wanyu sat down, he took off his shoes and sat down. Then, he respectfully knelt on the ground with his buttocks pressed against his calves and ankles. His back was straight. "Uncle Wang, are you well?" "Lang Jun, everything is well with my master." The 2 of them talked nonsense for a long time, but the housekeeper did not mention the purpose of his visit. This made Li Wanyu a bit irritated. He could not take the initiative to break off the engagement, so he was depressed. In addition, he was still not used to kneeling, so he uneasily twisted his body. Fortunately, Perrin, who was standing at the side, had good eyesight. Seeing her Lang Jun like this, she thought that he had just recovered from serious illness and was not feeling well. She quickly moved a table from the side and placed it in front of Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu looked at the little maid with gratitude. He leaned his body and put his arm on the table. Perrin consciously knelt behind Li Wanyu and gently massaged his waist to relax him. Comfortable. Damn, the feudal society was really rotten. Despising his own depravity, Li Wanyu also relaxed. "Since this Wanyu is patient, then you can slowly kneel. I want to see how long you can endure." Chapter 6. Having made up his mind, Li Wanyu began to slowly grind his teeth with Wang Yu. After talking for a long time, it was clear that Wang Yu couldn't take it anymore and was ready to make his intentions clear. Lang Jun, I took the liberty of visiting today, but there is something I don't know if I should mention. Li Wanyu raised his eyebrows. There's no harm in saying it. Lang Jun, when do you plan to give a naive sign to the Wang family? Nanny? What sign? Li Wanyu was at a loss. He pretended to look at the old housekeeper and continued to search his memories. As soon as Wang Yu said this, Li Heng's originally ashen face suddenly flushed red. He gritted his teeth and said to Wang Yu, Steward Wang, you don't need to worry. In 2 years, the Li family will arrange this marriage, even if we have to sell everything. Li Wanyu was even more confused. How could Wang Yu's words provoke Li Heng like a tickled cricket? But when he searched his memories for the meaning of Wang Yu's words, he could only silently shake his head and smile bitterly. It was all about money. Li Heng, oh Li Heng, why are you saying such harsh words when we don't have money in this house? In the Tang dynasty, there were 6 procedures for marriage: accepting, Wunming, Najiji, naive sign, asking for a date, and receiving a person. Accepting, Wunming, and Najiji, in modern terms, were proposing marriage, calculating the 8 characters, and exchanging marriage invitations. Naive sign, asking for a date, and receiving in person were sending betrothal gifts, calculating the date, and receiving the wife. Li Wanyu's deceased father had set up this marriage with the Taiyuan Wang clan before the family's misfortune. Both sides had accepted Wunming and Ajiji and were waiting for Li Wanyu to reach the age of 16 to marry. Who knew that the Li family would suddenly collapse? Now, the Taiyuan Wangs wanted to break off the engagement, but they were unwilling to say it out loud. Wang Yu used naive sign as an example to ask if the Li family had enough money to get a wife. One must know that the Taiyuan Wangs were one of the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. They couldn't just casually give some soy sauce, vinegar, onion, and ginger as a betrothal gift, right? In order to match the status of the young lady of the Wang family, this naive sign had prepared at least a dozen carriages of betrothal gifts. There were colorful satin, large bouquets of brocade, piles of copper coins, pigs, sheep, livestock, rice flour, oil, game, snacks, fruits, cheese, oil, and salt. A large group of people were sent to the Taiyuan Wangs. Even if Li Heng sold himself, he wouldn't be able to afford these betrothal gifts. Li Wanyu smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if the young lady of the Wang family was as beautiful as a fairy, he still wouldn't be able to afford this marriage. Li Wanyu coughed softly and said, What advice does Steward Wang have for me? I don't dare. But Lang Jun, you also know that my young lady has been spoiled since she was a child. My family's ancestors also love her and don't want her to get married so early. They want her to stay at home for a few more days, so Wang Yu's words meant that his young lady wasn't someone the Li family could marry given their current state. Before Li Wanyu could say anything, the old housekeeper, Li Heng, angrily glared at him and said, The parent's order and the matchmaker's words are the words of the matchmaker. My master and the Wang family have already discussed this marriage. How can it be changed so easily? If your Wang family wants to break off this marriage, this old man isn't afraid of your Wang family's power. Even if I have to risk my life, I will still go to the county yamen to beat the drum and see if there is any justice in this world. Li Heng's impassioned words made Wang Yu and Li Wanyu both feel awkward. The young maid, Perrin, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Wang Yu knew that the Wang family was in the wrong. If they really made things difficult, the Wang family would lose a lot of face in front of the other aristocratic families. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, the bride's side didn't have the right to propose breaking off an engagement. If the Wang family took the initiative to break off the engagement and Li Heng really reported it to the yamen, the result would be that someone in the Wang family would be punished and the engagement would still be valid. Moreover, breaking off the engagement would also affect the Li family's face and reputation. Even if the Li family was now in decline, they were still relatives of the Li Tang. In the eyes of the old housekeeper, Du Heng, this was the last dignity of the Li family. He absolutely couldn't allow the Taiyuan Wangs to humiliate them like this. Ahem, Li Wanyu coughed lightly and said to Li Heng, Li Heng, go and pour 2 bowls of water. If he didn't send this stubborn old housekeeper away, there would be no way to continue the discussion about breaking off the engagement. Lang Jun, Li Heng was old, but he was neither fickle nor muddle-headed. How could he not see through Li Wanyu's thoughts? He wanted to argue a bit more, but Li Wanyu waved his hand to signal him to stop. The old housekeeper was anxious and angry. In the end, he had no choice but to stomp his feet and fling his sleeves to leave the central room. Seeing Du Heng leave, Li Wanyu and Wanyu both let out a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the central room, which had sunk into the freezing point, slowly began to warm up. Modern business negotiation technique number 1. Build a harmonious negotiation atmosphere. Su Changqing had taught Li Wanyu a few modern business negotiation techniques. He had learned and applied them flexibly. Li Wanyu smiled at Wanyu. Steward Wang's words are human nature. I understand very well, but he deliberately dragged out the word and didn't continue. Wangyu's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, Lang Jun, if you have something to say, please say it. If you have a request, I dare not refuse. Smart. Li Wanyu gave Wanyu a thumbs up at his heart. Previously in the study, Su Changqing had told him a principle. Now that the Taiyuan Wangs were begging him, it wouldn't do if he didn't get some benefits from them. Li Wanyu coughed lightly and looked at Wanyu with a smile. But my father has only passed away a year ago. I still need to cut off my decline for another 2 years. So this matter is not urgent. How about we talk about it 2 years later? Modern business negotiation technique number 2. Curve attack. What he meant by cutting off his decline was to observe filial piety. After his father passed away, he had to observe filial piety for 3 years and could not get married. Although Li Wanyu said so, Wanyu could tell at a glance that there was a hidden meaning in his words. It was not that Li Wanyu was unwilling to break off the engagement like Li Heng, but that Li Wanyu was just manipulating him. Lang Jun, you should be clear about the intentions of my master and the old ancestor. Furthermore, given the current state of your residence, Wanyu was also anxious. When he came to Chang, and from Taiyuan this time, his master had repeatedly instructed him to bring back the annulment letter. Haha. Li Wanyu smiled but didn't answer. Modern business negotiation technique number 3. Fully understand the negotiation opponent. Wanyu looked at his attitude and understood. He simply gritted his teeth and said, how about we give you 100,000 yuan to revitalize the family business? Lang Junru is 16 years old this year. You are in the prime of your life. Why worry about love? For the Wang clan of Taiyuan, it didn't matter to pay a little money. The most important thing was to not get involved with the unlucky Li family of Huxian. Damn it. It would have been better if we had talked about the money earlier. After beating around the bush for so long, my legs are numb. Li Wanyu moved his numb legs and changed his posture. He leaned comfortably on the table and calculated silently. 100,000 yuan was 100 strings of copper coins, which was equivalent to 400,000 yuan in the future. Aristocratic family. How stingy. Did they think they were beggars? Even though he had told Su Changqing that the monthly salary of a first-rank official was only 6,800 coins, it would cost a few copper coins to find a confidant to accompany him in Chang, in city's Pinkong Square, for a night. Moreover, compared with the huge debt he was now carrying, 100,000 yuan was simply a drop in the bucket. Li Wanyu didn't agree. Instead, he began to manipulate him. Haha. This time it was the Wang clan who was begging him. How could he not take advantage of a local tycoon who came to his door? Chapter 7. Steward Wang, my Li family is now in trouble. However, my father taught me since childhood that I cannot forget righteousness in the face of profit and cannot go back on my words. Therefore, how can I not respect my father's teachings regarding the marriage arranged by my father? Business negotiation technique 4. Give way to attack. Li Wanyu's words were righteous, but Wanyu secretly despised him. This Li family's appetite is not small. What can't forget righteousness in the face of profit? Isn't he implying that my price is not enough? 500,000, 2 million. Li Wanyu also opened his mouth like a lion and directly bargained with 5 or 6 times the price. 1 million, that's not much. Seeing Wang Yu gnashing his teeth, Li Wanyu estimated that he had reached his bottom line. So be it 1 million, I can repay half of the huge debt. Li Wanyu was satisfied. Business negotiation technique 5. Cannot be fickle. Li Wanyu knew when to stop. No matter what, his goal was achieved. Not only did he cancel the marriage, but he also solved a lot of the debt crisis. Right now, he even wanted to hug and kiss Su Changqing. Sigh, I also have no fate with the Wang family's young lady. If that's the case, Li Wanyu said halfway and stopped. He looked at Wang Yu and then at the Wang family's servants outside the central room. Damn, where's the money? He suddenly thought of a problem. 1,000 strings of copper coins. 1,000 strings of copper coins is not light at all. The Tang dynasty's Kaiyuan Tongbao is very particular about the materials used, and the workmanship is very delicate. 1 Kaiyuan Tongbao is about 5 grams. 1,000 pieces is 5,000 grams. In other words, 1,000 strings of copper coins is 5 kilograms. 1,000 strings of copper coins is 5,000 kilograms, 5 tons. Li Wanyu sized up Wang Yu in front of him several times. He did not think that this guy is Doryman, who could take out 5 tons of copper coins to give him. It was impossible to break off the engagement with empty words. What if he agreed later and the Taiyuan Wang clan refused to give him money? How could he reason with them? As the butler of the Taiyuan Wangs, Wang Yu had good eyesight. Li Wanyu's stare made his face darken. For better or for worse, the Li family in Hu County could be considered an aristocratic family. Although they were in decline, how could the Li family be so unscrupulous? He didn't say much and directly waved at the servants in the hall. Immediately, a strong servant came up to the hall and untied the bag on his back. He took out a wooden box and placed it on the table in front of Li Wanyu. The servant opened the lid of the wooden box and left with his hands hanging down. Li Wanyu was dazzled by the dazzling objects in front of him. There were dozens of gold ingots neatly arranged in the wooden box, which was very alluring. Li Wanyu was a modern-day white-collar worker. When had he ever seen so much gold? His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the Tang dynasty, 1 tael of gold was exchanged for 6 strings of copper coins. There were a total of 34 gold ingots of 5 taels. Lang Jun, here is 170 taels of gold, which is more than 1 million yuan. Are you satisfied? No wonder Wang Yu insisted on 1 million strings of copper coins. It turned out that the Taiyuan Wang clan had already planned to use this gold to buy the annulment agreement. They had already made preparations. Li Wanyu was not pretentious. He directly called the little maid parent to the study to get a pen and paper. Exchanging a marriage that he did not want to have in exchange for 170 taels of gold was a good deal. Li Wanyu was happy, but the little maid Pei Lan beside him had a face full of anger. She did not dare to get angry at her Lang Jun. She could only glare fiercely at Wang Yu and run out of the central room. Li Wanyu was not angry at her. He was in a good mood. He chatted with Wang Yu and waited for Perrin to come back with a pen and paper. However, the little maid did not come back. Instead, Li Heng came. As soon as the old housekeeper came to the hall, Li Wanyu and Wang Yu were shocked. What was going on? They saw the old housekeeper take off his upper clothes. In the cold weather, he was bare-chested, revealing his skinny body. His hands were holding a shiny dagger-like saber. He went to the front of the hall and directly knelt in the central room. When Li Wanyu saw Li Heng's appearance, how could he not understand the old man's intention? He was going to remonstrate with death. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just annulment? It was not Li Heng who was getting married. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Lang Jun, the old slave, has failed the old master's trust. He really has no face to live in this world. Today, since Lang Jun agrees that the Taiyuan Wang clan will annul the marriage, then let the old slave accompany the old master in the underworld. Li Heng's words made Li Wanyu speechless. What kind of enmity did this old man have with him? In order to make him marry the fat girl of the Wang clan, the old man even used the method of death. Was it necessary? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes a few times and decided to continue fooling him. Business negotiation skill 6. Set a long-term goal and carry out value-based negotiations. He got up and walked to the old housekeeper. He reached out and helped the old housekeeper up. After a while, he said, "Li Heng, I understand your intentions. However, as the eldest son of the Li family in Hu County, how can I only rely on the protection of my father's generation? Even if the Wang clan marries the young lady to my Li family, will I still have face? Could it be that I, Li Wangyu, a dignified man, need to rely on a woman to support my face? Could it be that I, Li Wangyu, can't start from scratch and rebuild my family? Could it be that I can't wear a purple gown and wear a goldfish to court and become an official? Today's marriage, I, Li Wangyu, annul it. Li Heng, just wait and see. In less than 10 years, I will make the Taiyuan Wang clan regret today's decision. I, Li Wangyu, swear to the heavens. I will not let down the glory of the Li family. I will let the ancestors be ashamed of me in the underworld. I am born to be useful. I will come back after spending 1,000 gold. Li Heng, do you still have the courage to fight with your Lang Jun one more time?" Upon hearing Li Wangyu's words, the old steward, Li Heng, who had just stood up, knelt down again and kowtowed to Li Wangyu several times. "Lang Jun, this old slave was wrong. This old slave understands. Today's marriage is annulled by the Li family." Li Heng was incomparably moved. Although he was a bit surprised and felt that his Lang Jun had changed a lot, he didn't think too much about it. No matter how big the hole in the old man's brain was, he couldn't possibly imagine that Li Wangyu's soul had already changed. Li Wangyu laughed loudly and helped the old steward up again. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Wang Yu's face turned pale. He repeatedly muttered, "I am born to be useful. I will come back after spending 1,000 gold." Li Wangyu's casual plagiarism of Li Bai's poem had stunned Wang Yu. Looking at the 16-year-old youth in front of him, Wang Yu's heart suddenly throbbed. The Wang family might really regret their decision to annul today's marriage. However, since the head of the Wang clan had made the decision, he, as a steward, had no right to speak. He could only silently retreat to the side. After being excited for a long time, Li Heng finally remembered to find pen and paper. He didn't call for the other servants. He put on his clothes, picked up his blade, and quickly ran to get pen and paper. "Ha ha, Steward Wang, I've made a fool of myself." Wang Yu cupped his hands and said, "It's nothing. Today, it's my Wang family that has offended you." Now he didn't dare to underestimate this youth, who had been very slippery just a moment ago. The Li family of Hu County had given birth to a Qilin child. Li Heng and the young servant girl parent brought pen and paper. They ground it until it was juiced. Li Wangyu was just about to pick up the pen and write the annulment letter when a clamor came from outside the main room. Several old men were fuming with anger. Ignoring the Li family's servants who tried to stop them, they rushed into the hall. "Vile spawn, if you dare annul the marriage, my Li family will no longer have an unfilial disciple like you." Chapter 8. When Li Heng, who was waiting at the side, saw these old men, his face couldn't help but abruptly go pale. Li Wangyu's face was also bitter. He had no choice but to step forward and bow respectfully, greeting. Wangyu greets the clan leader and the elders. These old men were the Li clan of Hu County's old clan leader and several other elders. The Li clan of Hu County was a branch of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu's clan was one of the branches of the Li clan of Hu County. In the Tang dynasty, the influence of the clan on the clan was so great that it was hard for modern people to understand. With the power of the clan leader as the core, the clan was established with genealogy, clan rules, ancestral halls, and clan fields. Even Li Wangyu's dead father, Li Zhou, who was once in charge of Hu County, had to obey the will of the clan leader and clan elders. This was the so-called family has its rules, clan has its rules. It could be said that a large part of the 2 million yuan debt Li Wangyu was carrying was because Li Zhou had been demanded by the clan. Since the clan had no savings, they could only borrow money from the public fund to give to the clan as clan property. Ever since the news of Taiyuan Wang clan's intention to break off the engagement spread, the clan elders were the ones who opposed it the most. Unlike the loyal servant Li Heng, the elders of the Li clan of Hu County only cared about the clan's face and interests. They didn't care who Li Wangyu married. Even if he married a pig from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, they wouldn't mind. The prerequisite was that the Li clan of Hu County didn't lose face. The clan's interests were always the top priority. Li Wanyo's greeting was met with a cold reprimand. Evil creature, kneel. Kneel? Li Wanyo was a little dumbfounded. F***CK. He hadn't even knelt once in his previous life. Now that he had transmigrated, he had to kneel to someone? After hesitating for a moment, Li Wanyo decided to endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. He lifted his robe and slowly knelt down. Li Jia Shaoling, do you still have us in your eyes? Are you going to write the annulment letter if we don't come today? The old patriarch walked straight to the main seat in the hall and sat down. The other elders also took their seats before asking. Li Wanyo was speechless. He cursed in his heart. Shameless old thing. It's not like you guys are getting married. Why are you guys so excited? Li family's young man, let me tell you, unless I die today, it's not up to you to decide this matter. The white-haired old patriarch slammed the floor with his crutch, making the floor creak. Patriarch, you're right. Even if Li Zhou was here, it's not up to him to make the decision, let alone this little brat. The other elders agreed. It's up to you to make the decision. The old patriarch smiled and stroked his beard. He politely asked Wang Yu, who was fidgeting beside him, "Are you from the Wang clan of Taiyuan?" "Greetings, Mr. Li. I'm Wang Yu, the steward of the Wang clan of Taiyuan." Wang Yu helplessly stood up and bowed. "Steward Wang, you've come a long way. I'm the leader of the Li clan of Hu County. You could discuss the marriage with this old me." The old patriarch chuckled and waved at the little girl pale on. "Come here and massage my legs. Don't you have good eyesight?" Perrin didn't dare to disobey. She sullenly knelt beside the old patriarch and gently massaged his legs. Li Wanyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw how impolite this old thing was, completely treating his home as his own. However, he endured it and didn't say anything. The old patriarch's words made Wang Yu feel extremely disgusted. He'd already discussed the marriage with the Li clan. Now that these people had interfered, it seemed that there was going to be an unforeseen event. Mr. Li's words are too serious. I've already discussed the marriage with the Li clan. What do you think? He's just a junior. How could he understand these things? I still have to help him make the decision. Steward Wang, the Li family will definitely not cancel this marriage. I'll have to trouble Steward Wang to reply to your clan leader. The old patriarch rudely interrupted. This, facing the patriarch and elders of the Li clan of Hu County, Wang Yu didn't know what to say. He turned his pleading gaze to Li Wanyu, who was kneeling in the center of the room. Li Wanyu was helpless and could only say, "Old patriarch, elders, Wang Yu has already discussed this matter with Steward Wang. One cannot go back on one's word." Impudent. When did it become your turn to speak? You better kneel there properly. The old patriarch slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Li Wanyu was so angry that he almost exploded. Did they still have human rights? He actually didn't have the right to speak about his own marriage. This was an evil, feudal society. His temper also flared up. These elders completely treated him as a dish and could do whatever they wanted with him. Li Wanyu straightened his neck and loudly said, "Replying to the patriarch when my clan leader was alive, he often taught me to keep my word. Confucius said, 'Keep your word and act accordingly.' What a petty person. It can also be considered second best. Since I've already promised Steward Wang, how can I go back on my word?" The lord he was referring to was his father, Li Zhou. With a bang, the old patriarch directly flipped over the table in front of him. "How could my Hu County Li clan give birth to such a vile spawn like you? The Li clan's face has been completely lost by your Li family's father and son. You're just like your dead father, only knowing how to smear the Li clan's name. You good for nothing." That's right, Li Zhou is also a scoundrel. He disobeyed our clan leader and lost his job for no reason, bringing shame to our Hu County Li clan. The elders also spoke up one after another, pointing their spears at Li Wanyu's father, Li Zhou. Li Wanyu, who had originally maintained a respectful attitude, was so angry at the elders' words that his body trembled. Although he had never even met Li Zhou, he was still the father of his current body. How could he endure being humiliated by these elders? Even the young maid Perrin, who was kneeling on the side and massaging the old patriarch's legs, couldn't help but speak up. Patriarch, my family's old master is a good person. Before the young maid could finish speaking, the old patriarch raised his hand and slapped her across the face. With a bang, the young maid fell to the side. Uneducated, lowly servant. When did it become your turn to interrupt? This Li Zhou doesn't discipline his son well. Even his own servant girl is so unruly. The elders on the side shook their heads and mocked. Sure enough, like master, like servant. If this were my family, I would have already dragged her out and beaten her to death to feed the dogs. Li Wanyu couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and quickly walked to Perrin's side. He carefully examined the little girl to see if she was injured. He saw that there was a dark palm print on the young maid's pink face. In an instant, her small face swelled up. The corner of her mouth was also broken, and a trace of bright red blood flowed out. When Perrin saw Li Wanyu come over, she didn't dare to cry out in pain. Instead, she quickly knelt down and lowered her head. Husband, this servant was wrong. Silly girl, you weren't wrong. They were the ones who were wrong. Li Wanyu used his sleeve to wipe the blood from Perrin's mouth. He stood up and roared, Enough. My marriage doesn't need the elders to worry about. Please go back. Li Heng, see the guests out. Chapter 9. When Li Heng heard Li Wanyu's words, he didn't dare to move. He only thought that his Lang Jun was speaking out of anger. The several elders who were scolding to their heart's content were stunned by Li Wanyu's sudden roar. No one in the clan had ever dared to speak to them like this. One of the elders was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and his face was flushed red. This is going against the heavens. This is going against the heavens. Lawless, simply lawless. Punished according to the clan's rules. Punished according to the clan's rules. Li Wanyu's roar enraged the elders. You shameless elders, you have a nerve to talk about the clan's rules? Tell me, where did the money that my lord gave to the clan go? Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Li Wanyu didn't care that Wang Yu of the Taiyuan Wang clan was still present. He directly interrogated them. Naturally, it's in the public property. The old clan leader's neck stiffened as he replied. Bah, in the public property? Then where did the money come from with your servants and brocade clothes? Li Wanyu couldn't help but spit out. It's none of your business how the clan's public property is distributed. An elder immediately jumped out to answer. Before my lord made his fortune, the Li clan of Hu County was only a small clan in Dingzhou village. The clan's land was only a few dozen mu. Which one of you contributed to the clan's property? My lord was highly regarded by the Emperor Emeritus and was rewarded greatly. In the end, wasn't it all extorted by you and turned into the clan's property? What about me? Aren't I speaking the truth? Because of your excessive demands, my lord was even forced to borrow money from the public and hand it over to the clan for the clan's property. Why do you have to insult my lord? How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? My Li family owes the public 2 million. Is the clan willing to pay it back for me? If the elders are willing to pay it back, I will immediately kowtow and admit my mistake. I will accept any punishment. Li Wanyu pressed on and questioned. Nonsense. The clan property belongs to the entire Li clan. How can we use the clan property to pay off your family's debt? Hearing that Li Wanyu wanted the clan to pay for the debt, the elders immediately shook their heads like a rattle drum. Asking them to pay for the debt was better than asking for their lives. Li Wanyu was amused by the shameless words of these elders. It seemed that the Li clan of Hu County only wanted their own family's contribution, but did not get anything in return. They forced Li Zhou to borrow money for the clan's property, but wanted Li Wanyu to pay the debt himself. How shameless! What was even more outrageous was that they used the excuse of Li clan's face and even wanted to interfere with his marriage. This made Li Wanyu even more intolerable. The old clan leader coughed softly and softened his tone. Li Jia Xiaolang, as long as you don't break off the engagement with the Wang clan, we will pretend that we didn't hear what you said just now. He didn't mention anything about money at all. How much money Li Wanyu owed the public? What did it have to do with him? He only needed Li Wanyu to obediently marry the daughter of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and win glory for the Li clan of Hu County. Hee hee, since the elders value the marriage with the Wang clan of Taiyuan so much, why don't you let your descendants propose the marriage? Li Wanyu was unmoved and asked with a sneer. The old clan leader and the other clan leaders cursed in their hearts. How could their descendants marry the Wang clan of Taiyuan? The rich and powerful families of the Tang dynasty all took pride in marrying the daughters of the five surnames. If not for the fact that Li Zhou was valued by Li Yuan, why would the Wang clan of Taiyuan take the initiative to propose the marriage? The Li clan of Hu County was said to be a member of the Li Tang imperial family, but they were only distant relatives. How could they be qualified to marry the daughters of the five surnames? Other than enjoying the freedom from corvée labor, they had no other privileges, let alone power and wealth. This was also the reason why they kept squeezing Li Zhou dry. Who would have thought that Li Zhou would offend the current emperor and lose his job? No one in the clan was an official in the imperial court, so marrying the daughters of the five surnames was the last straw for the clan to save face. This group of clan elders hoped to use this to maintain the clan's reputation. Li Jia Xiaolang, are you really going to be so stubborn? The old clan leader flew into a rage out of humiliation. You forced me to do this. Li Wanyu didn't back down at all. He was already sick of these clan elders. They were just greedy leeches lying on the Li family. His dead father had been sucked by them all his life, and now they still wanted to use him to achieve their goals. Looking at the silent, maid parent on the side, Li Wanyu felt even more heartache. In the past few days after transmigrating, he had already treated this little girl who had taken good care of him as a little sister, but she had actually been beaten to this extent by this damned old man. His uncle could tolerate this, but his aunt couldn't. Fine. If that's the case, then don't blame me for not caring about our relationship. I will remove your name from the Li clan of Hu County's genealogy. The old clan leader shouted, trying to put on a strong front. As soon as he said this, everyone, including Wang Yu, was shocked. Li Heng was even more flustered. He immediately knelt on the ground. Clan leader, my Lang Jun didn't mean it that way. You can't do this. Li Heng, get up. Why are you kneeling on him? If you want to remove his name, then so be it. What's the big deal? Li Wanyu didn't care at all. He reached out to pull the old steward up. As a modern person, Li Wanyu had no attachment to the clan, nor did he have a sense of belonging. It was impossible to use the clan to make him submit obediently. However, in the eyes of the Tangs, the ancestral family rules were more important than anything else. Losing the protection of the clan and being removed from the genealogy was a disaster that could cause the world to collapse. Usually, only when the black sheep of the clan, or those who had committed heinous crimes, were punished with the clan leader, and the elders hold a meeting to remove that person's name from the clan. When the old clan leader said that he wanted to remove Li Wanyu from the genealogy, Li Heng panicked. He never thought that things would develop to this point. The little maid, Pei Lan, knelt down again and cried, Lord Patriarch, it's all this servant's fault. This servant didn't know the rules and spoke carelessly. Please don't blame my Lang Jun. Parent, get up. What are you doing? Li Wanyu was anxious. Li Heng and Parent's attitude made him very uncomfortable. In his view, he could live a better life if he left this group of vampires. However, in the eyes of Li Heng and Parent, it was as if the sky had fallen. Lang Jun, I beg you, please speak less. Talk to the patriarch properly. You mustn't leave the clan. Li Heng cried with tears and snot running down his face. Li Heng, get up. Li Wanyu was also angry. He shouted, if you still think of me as your Lang Jun, then get up. Let them do whatever they want. Today, I'll say it right here. I, Li Wanyu, will definitely cancel this marriage. Good. Since Li Jia Xiaoling doesn't care about the clan, then this old me has nothing to say. Tomorrow, I will hold a clan meeting and remove your clan status. Don't regret it. The old clan leader said coldly. Do as you wish. Let's go. The old clan leader stood up and called everyone to leave. However, he was stopped by one of the clan elders. The elder looked greedily at the gold ingots in the wooden box on the table in front of Wang Yu. He said, Clan leader, Li Zhou was raised by our clan with money and food. Since their family has nothing to do with the clan in the future, shouldn't the clan return the gold ingots that have been raised for so many years? When these words came out, Li Wanyu and Li Heng's expressions changed. Chapter 10. Li Wanyu didn't know how much support and care his dead father received from the clan when he was young, but back then, the Li clan of Hu County was just a small clan living in Dingzhou Village. How much help could such a small clan provide to Li Zhou? Ever since the establishment of the Li Tang, Li Zhou was trusted by Li Yuan and entrusted with important tasks. The Li clan of Hu County moved from Dingzhou Village to Hu County and became a famous clan in Hu County. The clan's property also changed from a few dozen mu of barren land to 1,000 mu of fertile land. This was all obtained by sucking the blood of Li Zhou. Hu County was located in Guanzhong Road. It was the most prosperous area of the Tang dynasty. When the Tang dynasty was first established, agriculture was severely damaged after the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty. In order to recuperate, the Tang dynasty implemented an equal field system. That is to say, the state distributes the land. Males over the age of 18 are each given 80 mu of farmland and 20 mu of perpetual farmland. Women, soldiers, and servants are not given farmland. Among them, perpetual farmland is not allowed to be bought or sold. Hu County was located in Guanzhong Road and had a large population, so there wasn't much land to distribute. In fact, most households only received 20 mu of farmland. In the Li clan of Hu County, there were only a few dozen people who were given farmland. The farmland they were given was private property and not public property. Currently, the price of fertile land in Hu County had reached 2 strings of coins per mu. 1,000 mu of farmland would cost around 2 million yuan. Where else could they get this money other than from Li Zhou? These clan elders had forced Li Zhou to borrow money from the public. They weren't satisfied even with a huge debt. They actually had designs on the Li family's last bit of property. This made Li Wanyu and Li Heng extremely angry. Even Wanyu felt that the clan elders of the Li clan of Hu County were too unsightly. Li Wanyu was so angry at the clan elders' shameless words that he laughed. With a mocking tone, he asked, "Then according to Grandpa's meaning, how many things do we need from the Li family to return to the clan?" Li Zhou is deeply indebted to our Li clan. If his surname wasn't Li and he wasn't a clan relative, why would the Emperor Emeritus allow him to oversee Hu County? This is my Li clan's doorstep. Since your family no longer has anything to do with the Li clan of Hu County, shouldn't you return these things to the clan? The shameless words of this elder won the approval of the other elders and the old patriarch. That makes sense. The reason Li Zhou is where he is today is all because of his identity as a member of the clan. It's only natural for him to return to his clan. That's right. What you said makes sense. These things that were obtained because of my Li clan must be returned to the clan. Li Zhou's Yongye Tian, this house, and this servant must be returned to the clan. Li Wangyou's face became even more ashen. Shameless people were truly invincible. The old patriarch coughed lightly. That's enough. Li Zhou is already dead. Since Li Jia Shaolang is still young, let's forget about this house. However, Li Zhou's 100 mu of Yongye Tian should be returned to the clan. As for those servant girls, the clan will suffer a bit of loss. Let's use this gold to make up for it. The Li family's 100 mu of Yongye Tian had been granted to Li Zhou when he was an official. These fields could be bought, sold, and transferred. Actually, the decision to expel Li Wanyu from the clan had been made by the Li clan leader and the elders of Hu County a long time ago. There were 2 reasons. First, they were worried that the Li clan of Hu County would be implicated by Li Zhou and would be angered by Pai Lupi. Second, they were worried that the Li family would not be able to pay back the 2 million yuan debt and would rely on the clan to pay for him. If the marriage between Li Wanyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan did not change, then they were willing to wait and see. After all, the Taiyuan Wang clan had great influence in the Tang dynasty. No one knew if Li Wanyu would receive help from the Taiyuan Wang clan after the marriage and turn over a new leaf. Now that Li Wanyu insisted on breaking off the marriage with the Taiyuan Wang clan, the elders of the Li clan of Hu County would naturally not allow Li Wanyu to continue to stay in the clan to avoid getting into trouble. Li Heng trembled with anger at the elders' words. They were trying to take away the last hope of the Li family. They had no land, no money, and a huge debt. All they had left was an empty house and a group of servants for Li Wanyu. What vicious elders! Li Wanyu clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his skin. But if I give you the land and gold, we will have nothing to do with each other in the future. He took a deep breath and asked coldly with a pale face. Lang Jun, you can't do that. Li Heng was so anxious that he wanted to stop Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu waved his hand at him and asked again, but from now on, the Li family and the Li clan of Hu County will have nothing to do with each other. His words made the elders look at each other. They did not understand what Li Wanyu meant. The old clan leaders' eyes lit up. That's right. As long as you return the land and gold to the clan will have nothing to do with the Li family from now on. Words are no guarantee. Write the document. Li Wanyu pointed to the pen and ink on the table beside him. Li Wanyu had already lost all hope in the Li clan of Hu County. Since that was the case, he did not mind using the land and gold to buy himself freedom. As a modern time traveler, Li Wanyu did not care about the 100 acres of land and 100 taels of gold in front of him. Even if he had nothing, Li Wanyu was confident that he could build his own family in the Tang dynasty with his bare hands. The old clan leader and the elders looked at each other. Without hesitation, he beckoned a servant and ordered him to go to the ancestral hall to get the genealogy book. Then he sat down in front of the table and began to write. Soon, the document stating that the Li clan of Hu County and the Li Wanyu family was finished. The old clan leader stamped it and threw it to Li Wanyu. The servant who went to the ancestral hall to get the genealogy book also came back. The old clan leader took the genealogy book and crossed out Li Zhou's and Li Wanyu's names in front of him. Then he wrote a note below. The unfilial man Li Zhou did not respect the saints and disobeyed the clan. The son of the unfilial man Li Zhou, Li Wanyu, betrayed the clan and forgot the clan. He did not respect the ancestors and did not respect the elders. Thus, his ancestral records are removed, and he will never be offered as a sacrifice. The Li clan of Hu County had officially removed Li Wanyu and his father Li Zhou from the genealogy book and expelled the clan. Li Jia Xiaolang, tomorrow, go to the county government to handle the land transfer contract. Take care of yourself. The old clan leader ordered the servant to pick up the gold on the table and called the elders to leave. Li Wanyu handed the old clan leader's document to Li Heng and told him to put it away. Then, he turned around and smiled at Wanyu. I've made Steward Wang laugh. I'll write the annulment document for you. He walked to the table and wrote the annulment document. After drying the ink, he stamped it and handed it to Wanyu. The marriage with the Wang clan of Taiyuan was officially over. When Wanyu received the document, he sighed with emotion at the changes in the Li family. He did not stay any longer and left to return to Taiyuan Wang's. In the central room of Noda, only Li Wanyu, Li Heng, and the little girl Perrin were left. A gust of cold wind blew and rolled up the fallen leaves in the front yard, making it look even more desolate. Lang Jun, the old housekeeper, Li Heng, wanted to say something. Today's events had already left him somewhat at a loss for what to do. Well, Li Heng, if you have anything to say it tomorrow. Li Wanyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and felt a bit lighter. The shackles that had been binding him had finally disappeared, making him feel very comfortable. Perrin, tell the kitchen to send food to the study. If there's wine, also send some. I'm very happy today, haha. Li Wanyu said as he walked towards the inner room. His figure was indescribably free and easy. Chapter 11. As the night gradually darkened, the little maid Perrin entered the study with a lamp in her hand. The food was delivered and placed on the table. After the food was delivered, Li Wanyu sent away the little maid Perrin, who was full of grievances. He had no choice. The conversation between him and Su Changqing was not suitable for others to listen in. Come, let's eat. If you have anything to say, we can talk after the meal. Li Wanyu called out. Su Changqing curiously looked at the few plates of food on the table and was slightly surprised. Just these. On the table, there was a plate of vinegar-pickled celery, a plate of biscuits, 2 bowls of noodle soup, and a pot of wine that Li Wanyu specially requested. There was nothing else. It was really too simple. Li Wanyu did not care. He sat down cross-legged, took a Hu biscuit, broke it open, and stuffed it into his mouth. He said vaguely, "What else? What else do you want to eat? Don't forget that I'm a poor man now. I owe a lot of money." As he ate, he told Su Chongqing everything that had happened before. In the end, he concluded, "I'm really poor now. Haha, except for this house, I have nothing." Su Chongqing, on the other hand, didn't take it to heart. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I think you made a smart decision. Using 100 mu of farmland and some gold, you drew a clear line with that vampire clan. In my opinion, in the future, the Li clan of Hu County will cry and beg you to return to the clan, right? Haha, then I won't agree to it. I won't even kneel down and kowtow." Li Wanyu laughed. In this world, only Su Chongqing understood him. In Li Wanyu's view, the things that Li Heng and the others were worried about were nothing to be afraid of. With his and Su Chongqing's knowledge that was thousands of years ahead of this world, after getting rid of that decadent and greedy clan, they would be able to swim freely in the vast sea and fly freely in the sky. Li Wanyu picked up the wine pot and poured Su Chongqing a bowl of wine. "Su Chongqing, come. I wish us a happy life in the Tang dynasty." Su Chongqing smiled sweetly. She raised her wine bowl and lightly clinked it with his. The two of them raised their heads and drank. Then, Su Chongqing couldn't help but frown. Li Wanyu's reaction was even more intense. He spat out the wine that he had just drunk. "Oh my God, is this wine expired? Why is it sour?" Li Wanyu carefully examined the wine bowl under the oil lamp. The liquid in the wine bowl was light green in color. Not only was it turbid and unclear, there was also a layer of fine white ants floating on top of it. Smelling it, there was a slight smell of alcohol, but more of a sour smell. He couldn't help but slap his forehead and smile bitterly at Su Chongqing. "I forgot that the winemaking technology of the Tang dynasty hasn't been developed yet, and there is no distillation and purification technology. No wonder it tastes so bad. If I had known, I would have made it myself." Su Chongqing blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "You know how to make wine? You forgot? I'm from the countryside in my hometown, and the children in the countryside know everything. My third uncle's family runs a winery that specializes in making sorghum wine. Although I'm not proficient in it, I have a general idea." Li Wanyu replied with a smile. "Li Wanyu, this seems to be a good way to make money. As far as I know, the Tang should like to drink wine very much, right? That's for sure. Otherwise, how could Li Bai be known as the poet of 100 poems after drinking? You're right. We can make wine and sell it. It will definitely make money." Li Wanyu said in surprise, "You're really smart. You saw the opportunity to make money at a glance? Haha." The more he thought about setting up a winemaking workshop, the more he felt that this was a very good way to make money. Li Wanyu couldn't help laughing. "In the future, I, Li Wanyu, will be the god of wine of the Tang dynasty." Su Chongqing smiled and rolled her eyes at him. She didn't say much and continued to eat. Unfortunately, it's the Tang dynasty now. Potatoes, corn, chili, tomatoes, and so on haven't been introduced to China. The key is that the three cooking methods are roasted, boiled, and steamed back and forth. These days, I'm really sick of eating. Li Wanyu complained about the food problem of the Tang dynasty while eating. It was really unbearable. In fact, iron cooking utensils have begun to become popular in the Tang dynasty, but the Tang dynasty didn't have the habit of cooking. "I'll make something delicious for you later." Su Chongqing picked up a piece of vinegar pickled celery and chewed it carefully. "You know how to cook?" Li Wanyu was surprised. His beautiful boss, as a modern white-bone fairy, actually knew how to cook. It was really rare. Su Chongqing raised her eyebrows. "What? Do I look like someone who doesn't do household chores?" No, I didn't mean that." Li Wanyu smiled embarrassedly. "Humph." Su Chongqing ignored him and continued to eat dinner. Under the flickering candlelight, Su Chongqing slowly chewed and ate dinner while listening to Li Wanyu rambling on about the Tang dynasty. She gradually calmed down and even felt a trace of warmth. After transmigrating to this completely unfamiliar Tang dynasty for half a day, Su Chongqing felt nervous. Fortunately, Li Wanyu's existence prevented her from feeling overly panicked and helpless. The dinner was finished with Li Wanyo's rambling, and the relationship between the two of them took another step forward. Even the way they called each other changed from Li Wanyu to Wangyu and Su Changqing to Changqing. Wangyu, I want to go to the bathroom. Su Changqing's face was slightly red as she whispered, I'll ask Perrin to take you there. Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment, then stood up and walked to the table where paper, ink, and brush were placed. He picked up a piece of used rice paper and handed it over. What? Su Changqing was puzzled. Li Wangyu explained with a smirk. In the bathroom of the Tang dynasty, there's a magical thing called the toilet chip. Well, it's a small wooden stick or bamboo piece. I think you should be able to guess its use, so... Su Changqing was stunned for a moment. Then her face suddenly turned red. She grabbed the rice paper in Li Wangyu's hand, lifted her skirt, and ran out with a red face. Li Wangyu was left in the study and laughed again. It was rare for him to be able to see his beautiful boss being embarrassed. There are still many differences between the Tang dynasty and modern times. Beautiful boss, you can slowly adapt to it. However, Li Wanyu's good mood only lasted for dinner. Li Heng gently knocked on the door of the study. Lang Jun, there's a guest. Li Wanyu was puzzled. He walked out of the study and asked, There's a guest this late? Who is it? Li Heng replied, Registrar Liu of the county government. Liu Xiao of the county government? Li Wanyu knew this person from his memory. This person was a good friend of Li Zhou when he was alive. After Li Zhou was dismissed by Pai Lupi, the others avoided him like the plague. Only Liu Xiao still had contact with the Li family. He could be considered a gentleman. However, it was already time to light the lanterns. Why did Liu Xiao suddenly come to visit? Was it related to his expulsion from the clan? Li Wanyu didn't dare to delay. He let Li Heng lead the way with the lantern and quickly walked to the central room in the front yard. A middle-aged man with a long white beard was sitting in the central room. It was Liu Xiao of the county government in Hu County. Li Wanyu stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Registrar Liu. Wanyu didn't come out to meet you. Please forgive me. Liu Xiao's face was serious. He motioned for him to sit down and talk. Xiaolang, you caused a big trouble today. Chapter 12. Liu Xiao's words stunned Li Wanyu. He didn't quite understand what he meant. Seeing Li Wanyu's puzzled face, Liu Xiao patiently explained. Did you have a falling out with the Li clan today? They removed your family from the family tree? There's such a thing. Li Wanyu answered honestly. AI Xiaolang, you're stupid. Liu Xiao angrily glared at him. How could you agree to them removing your family tree? Registrar Liu, it's not that I want to leave the clan, but they've gone too far. They've wantonly humiliated my family's lord. As a son, how could I just sit by and do nothing? Li Wanyu didn't think this was a big deal. Xiaolang, do you know that after you've been expelled from the clan, you're no longer a member of the imperial family? Liu Xiao shook his head and sighed. Is there something wrong with this? Li Wanyu didn't understand. He didn't care about being a member of the Li Tang clan. Stupid. If you're not a member of the imperial family, you have to serve the corvée. Do you know that? Liu Xiao's words stunned Li Wanyu. Serve the corvée? He had never thought about this before. After thinking about it, he suddenly realized, damn, it's really like this. In the early Tang dynasty, the tax system was rent. It was implemented on the basis of the equalization of land. It was a system of land rent, and household rent. Every person had to pay 2 dan of millet to the state every year as rent. Paying 2 zhang of silk and 3 liang of silk was called transfer. Serving 20 days was called regular service. Those who didn't serve were called servants. Li Wanyu originally didn't have to serve the corvée because of his status as a member of the imperial family. However, after he was removed from the clan, he became an ordinary citizen and had to serve the corvée. If he didn't serve, he would have to pay the taxes. Without waiting for Li Wanyu to digest the bad news, Liu Xiao continued. There's also the money your family borrowed from the government. Originally, Yang Mingfu didn't rush you to return the money because you were a member of the imperial family and you had 100 mu of land as collateral. However, after finding out that your name has been removed from the clan and that the 100 mu of farmland will be transferred to the Li clan, Yang Mingfu ordered that tomorrow the bailiffs will come to your house to collect the debt and clear it. The Yang Mingfu that Liu Xiao mentioned was the county magistrate of Hu County, Yang Quan. Ming House was the honorific title for county magistrates in the Tang dynasty. You want me to return the money tomorrow? How could the manor have the money to pay it back? Li Wanyu curled his lips. Right now, he was poor. Li Heng had said that there was only 7 or 8 strings of coins left in the mansion. It was almost not enough to cover the food expenses of the servants in the mansion. Asking him to return the money? Was he dreaming? Xiaolang, have you forgotten about this servant in the mansion? Servant? Li Wanyu was stunned, then suddenly stood up. Registrar Liu, does Yang Mingfu mean that he wants to take the servants of the Li clan to pay off the debt? There are currently 23 servants in the Lai Hot. These servants were private assets, and in fact, this was not a small amount of wealth. In the Tang dynasty, servants were not registered as household registers. They did not have personal freedom or any rights. They were regarded as livestock and assets. Their legal status was far lower than that of farmers. Moreover, the status of servant was passed down from generation to generation. In the Tang dynasty, servants could be bought and sold at will. Beautiful female servants could be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. Elderly and sickly servants could be bought for 2 or 3 strings of coins. On average, each servant in the Lai Hot was worth 40 to 50,000 coins. The servants in the manor could be used to pay off the debt of about 1 million. Therefore, after learning that Li Wangyu's name had been removed from the clan, Yang Mingfu became anxious and angry. Tomorrow, he was going to send bailiffs to the Lai Hot to forcibly take away the servants and resell them to pay off the debt. Li Wanyu finally realized that if that was the case, the old housekeeper Li Heng and the little servant girl Perrin would all be taken away by the county government and resold. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Previously, he had taken it for granted that Li Heng would go and do a public examination for Su Chongqing. If it weren't for the fact that he had a lot of things to do today, Su Chongqing would probably become a servant in the Lai Hot and be sold as well. For a moment, Li Wanyu's mind was in a mess. He didn't know what to say. He hastily thanked Lu Xiao, who came overnight to tell him about this matter, and hurriedly returned to the inner room. In the inner room study, Su Chongqing was looking at the books on the bookshelf under the dim oil lamp. When he saw Li Wanyu walk in, he hurriedly asked him what happened. Li Wanyu sat down dejectedly and told him about the visit from the county government's registrar. Chongqing, what should I do now? Li Wanyu couldn't imagine the scene of the little servant girl Perrin being taken away and resold. If she met a master who was worse than a pig or a dog, he was afraid that the little girl's life would be worse than death. In the Tang dynasty, servants didn't have any human rights. Such a cute little girl. How could he personally push her in a fire pit? Li Wanyu felt that he was like Yang Bailao right now. He had a sad feeling of wanting to use Shi'er to repay his debt. As for the other servants in the mansion, Li Wanyu felt disgusted and conflicted with the idea of using people as commodities. Even if he needed to pay back the money, he didn't want to use these servants to repay his debt. Li Wanyu wasn't a moral guardian. He also enjoyed the service of the servants with a clear conscience. When he had just transmigrated, he even fantasized about buying a beautiful Persian female slave to warm his bed. However, he was very conflicted. Li Wanyu couldn't personally sell these poor people as commodities, let alone use them to repay his debt. Li Wanyu was now facing a difficult situation. Su Chongqing was also at a loss. Even if she was smart and proficient in business operations, she wasn't an immortal. She couldn't conjure up money, and she didn't know how to face the current situation in the Tang dynasty. The two of them were silent. In the study, it was so quiet that they could hear the light crackling of the oil lamp from time to time. After a long time, Li Wanyu suddenly slapped the table. I'll bear this debt alone. I won't give away any of the servants in the mansion. Tonight, I'll release all of them. Releasing all of them meant releasing them. In the Tang dynasty, it was allowed to release private servants as good people. After the master of the house wrote a letter, the servant could be removed from the slave status and released as a good person. After Li Zhou's death, Li Wanyu was now the master of Lai Hot. As long as he wrote a letter, these former Lai Hot servants could be released from the slave status and become good people again. Wanyu, have you thought it through? It's easy for you to release them, But if the people from the county government can't get them tomorrow, you'll be in trouble. Su Changqing stared at Li Wanyo's eyes and asked, Changqing, I've thought it through. I, Li Wanyu, will bear this debt myself. Li Wanyu said resolutely, but Su Changqing was stunned. As long as you've decided, I'll support you. Su Changqing's beautiful eyes flashed. At this moment, she realized that Li Wanyu was such a responsible man. Li Wanyu nodded, sat back in front of the table, and began to write the letter. Su Changqing helped him grind the paper, but from time to time, she raised her eyes and peeked at the young man who was seriously writing. Under the flickering light of the oil lamp, Li Wanyu's side profile was as beautiful as a sculpture, which made Su Changqing blush. Outside the room, the sound of the night watchman rang out. It was late at night, and no one was sleeping. Chapter 13. The next day, before dawn, Li Wanyu walked out of the study with red eyes and ordered Li Heng to gather all 23 servants in the mansion. Li Heng didn't know what had happened, but he followed his master's orders and called all the servants in the mansion to the inner courtyard. After everyone had arrived, Li Wanyu walked out with a stack of papers in his hand. Greetings, Lang Jun. All the servants in the mansion bowed to Li Wanyu. I called you here today because I have something to tell you. My master owes the county yamen 2 million yuan. Today, the county yamen will come to the mansion and take you away to pay off the debt. As soon as Li Wanyu finished speaking, there was a burst of exclamations from the servants. Although the Lai Hot was in decline, both the old master and Li Wanyu treated them well. At least, they didn't beat or scold them. These servants didn't think that they would be sold off by the county yamen because of the old master's debt. Now that they heard Li Wanyu say this, they all panicked. Some immediately knelt down and begged, some burst into tears, and some were lost. The courtyard became chaotic for a moment. All right, quiet down. Li Wanyu took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Only then did the servants in the courtyard calm down. However, the sound of crying could still be heard from the crowd. I, Li Wanyu, am the head of the Li family. How can I let you sell yourselves to pay off the debt for the Li family? I've decided. Today, I will release all of you. This is the release document I wrote last night. Take this document to the yamen to complete the citizenship procedures. After Li Wanyu finished speaking, the crying crowd suddenly quieted down. The servants couldn't believe their ears. They looked at each other, trying to confirm that they hadn't heard wrong. Lang Jun, this can't be done. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, stumbled out and knelt on the ground, crying, Thank you for your kindness, Lang Jun. But Lang Jun has released all of us. How are you going to explain this to the people from the county yamen? I have my own plans. You don't have to worry about it. Lang Jun, if you drive the old slave away, the old slave will kill himself on the steps. Li Heng knocked his head on the ground. His white hair was messy and scattered on his shoulders. Li Heng, get up. Li Wanyu grabbed the old housekeeper and tried to pull him up. No, Lang Jun, the old slave was born a member of the Li family. Even if he dies, he will be a ghost of the Li family. Today, if you don't take back what you said, he will not get up. After Li Heng finished speaking, he turned his head and shouted at the servants below. Say something. Persuade Lang Jun. However, except for the little maid Perrin who ran out of the crowd and knelt in front of Li Wanyu, the other servants suddenly became silent. Releasing them was good. This was what they had dreamed of. No one wanted to be a servant forever, and they didn't want their descendants to be slaves. Now that Li Wanyu had offered to release them, how could these servants not be moved? Seeing that the servants were silent, the old housekeeper became angry. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs? Did the old master and Lang Jun mistreat you? He wanted to continue cursing, but he was stopped by Li Wanyu. Li Heng, that's enough. I have decided to release them. Perrin, give them the release papers. The little maid, Perrin, didn't listen to him this time. She didn't speak, but stubbornly knelt there and didn't move. Li Wanyu sighed. Li Heng, Perrin, why bother? Even if I don't release you, you will be taken away by the county government and sold again. What is the point? Lang Jun is, Li Heng said stubbornly. At least the old slave can reduce the debt of the Li family and make your life easier. In the future, when I go to hell, the old slave will have the face to see the old master. Li Wanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this loyal old housekeeper. He would rather sell himself to pay the debt of the Li family. This damned feudal society should really be criticized. Bah, you're just an old slave. How much can you be worth? Li Wanyu laughed and scolded. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense with him. He took out Li Heng's release papers and stuffed them into the housekeeper's arms. He then took out Perrin's papers, pulled the little maid's hand, and stuffed them in. Then he stood on the steps in the courtyard and read the names of the servants one by one. He personally handed the release papers to each of them. The servants all had guilty looks on their faces as they silently walked forward. They first knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wanyu a few times. Then they respectfully took the release papers that represented their freedom with trembling hands and left. Many of the servants who received the papers couldn't help but cry. At this moment, they didn't even dare to dream. Freedom was such an unattainable word. Li Wanyu could understand their feelings. Seeing these pitiful people cry tears of joy, his mood also improved greatly. Soon, the release papers of the 23 servants in the residence were all given out. Li Wanyu laughed and said, "All right, you can all leave. I don't have the money to give you travel expenses. All of you scram. Thank you for your kindness, Lang Jun. This servant will never forget your kindness." In the courtyard, the servants once again knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wanyu to thank him for his kindness. Only then did they support each other and leave. After the servants left, Li Wanyu looked at Li Heng and Perrin, who were still kneeling there. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you two still doing here? Waiting for me to take care of your meals?" Li Heng took out the release papers from his bosom and tore them into pieces. He casually waved his hand, and the pieces of paper flew out like snowflakes. You're pissing me off. I can't be bothered to care about an old slave like you. If you're willing to be sold by the county yamen, then so be it." Li Wanyu stomped his feet in anger at this stubborn old man. Perrin also picked up the release papers and was about to tear them apart when Li Wanyu pulled her back. "Silly girl. He's just an old man, and he's like that after being sold. You don't dare to learn from him. What if you meet an unscrupulous master who beats you and scolds you every day? What will you do?" Li Wanyu said to scare the little girl. "Perrin, I'm not afraid. What if your future master asks you to warm his bed? He could be a damn fatty or an old man who could be your grandfather." Li Wanyu continued to scare her. The little girl was already on the verge of crying. Tears were desperately swirling in her eyes. "Li Heng, can you bear to see this little girl who's about the same age as your granddaughter be sold again?" Li Wanyu said to the stubborn old man. The old steward, Li Heng, looked at Perrin. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Perrin, listen to Lang Jun. Keep the release papers properly." Hearing Li Wanyu and Li Heng's words, Perrin didn't tear the release papers in her hands. After hesitating for a moment, she finally put them away. Li Wanyu let out a long sigh. At this moment, the servant who had left earlier ran in with a panicked expression. "Lang Jun, someone from the county yamen is here." Chapter 14. When Li Wanyu heard this, he wasn't nervous at all. He kicked Li Heng and said, "Let's go, you stubborn old man. The people from the county yamen are here. It's too late for regrets now." Although he said this, he had already made up his mind to protect his old housekeeper. In any case, he had already released all of the servants. The county yamen wouldn't insist on taking the old housekeeper away and selling him. This old man was already so old. At most, he could be sold for 2 or 3 strings of coins. The county yamen wouldn't be so heartless, right? I won't regret it. This old slave won't regret it. Li Heng quickly got up from the ground, wiped his face, and led the way for Li Wanyu. The two of them rushed to the front yard. Lai Hat's front yard was a mess. The yamen runners had stopped all of the servants who were carrying their bags and trying to leave Lai Hat. None of them were allowed to leave. Li Wanyu saw that the county yamen registrar, Lu Xiao, who had visited last night, had also come. He was following behind a middle-aged man wearing a light green 9th rank official's robe. The Tang dynasty was divided into prefectures and counties. Counties were further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. Hu County was the middle county. The county magistrate was at the 7th rank and wore a light green official's robe. Unsurprisingly, this person was the county magistrate of Hu County, Yang Quan, Yang Mingfu. Li Wanyu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Wanyu greets Yang Mingfu. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Li Jia Xiaolang, let me ask you, why do all of the servants in the mansion have to leave? Yang Quan asked with an unkind expression. Back to the Ming house. Because the mansion is in a difficult situation, I can't afford to raise so many servants. As a result, I released all of them this morning. I let them find their own way out. I don't know why the Yamen runners are blocking their way out. Li Wanyu's lies came out of his mouth, but Yang Quan and Lu Xiao were both dumbfounded. Lu Xiao was even more stunned in his heart. Last night, he had kindly come to warn this Li family's young man. How could he do such a ridiculous thing again? What exactly was his motive for freeing all the servants in the residence to be virtuous? How could this Li Jia Xiaolang be so reckless? Lu Xiao could not figure out why Li Wanyu did this. He was an official of the Tang dynasty. How could he understand the thoughts of a modern person like Li Wanyu? County Magistrate Yang Quan was so angry that he flung his sleeves. Ridiculous. Li Jia Xiaolang, do you still remember that your family owes the county government 2 million yuan? Li Wanyu chuckled. Back to the Ming house. Of course I remember. Isn't it to save money to pay off the debt? That's why I drove out these freeloading bastards so that I can save money to pay off the debt. You? Yang Quan was so angry at Li Wanyu's words that he almost bit his own tongue. How dare you? Are you making fun of me? I don't dare. Li Wanyu replied indifferently. He was also prepared to refuse the debt. After all, he was young and was not afraid of what the county magistrate could do to him. There shouldn't be a blacklist of deadbeats in the Tang dynasty, right? Today, I'll just be a deadbeat in the Tang dynasty. Then tell me, if you transfer the 100 mu of land in the mansion to the Li clan and set all the servants free, how will you repay the county government 2 million yuan? Li Wanyu smiled and pointed to the central room behind him. Ming House, why don't we go to the central room and talk? Don't worry, the county government won't renege on the debt. Why don't you ask the bailiffs to let these servants leave? They all have the release documents written by me. They can be considered good people now. I haven't registered them yet. They can't be considered good people of the Tang dynasty. Yang Quan snorted coldly and said discontentedly, Then is the Ming house going to force good people to become slaves? Li Wanyu was not in a hurry and said with a smile. The reason why Li Wanyu was not worried that the county magistrate would not let them go was because the Tang dynasty had just been established. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population had plummeted. Whether it was Pai Lupi's attitude or the government's attitude, they both hoped to increase the population as soon as possible. The servants did not pay taxes, nor did they accept corvée labor. They were only the private property of the master. Therefore, the government actually encouraged the people to release the servants as good people. However, in the face of benefits, no one would do what Li Wanyu did. In fact, Li Wanyu would not have released all the servants in the mansion if he had not been forced by the county government and was not willing to use the servants to pay off the debt. Since these servants already had the release documents written by the master, legally speaking, they were already good people. If Yang Quan refused to register them again, or even caught them to sell, then Yang Quan's official position would be over. Li Wanyu's words made Yang Quan angry. He flung his robe and turned to walk to the central room. Li Jia Xiaolang, today you sigh. The registrar, Lu Xiao, wanted to say something to Li Wanyu, but he did not know what to say. He could only sigh and turn to wave his hand at the bailiffs, indicating that they should release the servants. Seeing the county government's bailiffs move aside, the servants released from the Lai Hot did not have time to say anything. They were afraid that the county government would change its mind and take them back. They hurriedly bowed to Li Wanyu again and turned to quickly leave. Seeing that the servants in the Lai Hot had all left, Li Wanyu let out a sigh of relief. He politely invited the registrar, Lu Xiao, to sit down in the central room. At this moment, only the old housekeeper, Li Heng, was left in Noda's Lai Hot. Suddenly, a person flashed out from the back hall. It was the little servant girl, Perrin. She did not say anything. She silently poured a bowl of water for Yang Quan and Lu Xiao before retreating to the side. Yang Quan looked at them and asked Li Wanyu, "Are these two servants the only ones left in your residence?" "Only this old slave is left in the Ming house. If you have the heart, you can take him away to pay off the debt. I have already released this little girl. The Ming house can't take her away." Li Wanyu replied with a smile. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, also smiled and nodded, indicating that he was the only servant left in the residence. Oomph. Yang Quan was once again angered by his words. He fiercely picked up the bowl of water on the table and drank it in one gulp. If he forcefully took this old slave away from the Lai Hot just to sell 2 or 3 strings of money to pay off the debt, it would become a joke if word got out. Li Jia Xiaolang, it's not that I want to force you. Your master was previously in charge of this county, so he can be considered my superior. It's not that I'm unreasonable, but your master owes too much money to the public purse. Yang Quan saw that the situation had reached this point, so he could only let it go. Wanyu knows that we have to return to the Ming house. It's all thanks to the kindness of the Ming house that my master hasn't come to our residence to force me to pay back the debt since he passed away a year ago. Wang Yu is moved to tears. He doesn't dare to forget the kindness of the Ming house. "Then this is how you repay me?" Yang Quan asked with dissatisfaction. Li Wanyu smiled bitterly. "When we returned to the Ming house, the public purse was borrowed by my master, so naturally I have to pay it back. Wang Yu really feels guilty about selling the servants to pay off the debt. That's why he did such a ridiculous thing. I hope that the Ming house will forgive him." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Yang Quan didn't know what to say. He sighed again. "AI, Xiao Lang is really muddle-headed. Now that you've been expelled from the clan and your servant has been released, how are you going to pay back the public purse?" The registrar, Lu Xiao, was afraid that Li Wanyu didn't understand. So he explained, "Xiao Lang, it's not that I don't want to give you some face, but this is all according to the law." He explained to Li Wanyu the rules of the Tang dynasty, which made the originally relaxed Li Wanyu stunned. It seemed that it wasn't easy to be a deadbeat in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 15. Tang Dynasty Laws. If the debt is not repaid by more than 1 bolt, 20 lashes for 20 days will be added, 60 lashes for 20 days will be added, 30 bolts plus 2, etc. 100 bolts plus 3, each order will be repaid. What does it mean? It means that the old man who owes money will be punished by spanking his buttocks, going to jail, and working to repay the debt. When the debt reaches the value of 1 bolt of cloth, if the debt is not repaid within 20 days, the punishment will be whipped 20 times. Every 20 days, the punishment will be increased by 1 until the punishment is upgraded from 20 whipped to 60 whipped. Li Wanyu calculated in his mind. 1 bolt of silk is 500 copper coins. 1 bolt of coarse cloth is 100 copper coins. That's the price of silk. He owes 2 million yuan, which is equivalent to the price of 4,000 bolts of silk. If his buttocks are spanked, even if his buttocks are made of titanium alloy, he won't be able to withstand it. While he was still fretting over whether or not he would be able to save his butt, Lu Xiao heaved a long sigh and said, "Xiao Lang, do you know who is the guarantor of your family's lord when he borrowed the public funds?" Guarantor? Li Wanyu didn't know about this, so he looked at Lu Xiao in confusion. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly and pointed at himself and the county magistrate Yang Quan, who was sitting in the main seat in the central room. "Yang Mingfu and I are the guarantors for your master." Lu Xiao was also annoyed. Last night, he kindly reminded the descendant of his old friend so that he could be mentally prepared. In the end, he didn't expect that Li Wanyu would release all the servants in the residence. This made him very regretful. Li Wanyu didn't know what to say. No wonder the county magistrate Yang Quan was so anxious. The Tang Dynasty Order for Collecting Lost Miscellaneous Things article states, if the debtor escapes, the guarantor will pay on his behalf. It turns out that if he can't repay the 2 million public funds, the county magistrate Yang Quan and the registrar Lu Xiao will have to pay. Li Wanyu broke out in a cold sweat. The money that the Li family owed was the money that Li Wangyu's dead father, Li Zhou, had borrowed from the public accounts when he was alive. And it was a F***king loan shark. In the Tang Dynasty, there were merchants, monasteries, and public banks that lent money, which were the usury of the government. In order to obtain office expenses and official salaries, the government would take out taxes, treasuries, and other gifts to lend out loans and charge high interest rates in order to make a profit. In the Tang dynasty, the highest annual interest rate for public loans was 100%, which was very frightening. Fortunately, Li Zhou was, after all, a relative of the Tang dynasty at that time. Under the guarantee of County Magistrate Yang Quan and Registrar Liu Xiao, he only charged a 5% interest rate for the money he borrowed from the public treasury, which was 5% per month. In the first 2 years, Li Zhou had borrowed about 1 million from the public treasury. 1 year's interest was 600,000, and 2 years' interest was about 1 million. This was also because the Li family was a relative of the Tang dynasty, so there was no compound interest. If Li Wanyu couldn't pay back the money this year, he would have to pay back 6 million next year. He stood up and bowed deeply to Yang Quan and Liu Xiao. Yang Mingfu, Registrar Liu, I was rash. But please don't worry. Li Wanyu, will definitely pay back this debt. I will not implicate the Ming house and the registrar. Xiao Lang, what are you going to pay back now? Yang Quan asked. With such a huge debt, it wasn't that Yang Quan and Liu Xiao couldn't pay it back, but it would definitely hurt them. They might even have to sell their own fields and servants. Li Wanyu had indeed thought of a way to make money, which was to brew wine, but this matter still needed to be kept secret. It was not convenient for him to say it clearly, so he could only say vaguely, Yang Mingfu, please bear with me for a few days. Wanyu will definitely pay back the public debt. Xiao Lang, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but I have been in office for 3 years. At most, I will leave in 1 year. This public debt must be settled before I leave office, otherwise. Yang Quan didn't finish his words, but Li Wanyu understood the meaning behind his words. When he left office, the public debt as a guarantor must be paid back. Otherwise, Li Wanyu could only eat a plank and go to jail, and then Yang Quan and Liu Xiao would have to pay out of their own pockets. 1 year's time, Li Wanyu calculated in his heart. It was indeed difficult to earn a huge sum of money equivalent to 8 million yuan in his previous life, but now he could only grit his teeth and fight. Yang Mingfu, Registrar Liu, if the two of you believe Wanyu, please give Wanyu 1 year's time. I will definitely pay back this debt. Li Wanyu stood up and replied resolutely. You're just a young man. How can you boast like this? Yang Quan shook his head. He didn't believe that Li Wanyu could pay back the debt in 1 year. Not only did he not believe it, Liu Xiao also didn't believe it. They only thought that Li Wanyu was boasting. When Li Zhou was alive, it was already difficult to pay back the debt, let alone a young man like Li Wanyu. The two middle-aged men didn't know what to do for a while and sighed. Li Wanyu was now 16 years old, and according to the Tang dynasty's law, he didn't even count as a middle-aged man. Although he could get married at 16 years old, he had to be 20 years old to officially become an adult. It was obvious that Li Wanyu was being looked down upon. He rolled his eyes and suddenly remembered a story. He turned to Perrin and said, Perrin, go to the study and get a brush and paper. Yes, Lang Jun. The little maid Perrin hurriedly left. The others didn't understand what Li Wanyu was trying to do. Soon, the brush and paper were brought. Li Wanyu didn't say much and let Perrin grind the ink. After licking the ink, Li Wanyu walked to the table, waved the brush, and splashed the ink. Yang Quan and Liu Xiao were curious about what he wrote, so they also came to the side and read it aloud. On Yang Quan, the great Peng rises with the wind one day, soaring up 90,000 miles. When the wind stops, it can still sweep away the water of the Tsangming. When the world sees my Hung Shu tune, they all sneer at my words. My father fears the younger generation. My husband is not young. Hiss. When the two finished reading the poem, they couldn't help but gasp. Good poem, absolutely good poem. Xiao Lang, did you write this poem? Although the poem's name was Yang Quan, it meant that it was presented to Yang Quan. But the two of them couldn't believe that such a good poem was written by the young man in front of them. Li Wanyu didn't answer. He put down the brush and bowed to the two again. Yang Mingfu, Registrar Liu, my husband is not young. Please believe that Wanyu will pay off the debt within a year. This poem was actually written by the immortal poet Li Bai when he was young. Li Wanyu shamelessly plagiarized it. The original title of the poem was on Li Bai. When Li Bai went to visit Yuzhou provincial governor Li Yong, he was looked down upon, so he wrote a poem in return. Li Wanyu directly plagiarized Li Bai's poem, changing the title of the poem from Anyang Quan to Anyang Quan. The meaning of the poem was, "Don't sneer at my bold words." Confucius also said, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. Who knows if it will come today?" A real man shouldn't look down on a young man. Don't bully a young man for being poor. The great Peng rises with the wind one day, soaring up 90,000 miles. Yang Quan repeated it a few times, his eyes shining. What a good soaring up 90,000 miles. Li Jia Xiaolang, this county allows it. So what if I give you a year? Chapter 16. When Li Wanyu heard Yang Quan agree, he couldn't help but make a victory sign in his heart. What he and Su Chongqing needed now was time. As long as County Magistrate Yang Quan agreed to delay the return of the 2 million public funds, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to earn the money back. Many thanks to Yang Mingfu for your help. Li Wanyu sincerely bowed to Yang Quan and Lu Xiao. Xiaolang, have you thought about how to raise the money? Although Yang Quan was moved by Li Wanyu's shameless plagiarism of the poem, he was still worried and wanted to see what plans he had. Buddha says it cannot be said. Li Wanyu smiled mysteriously and didn't want to answer. Seeing that Li Wanyu didn't want to say, Yang Quan didn't force him. Instead, he rolled up the paper that Li Wanyu had written. This county magistrate will take away this poem. Xiaolang, I hope you don't forget what you said today. The great Peng rises with the wind, soaring up 90,000 li. This county magistrate wants to see how you will soar up. Lu Xiao looked regretful. Obviously, he also wanted to collect this poem. However, Yang Quan acted too quickly. He could only think about going back and writing it out again. Li Wanyu nodded and said seriously, Yang Mingfu, I can't let the two of you come here for nothing. Why don't you give my family's mansion to the county magistrate to pay off the debt? When he said this, the old housekeeper Li Heng became anxious. Lang Jun, you can't. This mansion was bought by the old master. How can you use it to pay off the debt? Why not? Now that I have released all the servants in the mansion, will you, an old slave, clean Noda's mansion alone? Li Wanyu said with a smile. Lang Jun, this servant can also help clean. The young maid Perrin said crisply. You? Aren't you going to leave the mansion? Li Wanyu looked curiously at the young maid. He had already given her the release document. Did she still want to follow him? The young maid bowed to Li Wanyu. As long as Lang Jun doesn't chase this servant away, Perrin is willing to serve Lang Jun forever. Li Wanyu shook his head speechlessly. This young maid was both lovable and annoying. Why did she want to follow him? However, when he thought about it, he remembered that Perrin was sold when she was young and didn't seem to have any relatives. He was indeed worried about letting her leave the Fu, so he simply nodded and agreed. Seeing that Li Wanyu agreed to let her stay, Perrin couldn't help but cheer. She quickly shut her mouth, afraid that she would disturb the people in the central room. Was ants? Yang Quan stroked his beard and said with a smile, Xiaolang's servant is indeed affectionate and righteous. It's rare. The Ming residence is overpraising me. What I said just now is the truth. Please send someone to take over this residence. Xiaolang, have you thought it through? This mansion is your family's master's blood and sweat. Return to Ming House. Wanyu has thought it through. As the saying goes, break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Since Wanyu has decided to start from scratch, why should he care about this mansion? Li Wanyu actually had something in his heart that he didn't say. If he, Su Chongqing, Li Heng, and Perrin were to live in such a large and dilapidated mansion, he was afraid, moreover, he planned to open a brewery. How could he do it in a county town with so many people talking? It would be better to move to the countryside. It would be easier to keep the secret. Good, you have ambition. I now believe that you can pay off your debt within a year. Since that's the case, I'll give you 3 days to move out of this mansion. As for this mansion, I'll pay it off with 80,000 yuan. Thank you, Ming House, for your kindness. Li Wanyu knew that Yang Quan had given him extra money. The mansion was worth 50,000 yuan to pay off his 80,000 yuan debt. Although it was a drop in the bucket for his debt of 2 million yuan, it was still a kind gesture. Lang Jun, Where will we live after we move? Li Heng saw that Li Wanyu had made up his mind and could only sigh helplessly. Back to the old mansion in Zhou village. But that old mansion has been in disrepair for a long time. It's too much for Lang Jun to live there. Li Wanyu waved his hand. It's fine. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a man, it will first torment his will, tire his muscles and bones, starve his body, and empty his body. This little bit of suffering is nothing. Good. Li Jia Xiaolang is indeed ambitious. Yang Quan was not stingy with his praise. After today's interaction, he had a good impression of Li Wanyu. The two got up and prepared to return to the county yamen. Li Wanyu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to Lu Xiao. He whispered, "Registrar Lu, there's something I don't know if I can ask you for a favor." "What is it?" "Haha, it's a small matter. I have a distant cousin. Because her family is in trouble, she wants to marry into the family. I want to apply for her citizenship in the county. I don't know if Registrar Lu would be able to make an exception." The issue of Su Changqing's identity had to be resolved. Previously, he had half-joked and wanted to tease Su Changqing. He had asked Li Heng to go to the village chief and register Su Changqing as a servant of the Li family. However, after this incident where the county yamen wanted to use the Li family's servant to pay off the debt, he did not dare to joke about this matter anymore. If he wanted to give Su Changqing an official Li family household registration, he could only ask Lu Xiao, the registrar, for help. The registrar was an assistant to the county magistrate in charge of documents. He was responsible for checking errors and supervising officials. Originally, Li Wanyu had not left the Li clan, so this matter was indeed difficult to handle. However, since he had been removed from the Li clan, he was no longer a member of the imperial family. He was just an ordinary citizen. Adding a new person to the household registration was not a big deal. Lu Xiao was also straightforward. He asked Li Wanyu for Su Changqing's name, age, and appearance. He wrote down one by one and recorded it as a registration. It was the Tang dynasty's version of the household registration form. Lu Xiao took this registration back to the county yamen. After the registration, Su Changqing would officially have the Tang dynasty's household registration. There were a total of 3 copies of this household registration. The Chang and Ministry of Revenue would send 1 copy to the archives, the prefectures and counties would keep another copy, and the county would keep another copy. It could be said that if Su Changqing had not coincidentally fallen into Li Wanyu's bathtub, she would have had a hard time moving around in the Tang dynasty. She might even have been caught and beaten with a plank. This was definitely not a threat from Li Wanyu. After sending off the county magistrate Yang Quan and the registrar, Lu Xiao, Li Wanyu ordered Li Heng and Perrin to pack up and prepare to move. He went straight to the inner room to find Su Changqing. Li Wanyu was the only master of Lai Hot now. He lived alone in the main room, and the little maid, Perrin, slept in the side room outside the main room. Last night, Li Wanyu originally wanted Perrin to take Su Changqing to the side room in the inner room. Who knew that Su Changqing would be afraid to live alone? So she simply squeezed into the side room with Perrin. She accidentally crossed over to the Tang dynasty yesterday and was frightened for a long time. She also accompanied Li Wanyu to write the release document for most of the night, so she didn't get up until late in the morning. "Changqing, are you up?" Li Wanyu gently knocked on the door of the side room. After a long time, a slightly lazy voice came from inside the room. "Wanyu, what time is it?" "What time? Do you still think you're in modern times?" Li Wanyu ridiculed his heart. After crossing over for so many days, Li Wanyu had long lost the concept of hours and minutes. Instead, they were replaced by the unit of time, the hour. Li Wanyu looked at the sky and estimated that it was around 9 in the morning or noon. When he was about to answer, he heard Su Changqing call out softly from inside the room. "It's already 10:30. Why didn't you wake me up?" 10:30? Li Wanyu's brain didn't react. How did she know it was 10:30? "Changqing, how did you know the time?" Li Wanyu asked curiously. "By looking at my watch," Su Changqing answered matter-of-factly from inside the room. But Li Wanyu was stunned again. "Watch. Did he mishear?" Su Changqing said watch. Chapter 17. Where did you get the watch?" Li Wanyu was stunned. The door of the side room opened with a squeak. Su Changqing yawned and appeared at the door with a tired face. I usually wear the watch. What's wrong? Su Changqing was still not fully awake and replied in a slightly confused manner. Li Wanyu slapped his forehead. Wasn't that right? He was possessed by a soul, so naturally, he couldn't bring any modern items with him. However, Su Changqing's body inexplicably fell into her bathtub yesterday. She was still wearing modern clothes, so naturally, the watch and other personal items were also brought to the Tang dynasty. He immediately became excited and asked, Changqing, what other modern items do you have on you? Hearing Li Wanyu's words, Su Changqing suddenly reacted. She turned around and ran back into the room. Li Wanyu quickly followed her in, but saw Su Changqing take out a lady's bag and pour all the things inside on the bed. At this moment, Li Wanyu couldn't help but want to thank God. Modern women were usually used to carrying all kinds of bags to carry some personal items. When Su Changqing fell into the bathtub yesterday, she also carried her bag, but Li Wanyu didn't notice. As a high-class white-collar woman in the workplace, Su Changqing's income was not low, and the quality of her bag was also good. At least when she fell into the bathtub yesterday, the things in her bag didn't get into the water. Li Wanyu looked carefully. There were a lot of small things on the bed. Wallet, lipstick, hand cream, sunglasses, chewing gum, makeup foundation, makeup mirror, perfume, mobile phone, cable, tissue. One item was suddenly snatched by Su Changqing. Her face was slightly red, and she stuffed it behind her back. However, Li Wanyu's sharp eyes had already seen the small wings on the packaging. Fine, personal items, see no evil. Li Wanyu was pleasantly surprised to find a box of cephalosporin capsules from a pile of junk. It was the medicine that Su Changqing had bought from the pharmacy a few days ago when he was not feeling well. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. In the Tang dynasty, this box of cephalosporin capsules was the most valuable thing. In the Tang dynasty, modern medicines that could save people's lives could not be bought with money. In addition to the lady's watch on Su Changqing's wrist and the wet set of modern clothes, these were all the modern items that Li Wanyu and Su Changqing owned in the Tang dynasty. Li Wanyu casually tossed a piece of chewing gum into his mouth. As he chewed, he smiled happily and said, Changqing, you brought a bunch of treasures. Although it had only been a few days since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu was still playing with all kinds of modern items like a naughty child. In particular, Su Changqing's mobile phone almost made him cry. After the screen was lit up, Li Wanyu mischievously took a picture of Su Changqing with a mobile phone and let her see how she looked in the Tang dynasty maid uniform. Then, he took a selfie of himself. Looking at the strange young man in the picture, Li Wanyu was a little absent-minded. After a long time, he reluctantly returned the mobile phone to Su Changqing and asked her to turn it off. There was still about half of the battery left. In the Tang dynasty, when the battery of this mobile phone ran out, it would not be able to be turned on again. Su Changqing suddenly thought of something. She reached out and took the makeup mirror, waving it at Li Wanyu proudly. Wanyu, the Tang dynasty still used bronze mirrors, right? If I sell this mirror, will you be able to pay off the money you owe? Sell the mirror? Li Wanyu was stunned and then shook his head firmly. Changqing, put these things away. We won't sell any of them. I believe we can earn back the money, but the memories of the past can never be found again if we sell them. His words made Su Changqing silent for a long time. Then she nodded silently and carefully put away all the things on the bed. These small things might not be eye-catching in modern society, and they were very common. But for the two young people who accidentally transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, these were unforgettable memories. Su Changqing even had a trace of extravagant hope in her heart. Maybe she didn't know when she would open her eyes and transmigrate back. However, when she looked at Li Wanyu, her heart grew hazy and uncertain. In the future, Li Wanyu was indeed dead. Would he be able to return home? Yes, go home. Until now, the two of them, including Li Wanyu, had not regarded the Tang dynasty as their home. Modern society was their home. After a long silence, Li Wanyu smiled and reached out to take Su Changqing's wallet. Forget about the other things. This wallet is the most useless thing. Haha, let me see how much money you have. He winked at Su Changqing mischievously and was about to open Su Changqing's wallet. But just as he opened it a crack, Su Changqing whispered and snatched his wallet back. "Don't look." Su Changqing's face was a little abnormal, with a trace of shame and anger. Li Wanyu was speechless. "If you don't want to look, then don't look. Why are you so fierce?" However, the moment the wallet was opened, his sharp eyes saw a photo in the wallet. It seemed to be his previous life. There was a photo of him in the beautiful boss's wallet. Li Wanyu was a little surprised. Did Su Changqing really like him? Thinking about it carefully, the beautiful boss seemed to treat him differently. Although she made him work overtime for a long time, she would always work overtime with him. There were so many colleagues in the office, but only he and the beautiful boss often worked overtime in the office at night. And every time after working overtime at night, Su Changqing would drive him home. Although it was very deceptive that he lost his life because of the beautiful boss's car, and his soul went to the Tang dynasty. But Li Wanyu thought that the beautiful boss's car had never been taken by another colleague. Could it be that the beautiful boss was interested in him? He looked at Su Changqing, whose face was a little red, with a playful gaze. The beautiful boss's neck stiffened. "What are you looking at? Don't think too much. I put your photo in my wallet because the master told me that you died because of me. In order to not be haunted by the ghosts, I have to put your photo with me for 49 days. "Yes, that's right, that's it." The beautiful boss pretended to be calm and explained, but Li Wanyu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Then the master you found is not reliable. He sent me to the afterlife, but you sent yourself to me, haha." Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. Su Changqing, who was angry out of shame, reached out and pinched him hard. "Okay, I won't joke with you." The two laughed for a while, and Li Wanyu said seriously, "Put these things away carefully. Don't let others see them. These things are all great things in the Tang dynasty. I'm afraid that money will move people's hearts and attract people to peep." Su Changqing knew this and nodded and put away the modern things. "Changqing, I've helped you with your household registration. Now you're my distant cousin. You came to me because your family is in trouble. Remember it clearly." "Got it, little cousin. How am I little? Have you seen it?" Li Wanyu couldn't help but joke. "Bah, you little dirty turtle." Chapter 18. Haha, it's good to be a turtle. It can live a long life, Li Wanyu said with a smile. "By the way, I gave this house to the county government according to our agreement. County Magistrate Yang took good care of me and paid off the debt of 80,000 yuan. Paid off 80,000 yuan? He's a good man. Su Changqing heard from Li Wanyu that the house was only worth 50,000 yuan. Since he paid off an extra 30,000 yuan, he obviously took good care of Li Wanyu. Su Changqing's words made Li Wanyu laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Su Changqing asked, puzzled. "Haha, Changqing, are you going to recognize that County Magistrate Yang is your godfather?" "Oh, what godfather? It sounds so bad." Su Changqing thought Li Wanyu meant godfather in the future, so he spat at him. "Haha, if you don't want others to misunderstand, don't call him Lord in the future," Li Wanyu said with a sneaky smile. Su Changqing blinked in confusion and asked with dissatisfaction, "What do you mean? Don't they call him that in the TV series?" In the Great Tang, my lord refers to one's father. If you call someone else County Magistrate Yang Lord, what do you think others will think? "Ah," Su Changqing exclaimed softly and covered his mouth. Remember, when you meet a county magistrate, just call him by his surname and official position. If you don't know his official position, just call him Duke. Su Changqing nodded repeatedly, rejoicing in his heart that he had Li Wanyu by his side to teach him, and his gaze towards Li Wanyu carried a trace of tenderness. After having a simple lunch with Su Changqing, Li Wanyu took the old butler Li Heng to the county government to deal with a land transfer contract. Because the house was short of money, the cattle and horses had been sold out. Li Wanyu didn't pretend to be pretentious. He walked with Li Heng to the county government. When they arrived at Cross Street, they saw that there was a huge crowd in front of them. It was even livelier than the New Year. Li Wanyu was curious, so he squeezed into the crowd with Li Heng to see what was going on. After squeezing through the crowd with great difficulty, he saw a monk sitting cross-legged by the roadside with his eyes closed, not saying a word. Beside the monk, there were a few old men who were talking to the monk. "It's them?" The ones who were talking to the monk were the clan leader and several elders of the Li clan of Hu County. What was going on? Out of curiosity, Li Wanyu asked the crowd what had happened, but the answer he received surprised him. It turned out that this monk had been meditating here for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not move at all and did not eat or drink. Although it was already early spring in February, the temperature at night was still very low. Many people were worried that the monk would freeze to death on the street. But after 3 days, the monk's face was glowing red, and his breathing was even. He was safe and sound. In 3 days, the news had spread throughout Hu County. Other than Li Wanyu, who was in seclusion and didn't know anything, the people of Hu County all thought of this monk as a senior monk. Some people even began to burn incense and kowtow to the monk. Today, as the crowd was discussing the monk, the clan leader and several elders of the Li clan happened to pass by. After hearing the news, they were very surprised and came to take a look. When the monk saw the elders arrive, he, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted, "Do you know that a great disaster is imminent?" His sudden outburst scared the few elders, and they quickly asked the monk why he said that. But after the monk shouted those words, he closed his eyes again and didn't say a word. This made the clan leader and several elders anxious. They wanted to leave, but they didn't dare to. They kept asking the monk why. When Li Wanyu arrived, he saw the elders of the Li clan surrounding the monk and talking nonstop, hoping to get an explanation. The onlookers were also discussing in whispers. The monk said that a calamity will befall these old men. Looks like it's not far from the truth. I recognize these people. They are the clan leader and elders of the Li clan of Hu County. TSK. I'm afraid the monk's words are true. Why do you say that? Do you know that the Li clan leader's family has been involved in a murder case recently? The man said mysteriously. The people around him quickly asked him, but he didn't say anything. Is this monk really that amazing? He even knows about this. Isn't that right? This monk is amazing. He didn't eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Which normal person can do that? Yeah, the weather is so cold now. I feel cold even when I sleep with a thick blanket. I thought that this monk would either starve to death or freeze to death here. Who knew that after 3 days, he was still fine? It's really amazing. Sure, you guys don't talk nonsense. What monk? Call him master. He's an enlightened monk. A devout follower immediately corrected them. He even put his palms together and bowed to the monk. When Li Wanyu heard these discussions, he thought to himself, could there really be an enlightened monk? He didn't believe in any god, Buddha, or religion. But since he could even encounter something like transmigration, and his beautiful boss fell into his bathtub for no reason, then it wasn't impossible for there to be an enlightened monk. The group of elders begged the monk for a long time before the monk slowly opened his eyes and chanted, Amit Ba, poor monk has already revealed the secret of heaven. How can I say anything more? Elders, there's no need to say anything more. Leave quickly. Master, please be merciful and show us the way. The old patriarch and the elders were unwilling to leave. Although they were skeptical of the monk's words, they didn't dare to be careless at this time. The monk glanced at them and chanted, Amit Ba. It's not that poor monk isn't willing to help. It's just that your troubles are too big. Poor monk can't help. Master, please be merciful. Fine, this penniless monk will speak frankly. You have been haunted by ghosts recently. I'm afraid your lives are in danger, the monk said calmly. The old patriarch and the elders' faces stiffened when they heard this. They asked in horror, Master, what ghosts? Is there a way to resolve it? Although they were skeptical, they were still afraid when the monk said that they were haunted by ghosts. Amit Ba, it's fate that we met. Poor monk will help you this time. Whether it succeeds or not depends on your luck. After the monk finished speaking, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He rubbed his palms together. Buddha's palm, the monk shouted. A blue flame suddenly ignited between his palms and covered the monk's hands. This change scared the surrounding people into an uproar. Many believers knelt down and kowtowed to the monk when they saw this magical spell. Seeing this, Li Heng's legs couldn't help but go soft. He wanted to kneel down as well, but he was pulled back by Li Wanyu. Lang Jun, this is an eminent monk. You can't be rude. What's the hurry? Let's wait and see. Li Wanyu almost laughed when he heard the words Buddha's palm. The image of a beggar holding a tattered martial arts manual quickly appeared in his mind. Wow, that's amazing. Do you know that there's a spiritual light shooting out from the top of your head? You're so young, and yet you've already trained your muscles and bones. You're really a rare martial arts genius. If one day you open up your conception and governing vessels, won't you soar into the sky? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'll leave the task of punishing evil to you. Okay? I have a manual here. It's fated to be with you. The original price is 1380 yuan. I'll sell it to you for 10 yuan. Chapter 19. While Li Wanyu was hiding in the crowd to watch the show, an ox cart came to his side. An old man walked down from the ox cart with the help of an old servant. The old man was dressed plainly, and the ox pulling the cart was also an old ox. It seemed like the old man was not from a wealthy family. The old man looked very timid. He whispered to Li Wanyu, "Xiaolang, what happened here? Why are there so many people gathered here?" Li Wanyu saw that it was an old man and bowed respectfully. He whispered to the old man what he knew. In the end, he said, "Old man, don't worry and watch. That monk definitely can't do anything to the little ghost." "Oh, why does Xiaolang say that?" Buddha said that I can't say, so I can't say." "Old man, just continue watching." The old man looked at Li Wanyu in surprise. He did not say anything and looked carefully at the monk. In the crowd, the monk's hands were burning with blue flames. It was very scary. The Li clan leader and elders beside him could not help but take a few steps back. The surrounding crowd also let out all sorts of exclamations. The old man beside Li Wanyu also had a look of fear on his face. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such a miraculous scene. The old man could not help but put his palms together and silently recited Buddhist scriptures. The monk did not seem to feel burned at all. He stood up and used his burning palms to strike the elders with various mysterious palm techniques. Not long after, the flames on the monk's hands slowly extinguished. He sat down again and sighed while reciting Buddhist scriptures. The old clan leader and elders who were originally skeptical no longer had any doubts in their hearts. They believed in this miraculous monk to the extreme. Seeing that the monk had sat down again, they gathered again and hurriedly asked, "Master, did you help us drive away the little ghost?" "Amipa, Sai, I don't have enough mana. I used all my power but still could not succeed," the monk said sadly. The monk's words made the elders panic. Even such a powerful monk couldn't do anything to the little ghost. Wouldn't they be doomed? In a panic, all the elders, including the old patriarch, knelt down before the monk and begged him to save their lives. This scene caused another round of discussion among the onlookers. The Li clan is finished. Even an enlightened monk can't do anything to the little demon. They're dead for sure. You have to stay away from the Li clan. Don't let that brat harm you. Bah, it must be that the Li clan has done too many bad things and suffered retribution. The person who said that the Li clan leader's family had a murder case spat on the ground. Be careful with your words. The Li clan of Hu County is a relative of the royal family. Li Wanyu couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard the discussions of the crowd. The elder beside him looked at Li Wanyu in surprise. Thinking of how Li Wanyu said that the monk couldn't drive away the little ghost, he couldn't help but be curious. Xiaolang is right. How did Xiaolang know? Li Wanyu smiled. I guessed. The old man couldn't help but glance at him from the corner of his eyes when he heard those perfunctory words. Li Wanyu suddenly thought of something. He squeezed past the person who said that the Li clan leader's family had a murder case and whispered a few words into his ear. The person first shook his head, then hesitated for a moment and whispered a few words to Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu thanked the man, then turned around and continued to stand outside the crowd to watch the show. The elder had been curiously watching Li Wanyu's every move. Seeing him return, he asked in a low voice, "Xiaolang, what did you ask? Can you tell me a thing or two?" Li Wanyu grinned at the elder. Buddha says, I can't say. This sentence again. The elder's curiosity was piqued, but he was almost angered to death by this sentence. The old servant beside him glared and was about to reprimand Li Wanyu, but the elder waved his hand to stop him. The elder and the youth continued to stand in the crowd and watch, but the monk closed his eyes again and didn't say a word. The Li clan leader and the other elders could only plead. After seeing this miraculous scene with their own eyes, they now completely believed the monk's words. After a long time, the monk sighed again. Amipa, forget it. Poor monk will use 10 years of cultivation to fight this little demon for you. The monk ordered someone to bring a bucket of water and a piece of white paper. Immediately, a servant of the Li clan ran away and returned with a bucket of water and a piece of white paper. Seeing that the monk was going to fight with the little demon on the street, more and more people gathered to watch. After all, Li Wanyu was only 16 years old and thin. He was almost squeezed out of the crowd by the onlookers. He turned around and saw the old man's ox cart. Rolling his eyes, he persuaded the old man that there were too many people here, so it was better to stand on the cart and watch. The old man smiled and nodded. With the help of his servant and Li Wanyu, he slowly got on the cart again. Li Wanyu tried to get close to the old man and wanted to climb onto the ox cart to watch, but he was stopped by the old man. Xiaolang, you can't get on old me's cart. Li Wanyu was dumbfounded. Why is that? Buddha says, can't say, haha. The old man laughed like a naughty child who succeeded in a prank. Li Wanyu was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. The old man was taking revenge on him. Li Wanyu smiled and rubbed his nose. He looked around. At this moment, both sides of the street were full of people. Even the walls were full of people. Where could he find a place to watch the show? Li Wanyu looked pitifully at the old man who was standing on the cart and watching the show. The old man couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. He beckoned him to get on the cart. The old man and the young man stood side by side on the cart. The old man couldn't help but scold. Xiaolang, you must be honest. These words made Li Wanyu dazed. He almost wanted to ask the old man if he had also transmigrated. Are you a fan of Teacher Gua? Li Wanyu smiled and cupped his hands at the old man. He didn't say anything and continued to watch the crowd. He saw the monk murmuring Buddhist scriptures. Not long after, he looked at the old patriarch and said, "The little devil has a grudge with you. Only you can resolve it. I can only help." His words made the old patriarch of the Li clan tremble. He couldn't help but kowtow. Master, save me. Master, please teach me what to do. I won't hesitate to ask how much money you need. What does a monk need those things for? The monk looked like an enlightened monk. Poor monk has a 5-color rope passed down by Buddha. I'll lend it to you. After saying that, the monk took out a long 5-colored rope and placed it on the ground in a circle. He signaled the old man to stand in the circle. This is a 5-colored rope passed down by Buddha. It can be used to ward off diseases and get rid of ghosts. It can't be burned unless it's the 3 true flames. After I light up this 5-colored rope, I can protect you and you won't have to worry about the little devil. The old patriarch was skeptical, but he stepped into the circle of ropes. Chapter 20. The monk used fire to ignite the colorful rope on the ground. After the colorful rope started to burn, he said, "Stretch out your hands." The old patriarch stretched out his trembling hands, but the monk took out his alms bowl and signaled the Li clan's servant to bring him a bowl of water. After the water was brought, the monk chanted a sutra and made the old patriarch put his hands into the alms bowl to wash them. After the old patriarch took out his wet hands from the alms bowl, the monk shouted, "The evil fate between you and the little demon has gathered in your hands." Quickly slapped the paper. He pointed at the white paper that the Li clan's servant had brought and signaled the old patriarch to slap it with both hands. As the old patriarch's hands slapped the paper, his body trembled even more. The Li clan's elders could not help but take a few steps back. The crowd of onlookers exclaimed in surprise and retreated one after another. Li Wanyu and the old man on the ox cart saw clearly that there were 2 bloody handprints on the white paper. Bright red blood was flowing down the handprints. Is there really a vengeful spirit? The old man opened his eyes wide and muttered to himself in disbelief. The monk took the white paper with the bloody handprints and threw it into the bucket filled with water. The monk made the demon's subduing seal with his right hand covering his right knee and his fingers touching the ground to show that he was subduing the demons. He chanted a sutra and his hand moved above the bucket. However, to everyone's surprise, the water in the bucket suddenly emitted a thick smoke, followed by sparks. With a boom, the water in the bucket splashed everywhere. This sudden explosion caused the crowd to exclaim again. More people knelt down and kowtowed to the monk. The old man beside Li Wanyu put his palms together and kept chanting Buddhist sutras to suppress the shock in his heart. The monk was indifferent, as if he had done something insignificant. He bent down and picked up the burning, colorful rope and extinguished the flame. Everyone was surprised to find that the colorful rope was intact, and there was no trace of it being burned. Treasure. It's really a Buddhist treasure. As expected, only the 3 true flames can destroy this treasure. Ordinary flames are completely ineffective. Master, you just said that this colorful rope can ward off diseases and get rid of ghosts. It must be an incredible treasure. Great Master, have the little ghosts that pestered us been executed? The old patriarch was concerned about the little ghosts that pestered him. That's right, the little ghost has been released from purgatory. You can leave now. The monk didn't say much. He sat cross-legged on the side of the street and closed his eyes to rest. Thank you for saving my life, Grandmaster. The Li clan's patriarch felt his body, and sure enough, he felt a bit lighter. He then looked at the 5-colored rope in the monk's hand, his eyes filled with greed. Grandmaster, may I ask if you can lend the treasure to old me for a look? The monk was not pretentious and directly handed the 5-colored rope in his hand to him. The old patriarch held the 5-colored rope in his hand, and all the elders gathered around to examine it carefully. It looked like an ordinary multicolored rope, but it was made of green, red, yellow, white, and black threads. However, it was so magical that it could not be destroyed by fire. What a treasure! Ward off diseases and get rid of ghosts. Immune to fire and water. It's really a Buddhist treasure. An elder suddenly whispered, Patriarch, if you leave this treasure in our Li clan or offer it to His Majesty. He didn't finish his sentence, but all the elders understood what he meant. Their eyes were filled with greed. Master, this old man has a presumptuous request. Can you transfer this 5-colored rope to my Li clan so that we can worship it day and night, so that we can feel the mercy of Buddha and the boundless Dharma of Buddha? The old patriarch raised his request to the monk. No, this is a gift from Buddha. How can it be given to others? The monk directly refused. Besides, poor monk still needs this 5-colored rope to display the power of Buddha. It can't be lost. The old patriarch looked at the 5-colored rope in his hand, his heart filled with reluctance. An elder suddenly asked, Great Master, may I ask how much gold is needed to cast Buddha's golden body? Our Li clan is willing to donate it to the Great Master. His words made the eyes of the old patriarch and the other elders brighten. That's right, if the monk wanted to cast Buddha's golden body, wouldn't he need gold? Using gold to exchange for this 5-colored rope was not a loss. Gold was easy to obtain, but this immortal treasure was hard to come by. Yes. How much gold does the Great Master need? Our Li clan is willing to donate it. We only ask that the Great Master bestow this 5-colored rope. The words of the elders made the monk hesitate. He asked with uncertainty, to cast Buddha's golden body, it requires 1,000 taels of gold. Are you willing to give it? The monk's words made the elders gasp. 1,000 taels of gold, 6,000 strings of coins, 6 million taels of gold. This was an astronomical figure. The conversation between the Li clan's elder and the monk also made the crowd gasp. Everyone coveted treasures, but 1,000 taels of gold immediately made everyone's eyes widen. Li Wanyu was also stunned. This monk's appetite was too big. He only owed 2 million taels of gold, yet the monk asked for 1,000 taels of gold. Even if the Li clan sold themselves, they still wouldn't be able to afford it. Li Wanyu calculated that the Li clan could only take out 2 to 3 million taels of gold, not including the fields and servants. This also included the 170 taels of gold that they extorted from him yesterday. The elder beside him also let out a long sigh. It was unknown whether he was regretting that he had no fate with such an immortal treasure, or sighing at the monk's offer of 1,000 taels of gold. Great Master, our Li clan really can't afford 1,000 taels of gold. Yes, great master. Even those aristocratic families in Chong and wouldn't be able to take out so much gold, right? The old patriarch hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Great master, our Li clan is willing to give 200 taels of gold in exchange for this 5-colored rope. Please help us. The monk slowly opened his eyes and whispered the name of Buddha. Amitabha. Monks don't care about the amount of gold. They only want to cast Buddha's golden body. Fine, since we're fated to meet, I'll give this 5-colored rope to you. Many thanks, great master. Many thanks. Great master, please wait for a moment. This old me will immediately send someone to fetch the gold. The old patriarch was overjoyed and immediately expressed his thanks. He was afraid that the monk would go back on his word, so he pulled over a few servants and ordered them to immediately fetch the gold. Seeing that the monk had really given the immortal treasure, the 5-colored rope, to the Li clan, the surrounding residents of Hu County began to discuss spiritedly. Some felt that the monk wasn't worth it, some envied the Li clan's good luck, and some felt indignant that the heavens were unfair. The old man beside Li Wanyu also had a solemn expression. He stroked his beard and seemed to be thinking about something. However, when Li Wanyu saw that the Li clan had actually bought the 5-colored rope for 200 taels of gold, his smile grew even wider. He looked around and saw a tofu shop on the side of the street. He excused himself from the old man, jumped off the ox cart, and ran straight into the shop. Not long after, Li Wanyu mysteriously ran out of the shop and climbed back onto the ox cart. Chapter 21. Not long after, the Li clan servants came back with 200 taels of gold. The old clan leader's face was pained as he counted the gold and gave it to the monk. The dazzling gold caused the surrounding people to exclaim. Not many people had seen so much gold with their own eyes. Li Wanyu looked up. Other than dozens of gold ingots, the rest of the gold was not uniform. There were gold leaves, gold pieces, and even gold jewelry. Obviously, the 170 taels of gold ingots were extorted from him by these shameless old men yesterday. The remaining 30 taels of gold were the Li clan stockpile. 200 taels of gold was not heavy. During the Tang dynasty, 16 taels of gold was 1 jin. 200 taels of gold was only 12 or 13 jin. The monk did not count them. He looked at the gold and whispered a Buddhist mantra. Then he put the gold into the alms pouch. The old clan leader had been holding the magical, colorful rope tightly in his hand. Now that the monk put away the gold, he sighed in relief. Thank you for giving it to me. May I know your Buddhist name? Where are you going to help the Buddha build his golden body? When the Buddha's golden body is completed, we will go burn incense and thank the Buddha. Poor monk is a righteous monk. Xinghua Temple in Dukkha Town, Chang'an County, the monk replied. He stood up and put his palms together. Amitabha, poor monk will take his leave. Take care, righteous master. The Li clan's elders were very happy. They bowed respectfully and sent the monk off. Seeing the monk leave without looking back, there was no more drama to watch. The surrounding people started to talk and then dispersed. The originally crowded cross street quickly became quiet again. The elders who were still admiring the colorful rope finally noticed Li Wanyu standing on the ox cart. The old clan leader curled his lips in disdain. Li Jiaxiaolang, you kept your promise. Let's go. This Olmi has been waiting for you for a long time. Now go to the county government to sign the land transfer contract. Let's go, let's go. After we finish, we will drink 100 cups to celebrate. Today is a big day for the Li clan. It's worth celebrating. A group of elders stared at the colorful rope on the old patriarch's hand with fervent eyes, wishing that they could tie it on their own hands right now. Haha, what a pity. Li Jiaxiaolang was removed from the imperial clan yesterday. Otherwise, such a treasure could have protected you from all kinds of diseases. You wouldn't have died so early like your dead father. An elder couldn't help but ridicule. Avoid diseases, get rid of ghosts, and be immune to diseases and plagues. Do you think anyone deserves to have such a treasure? Yesterday, we were expelled from the imperial clan. Today, our Li clan obtained such a treasure. It can only be said that this is the will of the heavens. Senior Patriarch is right. Huh, Our Li clan should be blessed by our ancestors for having such a fortunate encounter. A group of Li clan elders continuously ridiculed Li Wanyu in front of him. Yesterday, Li Wanyu's attitude had made them very dissatisfied. Now that they had obtained such a treasure, they could use this opportunity to teach this young man the meaning of regret. The elder beside Li Wanyu frowned when he heard the elder's unscrupulous words. He looked at Li Wanyu with pity in his eyes. What colorful rope! Is it that amazing? Li Wanyu disdainfully jumped down from the ox cart. I also have one. Haha, clan leader, did you hear that? Li Jia Xiaolang said he also has one. What a joke. What does he think this treasure is? Is it a vegetable from the fields? Li Jia Xiaolang, if your family had such a treasure, why did your father die of illness? Why have you been plagued with illness for so long? Haha, Li Wanyu didn't get angry. He directly raised his arm. His wide sleeve slid down, revealing the colorful rope wrapped around his wrist. Do you see? Do you think I would lie to you? This colorful rope was accidentally obtained by my father. He didn't know how to use it, so he missed the opportunity to recover. I only understood the use of this colorful rope when I was on the verge of death. Otherwise, how could I still be standing here talking to you? Li Wanyu spoke as if it was natural, but Li Heng was puzzled. The colorful rope tied around his Longjuan's wrist, no matter how he looked at it, looked like the one that Perrin, that little maid, had tied around Li Wanyu's wrist in order to pray for him when he was seriously ill. Was this a treasure? Li Heng shook his head. If this was a treasure, then wouldn't that little maid, Perrin, be a fairy? Li Wanyu's words made the elders hesitate. That's right, Li Jia Xiaolang was seriously ill and on the verge of death a few days ago. They heard that Li Heng had already prepared for his funeral. How could he have recovered when they saw him yesterday? How could they know that the real Li Wanyu had indeed died of illness and went to find his dead father? And ever since Li Wanyu's soul crossed over into his body, for some unknown reason, his body miraculously recovered. One of the elders hesitated for a moment before asking, "This colorful rope is impervious to fire and water. Naturally, it is the same as the monk's rope." Li Heng, bring me a match. Li Wanyu removed the colorful rope from his wrist and hung it on the door knocker by the roadside. He blew on the match and set the colorful rope on fire. The elders of the Li clan, Li Heng, and the elder beside Li Wanyu all looked on in amazement. The colorful rope on the door knocker burned for a long time, but it didn't show any signs of burning. Li Wanyu extinguished the flame on the colorful rope and picked it up. It was as good as new. This is actually a divine object. Li Jia Xiaolang actually has such a divine object. No wonder when I saw Li Jia Xiaolang a few days ago, he was already terminally ill and didn't seem to have much time left. Now he can recover. So it's like this. They originally thought that Li Wanyu was just a young man talking big, but now they saw with their own eyes that the colorful rope on his wrist was impervious to fire. In addition to Li Wanyu's miraculous recovery, the elders were convinced that the colorful rope on his wrist was really a divine object. It was the same as the divine object they had just exchanged for 200 taels of gold. The elder beside Li Wanyu couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself that a young man was indeed a young man. How could he show such a divine object to others so easily? He still didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. Sure enough, after confirming that the colorful rope on Li Wanyu's hand was also a divine object, the elders of the Li clan revealed greed in their eyes. They looked at each other, and one of the elders couldn't help but say, "Li Jia Xiaolang, why is this colorful rope in your hands? The clan lent it to your master to treat his illness. Why haven't you returned it to the clan?" This was clearly blackmail. Li Heng, who had been stunned by the previous scene, immediately said angrily, "Nonsense! How could the clan have lent it to the old master? This is..." He was just about to say that the little maid Perrin had woven it herself, but Li Wanyu stopped him and didn't let him say it. "Elders, you said that my master borrowed it. Do you have a written proof?" At that time, we saw that he was seriously ill and didn't care so much. However, the elders can testify to this. That's right. Now it should be returned to its rightful owner." The other elders also spoke in support. Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. He laughed so happily. Chapter 22. As expected, these Li clan elders were still as greedy and shameless as ever. Li Wanyu had already anticipated this and replied with a smile, "Words are no proof. If you want to take away my family's treasure with empty words, I advise you all to give up. Li Han, let's go. They are still waiting for us to go to the county yamen and transfer the land to them." Li family's little boy wait. How could these elders be willing to let him go? They directly blocked his path. What? You want to rob me in broad daylight? Li Wanyu glared and pretended to be angry. Li Jia Xiaolang, this item is indeed the property of my Li clan. Why do you have to take it for yourself? If you want to take the treasure, you will have to step over my dead body. One of the elders wanted to take advantage of his seniority and directly laid down at Li Wanyu's feet, ignoring the mud on the ground. Olmi will fight you to the death if you don't return the treasure. Even if we go to the county yamen to file a lawsuit, my Li clan won't let you go. The group of elders threatened the young man. The elder beside Li Wanyu couldn't help but want to speak, but he was stopped by the old servant beside him. "Master, you can't get involved in this matter. I just learned that the Li clan in Hu County is a relative of the imperial family. Even if the saint personally came, so what?" The elder glared and shook off the old servant's hand. The saint mentioned by the elder was the current emperor. The word emperor was only used in writing. No one would call the emperor this way. Saint, master, and everyone were all titles for the emperor. However, in front of the emperor, people would still call him His Majesty. This elder was also a person who abhorred evil. Even though he was 70 years old and rarely seen since ancient times, he was unwilling to stand by and do nothing when he saw such injustice. But before the old man could say anything, the old leader of the Li clan stepped forward and said to Li Wanyu with a pleasant expression, "Li Jia Xiaolang, don't blame your grandfathers for acting this way. This divine item indeed belongs to the Li clan and should be returned to its rightful owner. However, this old man will not force you to give it to me. How about an exchange?" Li Wanyu secretly rolled his eyes. "Do you really think I'm a child? A bunch of elders are playing the bad cop, and you're playing good cop? Fine, let's see what you have to say." He didn't say anything and just pretended to be dumb as he looked at the old patriarch. "How about 100 mu of farmland in exchange?" When the old patriarch said this, Li Wanyu almost laughed out of anger. This old fox had a good plan. Using the 100 mu of farmland that he was going to transfer to the clan in exchange for his things, did he have any shame? That's inappropriate. Previously, you exchanged 200 taels of gold with the righteous path masters. Why are you only offering 100 mu of farmland now? The old man beside Li Wanyu couldn't bear it anymore. Afraid that Li Wanyu would agree in a moment of confusion, he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Who are you, sir?" Seeing that the old man was much older than him, the old patriarch was unhappy, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Just a passerby. This is a matter of the Li clan. Sir, please do not interfere." Seeing that the old man wasn't willing to reveal his identity, the old patriarch naturally didn't give him any face. "Oh, this Xiaolang is a member of the Li clan?" the old man asked. The old patriarch was momentarily speechless. He and the others had just removed Li Wanyu's name from the family register yesterday. Now, that Li Wanyu was a member of the Li clan, he naturally couldn't accept it. This is the divine item that his father borrowed from the Li clan. Naturally, it should be returned. Now that the old patriarch is kind and benevolent, he is willing to exchange 100 mu of farmland for it. What's wrong with that? The old man beside him immediately chimed in. That's right. Moreover, the 5-colored rope that we exchanged with the righteous path masters is about 6 feet long, while Li Jia Xiaolang's rope is only 4 or 5 inches long. How can it compare? The old man was infuriated by their unreasonable pestering. Do you think this is buying cloth? How could treasures be calculated by length? He also didn't want to waste his breath on this group of old fogies. In a clear voice, he said to Li Wanyu, "Xiaolang, if you really want to sell it, then sell it to the old me. The old me will also give you 200 taels of gold." As soon as he said this, the Li clan elders and Li Wanyu were all dumbfounded. "No, This belongs to the Li clan. How can it be sold to someone else? That's right. The patriarch is willing to exchange 100 mu of farmland with you. This is already benevolent and benevolent. Li Jia Xiaoling, you must not make a mistake. The Li clan elders saw that the old man also wanted to offer 200 taels of gold. How could they let him buy it? They all began to clamor. Li Wanyu was also a bit surprised by the old man's words. He could only bow to the old man. Old man, thank you for your kindness. However, the 100 mu of farmland that the Li clan is talking about originally belonged to my family. This little one is unfilial. Before, when I agreed to return the family property to the clan, it is already too late for regrets. Since the clan is willing to use these fields to exchange, this little one can only agree. Please forgive me. After saying this, he turned to the Li clan elders and said, words are no guarantee. Write down a written agreement. Seeing that Li Wanyu actually agreed to the exchange, the Li clan elders were all overjoyed. They hurriedly agreed to his request. This kind of treasure was obtained without any effort. How could they not be happy? The elders were already thinking about how to maximize the benefits of these 2 5-colored ropes and let the Li clan of Hu County become an aristocratic family of the Tang dynasty. They found a pen and paper and wrote down a written agreement in front of Li Wanyu, stating that they were willing to use the 100 mu of farmland that Li Wanyu wanted in exchange for the 5-colored rope in his hands. With the written agreement written in black and white, the contract was completed. After the patriarch signed the agreement and handed it to him, Li Wanyu finally threw the 5-colored rope in his hands to them. Seeing that the 2 sides had completed the exchange, the old man could only helplessly sigh. What a waste. Xiaolang, why are you doing this? 100 mu of farmland is only worth 200 to 300,000 taels of gold. 200 taels of gold is 2 million taels of gold. You can buy 500 to 600 mu of farmland with that amount of gold. Hee, old man, a man whose heart is not content is like a snake try to swallow an elephant. When the world comes to an end, the mantis stalks the cicada. This little one is content. Li Wanyu laughed. A man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. When the world comes to an end, the mantis stalks the cicada. This sentence caused the old man to be slightly surprised. He repeated it a few times, and his eyes lit up. A man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Xiaolang, this old me still underestimated you. Li Wanyu didn't expect that the old man would agree with the comment saying that people in the future were used to. His small face reddened. Did he accidentally plagiarize again? Seeing the Li clan elders gathered around the patriarch to admire the 2 5-colored ropes, Li Wanyu smiled very brightly. He took out another 5-colored rope and handed it to the old man. Old man, this little one has another 5-colored rope. I'll give it to you as a gift to thank you for your protection today. He deliberately spoke very loudly, causing the Li clan elders to raise their heads in astonishment and look at the 5-colored rope in his hand. There was another 5-colored rope? Could it be that it was also a treasure that was impervious to fire and water, immune to diseases and plagues? Could it also be a treasure that could not be burned by the 3 true flames? The old man was also astonished. He pointed at the 5-colored rope in Li Wanyu's hand and was speechless for a long time. Li Wanyu laughed mischievously. He used the lighter in his hand to light the 5-colored rope and hung it on the door knocker by the side of the road. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, the 5-colored rope burned for a long time without breaking. Li Wanyu stepped forward to extinguish the flame. As expected, the 5-colored rope in his hand was still intact. Another divine object? Since when did this divine object become the same as the vegetables in the field? There was even a buy one get one free? Seeing that everyone was stunned, Li Wanyu took out another 5-colored rope and stuffed it into the old man's hand. Old man, this worthless thing. Take it back and burn it for your grandchildren to play with. Chapter 23. The elder was also confused by Li Wanyu's actions. He stared in disbelief at the multicolored rope that Li Wanyu had stuffed into his hand. These are all treasures that are impervious to fire and water. Li Heng was also shocked. He couldn't believe that his Lang Jun had taken out so many multicolored ropes. As for the group of Li clan elders, they were even stunned on the spot and speechless. Li Wanyu laughed. Ah, what treasure! I just bought it from a peddler. It's not worth much. I only bought it for 1 copper coin. What? The elder shook his head. Then why doesn't the fire burn it? Li Wanyu pointed at the tofu shop on the side of the road and smiled. These multicolored ropes have been soaked in the tofu shop's salt brine. They won't burn for a while. If you're interested, you can find any rope to try. This. The elder and Li Heng were both dumbfounded. The miraculous treasures from before were actually ordinary ropes that had been soaked in salt brine. The elder suddenly turned his gaze to the multicolored rope that the Li clan leader still held tightly in his hand. Could it be that the orthodox master, that monk's magic tricks are not bad? Li Wanyu looked at the multicolored rope in the elder's hand and laughed happily. Magic tricks? The orthodox master is a fake? I don't know if he's a fake monk, but his Buddha's palm is really just a magic trick. When they heard Li Wanyu's explanation, the Li clan's patriarch and elders were greatly shocked. One of the elders was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In a panic, he ordered the servants to send the fainted elder to a doctor. Then, the group of elders surrounded Li Wanyu. You, the Li clan elder, pointed a trembling finger at Li Wanyu, panting heavily. Since you knew that the monk was a fake, why didn't you expose him? Why would I expose him? Li Wanyu asked curiously. Do I know you all that well? How? How cruelly Jia Shaoling is. This old man will report you to the county yamen. That monk must be in cahoots with you to deceive my Li clan. What a joke. Almost all the people in the county saw what happened just now. How can you say that I'm in cahoots with the monks? You just swindled away 100 mu of land with that lousy rope. You still dare to deny it? Li Wanyu didn't argue and directly waved the contract in his hand at them. When did I lie to you? You're the ones who forced me to trade with you. It's written clearly in black and white. Don't slander me. Li Wanyu's words caused the Li clan leader and elders to freeze. Thinking about it carefully, this Li Wanyu really didn't say what kind of divine item his multicolored rope was, nor did he say what use it had. He only used words to mislead them. What a sharp tongue. This old man won't argue with you. Let's go to the county yamen and let Yang Mingfu make the decision. After realizing that they had been tricked, the monk who called himself Righteous Path did not continue to search. The group of elders dragged Li Wanyu back and insisted on going to the county yamen with him. Li Wanyu naturally wasn't afraid and didn't resist. He followed them to the county yamen. Li Heng was afraid that his Lang Jun would be bullied, so he trotted after them. Soon, only the old man and his old servant were left. Master, are we still going to the county yamen? Haha, of course. This Xiao Lang is interesting. We can't let those old bastards bully him. Yuda, bring the ox cart over. We're going to the county yamen. Yes. In the county yamen of Hu County, Yang Quan was admiring Li Wanyu's poem in his office. However, he heard the yamen runner report that the Li clan of Hu County had dragged Li Jia Shaoling to complain that Li Wanyu had colluded with others to cheat the Li clan of their money. Yang Quan couldn't help but be shocked. He had just returned from the Li clan in the morning. How could something like this happen so soon after noon? He ordered the yamen runner to call for the county magistrate. Yang Quan immediately held a court to interrogate the case. In the Tang dynasty, the county officials were made up of the county magistrate, the deputy, the registrar, and the county magistrate. The so-called one commander, three assistants referred to the county magistrate as the leader and the deputy, registrar, and county magistrate as his assistants. Needless to say, the county magistrate was equivalent to the county magistrate in the modern world. However, he had more power. The deputy was the deputy of the county magistrate and was equivalent to the deputy county magistrate. The registrar was equivalent to the secretary general of the county office in the modern world. The county magistrate was responsible for managing all the officials and arresting thieves. He was equivalent to the director of the county public security bureau in the modern world. Since the Li clan was accusing Li Wanyu of fraud, the county magistrate naturally had to participate in the investigation. In the main hall, the yamen runners stood on both sides. Yang Quan and the county magistrate took their seats. Li Wangyu and the elders of the Li clan stood in the main hall. Seeing the county magistrate begin the trial, Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Yang Quan and the county magistrate. Greetings to Yang Mingfu and county magistrate Fong. No need for formalities. Li Jia Shaoling, why did you and the elders of the Li clan make a scene in court? Yang Quan asked, puzzled. Before Li Wangyu could speak, the elders of the Li clan began to accuse him. Yang Mingfu, this Li Jia Shaoling is holding a grudge because the genealogy was removed. He colluded with others to deceive the clan and cheated us of 200 taels of gold and 100 mu of land. Yang Mingfu, please judge clearly and give justice to the Li clan. That's right. This little bastard used a broken rope to deceive us. It's really abominable. Yang Mingfu, please uphold justice. In broad daylight, he actually did such a thing. He deserves to be punished. Yang Zhuo was even more confused when he heard this. He exchanged a glance with the county magistrate, Fong Chun, and helplessly asked, Silence, what exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. Only then did the group of crying elders finally calm down. Then, the old patriarch told the story of how he was deceived by the monk, and how Li Wangyu swindled him out of 100 mu of fertile land. In the end, he presented the multicolored rope as evidence. Li Wangyu also presented the written agreement from the Li clan. Yang Quan couldn't help but shake his head when he heard such a ridiculous thing. Even though he had been an official for many years, he still couldn't figure out how the monk was able to do all this. He knew that if he was present, he would also be deceived. Li Jia Shaoling, do you know that monk? I don't know him, Li Wangyu said indifferently. Nonsense. If you don't know that monk, how do you know the secret of the multicolored rope? Yang Mingfu, you can't listen to this kid's nonsense. If he doesn't know the monk, how does he know that the monk is lying? Don't tell me that the 100 mu of land you cheated was also fake. Li Wangyu's words caused the elders to clamor again. Silence. Silence. Yang Quan angrily slammed the gavel on the table. This is a county inquest. No one is allowed to make a racket. Yang Quan finally managed to silence the elders with great difficulty. He continued to ask, Li Jia Shaoling, if you don't know the monk, how do you know that he is a swindler? Reporting to Yang Mingfu, I have already seen the monk's methods in books. They are only used to deceive ignorant people. However, that monk might not be a swindler. I think he might be a chivalrous warrior. Li Wangyu's answer angered the Li clan elders to clamor again. Yang Quan slammed the gavel on the table until it was about to break before they finally shut up. If there is any more noise, I will chase them out of the county office, Yang Quan angrily said. Then he turned to Li Wangyu and said, Li Jia Shaoling, tell me the details. Chapter 24. Li Wangyu glanced at the Li clan members from the corner of his eye and said loudly, Let's return to the Ming residence. As far as I know, this monk who calls himself righteous has been sitting on the main street of Hu County for 3 days. For the past 3 days, the monk didn't say a word and just sat there meditating. Today, when he saw the elders of the Li clan, he suddenly spoke. It's obvious that he's targeting the Li clan. Yang Quan nodded. He didn't know about the monk. The monk had been sitting on the main street for 3 days without eating or drinking. He had already caused a commotion in Hu County. Today, Yang Zhuo and Lu Xiao, the registrar, went to the Li residence. While riding on horseback, they saw the monk from afar. The two of them even sighed with emotion, saying that the monk was an eminent monk. They didn't expect that the Li clan would report to the officials that the monk was a swindler. Shaolang, do you know how the monk can be so energetic without eating or drinking for 3 days? County Lieutenant Fong asked curiously. Li Wangyu smiled. Did you notice the Arhut rosary beads around the monk's neck? Yes, they're Arhut rosary beads. County Lieutenant Fong thought about the monk and nodded. Arhut rosary beads are usually made up of 19 beads. 18 Arhut rosary beads and 1 ring bead. But I noticed that there were only 16 Arhut rosary beads around the monk's neck. When I looked carefully, the Arhut rosary beads around the monk's neck weren't made of metal or wood. Later, I remember that an ancient book recorded that a monk used ginseng and other herbs to make a pill the size of a walnut. Eating one pill would guarantee that you wouldn't need to eat for a day and wouldn't be afraid of the cold. Li Wanyu smiled and looked at Yang Quan. Ming House, what do you think? 3 less Arhut rosary beads? Could it be that the Arhut rosary beads around the monk's neck were made from ginseng? He secretly ate one every day, and that's why he didn't eat or drink for 3 days and was so energetic. Yang Quan immediately understood. That should be the case. Li Wanyu nodded and continued. I wonder if the Ming House has ever wondered why this monk insisted on going after the Li clan. There were quite a few merchants in Hu County, and the Li clan wasn't a particularly rich or powerful family. They only had a few assets in Hu County. Since this monk wants to cheat, why didn't he find someone else to do it? That's right. Why is that? When Li Wanyu said that, Yang Quan and Fong Chun both felt that there was a problem. To cheat the Li clan, they would only get 200 taels of gold. However, Yang Quan secretly thought that if it were any other merchant who had encountered such a scam, perhaps they would have agreed to the price of 1,000 taels of gold. Li Wanyu looked at the Li clan elders with disdain and sneered. If I'm not wrong, this monk is here to seek revenge for someone. Revenge? Why do you say that? Yang Quan didn't understand. However, the Li clan elders' faces paled. Ignoring Yang Quan's warning, they couldn't help but retort. Nonsense. The Li clan has always been kind to others. How do we have any enemies? This brat is spouting nonsense. What revenge? You clearly colluded with that monk to deceive us. Yang Mingfu, please uphold justice for us. We can't let people slander us and slander our Li family. If there's no explanation for this, we'll go to the imperial court and complain. You're spouting nonsense. You dare. The hall of the county yamen was once again in an uproar. Yang Quan was so angry that he almost wanted to call for the yamen runners to kick these old things out. After a few angry shouts, the group of elders finally shut their mouths. Yang Quan's face was green as he said to Li Wanyu, Xiao Lang, continue. Yes, because I saw that the monk set up a scam today, but I was curious as to why he chose the Li clan as his target. Thus, I asked around and found out about a scandal involving the Li clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of elders wanted to make a ruckus again. However, Yang Quan was already prepared. He directly ordered the yamen runners to kick out a noisy elder. This shocked the group of elders. Li Wanyu sneered and continued. Today on the street, someone in the crowd suddenly said that the Li clan was involved in a murder case some time ago. Thus, I asked him about it out of curiosity. At first, that person refused to say anything. Thus, I used a little trick. I got the whole story out of him. He didn't use a little trick. He was just deceiving that passerby. He said that he was from the county yamen. If he didn't, he would take him to the yamen. Only then did that person tell him the truth. However, Li Wanyu naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to tell Yang Quan this. What did you find out? Why didn't the county know that the Li clan was involved in a murder case? Yang Quan asked curiously. In the Li clan's residence, there was a maidservant named Hua Shan. Does the old patriarch still remember her? Li Wanyu looked at the old patriarch, only to see the old man's face turn pale. She was just a lowly maidservant who didn't follow the rules. She stole money from the residents and was caught by this old man. Originally, I only wanted to give her a light punishment. Who knew that the maidservant couldn't withstand the whip? She deserved to be beaten to death. The old patriarch argued. If that's the case, why didn't you report it to the county? Yang Quan asked in dissatisfaction. According to the Tang dynasty law, the punishment for beating a soldier to death was 1 year of apprenticeship, regardless of the severity of the crime. Those who killed on purpose, at a level. Those who killed on purpose, at a level. Those who killed on purpose, at a level. They will be disciples for 1.5 years. Intentional murder was a crime. Death by punishment and manslaughter were not guilty. Maidservants were like livestock. They were the personal property of the master. They were no different from cows, horses, pigs, and sheep. If intentional murder was committed, the punishment would be 1 year of imprisonment. The most serious punishment would be 1.5 years. However, the master had the right to punish the guilty servant. Even if the servant was accidentally beaten to death, the master wouldn't have to bear legal responsibility. Even so, the master still needed to report the matter to the county yamen. However, the death of the Li clan leader's maidservant, Hua Shang, was obviously concealed by the Li clan. Even so, Yang Quan could only reprimand at most. I'm afraid it wasn't stealing money. Li Wanyo's expression grew colder. During the golden age of the Tang dynasty, what he couldn't stand the most was treating people like livestock. Yang Mingfu, as far as I know, a few days ago, the maidservant named Hua Shang from Lai Hot obtained some money from somewhere and offered to buy herself and the Li clan leader. The Li clan leader agreed to give her 20 strings of coins in exchange for her freedom. Li Wanyu glared at the old clan leader. However, the Li clan leader became greedy after receiving the 20 strings of coins. He wasn't willing to let Hua Shang go. Instead, he wanted to sell her off. Thus, Hua Shang jumped into a well at night and committed suicide. Since then, she has been gone forever. I'm afraid that's why the monk went to the Li clan leader. What little ghost, vengeful spirit, and injustice resolved with a bucket? He must be referring to Hua Shang's suicide. Nonsense. Faced with Li Wanyo's accusation, the old clan leader pointed a trembling finger at him. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find the words to say. Li Wanyu stared into the Li clan leader's old eyes and said coldly, "Whether it's nonsense or not, let's ask Yang Mingfu and County Magistrate Fong to send bailiffs to retrieve Hua Shang's corpse. Then we'll know whether she died from being whipped or drowning." The Li clan leader became even more flustered and hurriedly corrected himself. Olmi remembered wrongly. That lowly maidservant lost her footing and fell into the water. Li Wanyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his incoherent words. However, he heard an angry roar from the entrance of the hall. What a Huxinli clan! Despicable, shameless, untrustworthy, and ungrateful for profit. You're a member of the imperial family in vain, a scoundrel. Chapter 25. Everyone in the hall looked at the entrance of the hall in shock. Li Wanyu saw the old man he had met by chance earlier walking into the courtroom with the help of the old servant. Before he could speak, Yang Quan hurriedly got down from his seat and ran to the old man. He bowed deeply and said, "Teacher, why are you here? Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." "Su Qing, there's no need to be so courteous. You can continue with the trial. This old man will listen to the trial from his side." Su Qing was Yang Quan's courtesy name. Yang Quan hurriedly asked the yamen runner to bring a soft stool for the old man. He respectfully invited the old man to sit before returning to his seat. The Li clan leader's expression turned ugly after being reprimanded by the old man. However, seeing the county magistrate being so respectful to the old man and even calling him teacher, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only pretend that he hadn't heard anything. Yang Quan didn't intend to introduce the old man to everyone. He slammed the gavel on the table and asked the Li clan leader, "Eunuch Li, is what Li Jiaxiaoling said true?" The Li clan leader hesitated for a moment before answering. There is indeed a servant girl called Hua Shang in the residence. She drowned herself in a well a few days ago. This has nothing to do with me. As for the ransom Li Jiaxiaoling mentioned, there is no such thing. It is pure nonsense. He firmly refused to admit that he had taken Hua Shang's ransom and didn't let her go. Neither Yang Quan nor Li Wanyu could do anything about this. After all, Li Wanyu had only heard it from a passerby and didn't have any evidence. In that case, regardless of why the servant girl committed suicide, this county magistrate believes that the monk has nothing to do with Li Jiaxiaoling. There is no evidence to accuse him of colluding with the monk, so there is no need to mention it again. The elders of the Li clan were unwilling, but saying that Li Wanyu colluded with the monks to deceive them was just to vent their anger. The Li clan leader was not satisfied and said, "Even if he did not collude with the monks, it is still a fact that he used a lousy rope to cheat the Li clan of 100 mu of fertile land." Li Jiaxiaoling, do you have an explanation? Yang Quan asked, replying to Yang Mingfu, "I didn't lie to them. They forced me to change. If you don't believe me, you can ask the old man beside you. Have I ever told you what kind of divine item my multicolored rope is? This old man can testify to this. Xiaoling definitely didn't say this to deceive others." The old man stroked his beard and laughed. "But but you said that your rope is impervious to fire and water. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Li clan leader hurriedly argued. Yeah, didn't you see it? My multicolored rope can't be broken. Li Wanyu spread out his hands and helplessly replied. Your lousy rope is like this because it has been soaked in salt brine. The old clan leader anxiously said. I didn't say it didn't exist. Wasn't that what I told you? Wasn't it the same when the monks sold it to you? I already said that my rope is the same as his. What's wrong with that? The Li clan leader was so angry that he was speechless. He could only cup his hands towards Yang Quan and say, Ming House, please make the decision. The Li family's 100 mu of fertile land should be returned to my Li clan. Yang Quan was a bit embarrassed. The Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the imperial family. Today, Li Wanyu used a lousy rope to trade for 100 mu of fertile land. This matter was difficult for him to deal with. From the bottom of his heart, Yang Quan was biased towards Li Wanyu. However, he couldn't help but consider the background of the Li clan of Hu County. Teacher, what do you think of this matter? Yang Quan respectfully asked the old man for guidance. Deal with it impartially and honorably. The old man only spat out these words before closing his eyes to rest and not saying anything else. However, the old man's attitude was already very clear. He didn't want him to yield because of the pressure from the Li clan of Hu County. Yang Quan bitterly smiled. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he made up his mind. With a pa sound, Yang Quan swept his gaze over the people in the hall. He picked up a brush and directly wrote down his verdict. Snatched the mouth of a swallow made of mud, sliced the head of an iron needle, scraped the face of a golden Buddha, searched carefully, but find nothing. 200 gold multicolored rope and 100 mu of fertile land in exchange for a treasure. One is willing to hit, and the other is willing to be hit. Black and white words. The contract has already been signed. To go back on your word like this, thank you for taking action. This verdict. Yang Quan was also a clever person. He directly wrote a limerick as his verdict. He directly mocked the Li clan's elders for snatching mud from the mouth of a swallow, scraping iron from the head of a needle, and scraping gold from the face of a Buddha. Since they were willing to use 200 taels of gold to exchange for the multicolored rope with a monk, then using 100 mu of fertile land to exchange for Li Wanyu's farmland was naturally a matter of one being willing to hit and the other being willing to be hit. To go back on their word after signing the contract. How could they do such a thing? After the Li clan's elders in the hall saw this unreasonable verdict, they all felt their faces turn red. Even with their thick skin, they still felt that this matter had caused them to lose face. They didn't dare to stay and make a ruckus. They simply cupped their hands and took their leave. They didn't dare to bring up the matter of fighting a lawsuit against Li Wanyu to get their farmland back. The Li clan of Hu County could be considered to have lost face. Not only were they cheated of 100 taels of gold by a swindler, but they were also ridiculed by Yang Quan. This slap to their old faces couldn't be described as not loud and clear. For the Li clan's elders who cared a lot about their reputation, this matter was even worse than death. However, Li Wanyu wasn't satisfied. Hua Shang's innocent death wasn't even explained, let alone punished. Regarding this matter, there was nothing he could do. However, he made a mental note of this matter. Li clan of Hu County, let's ride a donkey and read a songbook. Just wait and see. Many thanks for Yang Mingfu's protection. Seeing this, Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yang Quan. He only wanted to anger the group of greedy elders of the Li clan. As for whether or not he could get his farmland back, he didn't have much hope. Li Jia Xiaolang, there's no need to be overly courteous. Quickly come and greet my teacher. In Xing Guanglu Daifu, Hongwen Guan Scholar, Secret Supervisor Yu. Yang Quan smiled as he left the court and pulled Li Wanyu over to greet the elder. Secret Supervisor Yu? Li Wanyu knew that Secret Supervisor referred to an official position, the junior supervisor of the secretarial department. A name suddenly flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but become excited. Yu Shernan, one of the 4 great families of the early Tang dynasty. Yu Shernan. Looking at the aged elder, Li Wanyu was even more certain that this was the famous person of the ages, Yu Shernan. In the second year of Jingguan, Yu Shernan was already 71 years old. He submitted a petition to resign from his position, but Pai Lupi refused and promoted him to the crown prince's right concubine's son. Yu Shernan firmly refused and was promoted to junior supervisor of the secretarial department. Li Wanyu was extremely excited to be able to meet this famous person of the early Tang dynasty. Li Wanyu greets secret supervisor Yu. I have offended you before. Please forgive me. Li Wanyu respectfully bowed with his hands clasped in front of his chest. The county magistrate Fong Chunfong also hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Yu Shernan. Aha, Xiaolang, you didn't have this attitude before. This old man remembers that you said twice that you can't talk about the Buddha. Can you talk about it now? Yu Shernan laughed loudly and made fun of Li Wanyu. This made Li Wanyu very embarrassed. How could he have imagined that the old man sitting in the old ox cart was the famous Yu Shernan? Secret supervisor Yu, please don't blame me. Stinky brat, hurry up and tell this old man what method that monk used to create all those things. Yang Quan and the county magistrate Fong Chunfong were also very curious about this matter. To be able to deceive a group of old foxes, this monk's methods must be extraordinary. Li Wanyu rubbed his nose and smiled embarrassedly. He first explained to the old man the secret of how the monk could not eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Yu Shernan repeatedly sighed as he listened. As for the Buddha's palm, the white paper blood handprint, and the clear water explosion, it's actually not that mysterious. It's just to deceive a country bumpkin. Li Wanyu explained with a smile. Chapter 26. The Buddha's palm wasn't mysterious at all. It was just that the monk had covered his hands with flour in advance, and then secretly hid camphor powder, phosphorus powder, and sulfur powder in his sleeves. Once these 3 powders were on his hands, he would rub them hard, and they would ignite naturally. The monk's hands were protected by the flour, so they wouldn't be burned. All he had to do was extinguish the fire in time. The white paper and the bloody handprint wasn't complicated either. It was just soaking the paper in alkaline water and drying it under the sun. The monk's alms bowl must have contained turmeric water. When the Li clan leader patted the paper with his wet hands covered in turmeric water, it naturally turned red. It was just a simple acid and alkali reaction. Li Wanyu knew about this because he grew up in a village. When he was young, there were many gods and goddesses who deceived the villagers, and many villagers were deceived. Later, the government popularized scientific knowledge and got rid of superstitions. They used these deceptive examples to propagate in the village for a long time. Li Wanyu had a very deep impression of them. However, Li Wanyu knew the principle behind the water explosion, but he was also very curious about where the monk got the material. If he guessed correctly, the monk should have hidden a small piece of sodium metal in his hands. When it was thrown into a bucket, when people weren't paying attention, the sodium metal would explode under a chemical reaction when it came into contact with water. But this was the Tang dynasty. Where did the monk get the sodium metal? Li Wanyu couldn't figure it out. Li Wanyu didn't tell Yu Shernan and Yang Quan about the sodium metal. He only said that it was something that would explode if it was thrown into water. Yu Shernan didn't ask too much about it, but he thought for a while and asked, Xiaolang, if that's the case, there must be something wrong with the servant of the Li clan. He was the one who colluded with the monk. Li Wanyu laughed. Why do you say so? Secret supervisor Yu. Brat, do you think I'm old and blind? The white paper and the turmeric water in the monk's alms bowl were both obtained by the servant of the Li clan. If the monk didn't collude with him, how could he have done this? Secret supervisor Yu is wise. When Yang Quan heard this, he wanted to ask the bailiffs to go to Lai Hot to arrest them, but Li Wanyu stopped him. Yang Mingfu, can you investigate that maidservant called Hua Shang first? He wanted to see if she still had any family members. If his guess was correct, that monk must be related to her family. Why don't we figure out the whole story before arresting him? Li Wanyu felt that if what the passerby said was true, the monk might not be a bad person. He might as well be a chivalrous hero who fought for justice. Naturally, he was willing to exonerate the monk and hoped that he could get to the bottom of this matter. Yang Quan thought about it and nodded in agreement. He sent someone to find a registrar, Lu Xiao, to check the information left behind by the Li clan's maidservant, Hua Shang. Although slaves and servants could be bought and sold in the Tang dynasty, They needed to establish a file with the government and be included in the registry of the master. Soon, Lu Xiao came to the hall with the registrar. It turned out that Hua Shang's original name was Lin Chunhua. She was the daughter of a farmer in Hu County. 3 years ago, she sold herself to the Li clan leader as a maidservant. Yang Quan also ordered someone to find the village chief of the Lin family's village. After a round of questioning, everyone understood the whole story. Lin Chunhua originally had parents and an older brother. However, 3 years ago, her father passed away due to illness. Her mother was also seriously ill. Her older brother went out to do business and hadn't returned for many years. Out of desperation, in order to treat her mother's illness, Lin Chunhua sold herself as a slave and sold herself to the head of the Li clan for the price of 10 strings of coins. However, her mother couldn't be cured and passed away not long after. According to the village chief, not long ago, someone in the village saw Lin Chunhua's older brother, Lin Daniu. He seemed to have returned home from doing business. However, the house was already empty and Lin Daniu was nowhere to be seen. When Li Wanyu heard this, he seemed to understand where Hua Shang got the money to redeem herself. Presumably, her older brother, who hadn't returned for many years, found her and gave her the money to redeem herself. However, he didn't expect the Li clan leader to be so greedy. Not only was he not satisfied with the money, he even turned hostile and wanted to sell Hua Shang. In the end, Hua Shang committed suicide by jumping into a well. Li Wanyu wasn't the only one who thought of this. Yu Shernan and Yang Quan also thought of this. They couldn't help but sigh, secretly cursing the Li clan leader for being despicable. That monk must have heard of this matter and come to Hu County to scheme against the greedy Li clan leader. What about the Li clan's servant who colluded with the monk? Fang Chunfang asked, puzzled. Hua Shang sold herself. To be able to get the Li clan leader to pay 10 strings of coins, she must be beautiful. If I'm not mistaken, that servant must be in love with Hua Shang. That's why he colluded with an outsider to take revenge on her, Li Wanyu guessed. Yu Shernan and Yang Quan nodded in agreement with his conjecture. Are we still going to capture that servant? Fang Chunfang asked. Yang Quan thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Forget it. Let him go. Since the Li clan leader didn't report this matter to the authorities, there's no need to meddle. The Li clan leader only has himself to blame for this matter. He can't blame anyone else. Fang Chunfang nodded. He also felt that the Li clan leader in Hu County had gone too far. Seeing that the case was no longer being investigated, Fang Chunfang and Lu Xiao bid farewell and left. Li Wanyu also wanted to leave, but Yang Quan stopped him. Xiao Lang, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let your teacher see your poem. Yang Quan then said to Yu Shernan, Teacher, Li Jia Xiaoling wrote a poem today. It's a rare masterpiece. Please enjoy it. Oh, Xiao Lang can compose poems? Then I'll have to take a look. Yu Shernan glanced at Li Wanyu. He didn't think this young man could compose a good poem, but since his disciple said so, he had to give him some face. Yang Quan took out the poem he had been admiring for a long time from the inner room. He spread the paper on the table and said, Teacher, please take a look. Yu Shernan walked over to the table with the help of the old servant. He twirled his beard and looked at the poem. When he saw it clearly, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The great Peng rises with the wind, soaring up 90,000 li. Good poem, good poem. Xiao Lang, is this really your poem? Yu Shernan couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was so talented. Li Wanyu snickered in his heart. Poet immortal Li Tai Bai. How could a poem by a banished immortal not be good? In any case, he had already plagiarized it. His skin was thick enough, so he just nodded and admitted it. Ba, Li Tai Bai, Li Tai Bai, I don't know how many more poems I'll copy from you in the future. You should compose some other poems in the future. You're a banished immortal. You don't lack these few poems. Drink more wine, and you'll have all kind of poems. Yu Shernan saw Li Wanyu nod and admit that the poem was his, but he still didn't quite believe it. If that's the case, then how about you compose another poem for me? Let me think. Yu Shernan's old eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. Since you said that the monk was a chivalrous person, then compose a poem about chivalrous people. Chapter 27. Fine, this guy thinks I plagiarized too little. As soon as Li Wanyu heard the word chivalrous, another poem by Li Bai appeared in his mind, Chivalrous Journey. Sure enough, once you start plagiarizing, you can't stop. He pretended to pace back and forth in the hall, pretending to think for a moment, and then began to recite. Chivalrous Journey Zhao Ku's beard tassels, Wu Go's frost and snow. A silver saddle shines on a white horse, valiant as a shooting star. Killing a man every 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Brushing off his clothes, hiding his identity and name. Reciting a few lines made the old man very excited. Yu Shernan was like an old man chatting with a young man. He rushed to the table, grabbed a brush, and began to write. As one of the 4 great families of the early Tang dynasty, Yu Shernan was most famous for his calligraphy. Wang Shiji's 7th-generation monk, Sun Jiong, was an expert in calligraphy. Yu Shernan once took Sun Jiong as his teacher and learned the true teachings of Wang Shiji's calligraphy. Yu Shernan's brush was like a god, graceful like a graceful swan, graceful like a swimming dragon. His strokes were tactful and reserved, strong and graceful, beautiful and magnificent. The old man and the young man, one reciting a poem, the other writing. The picture complemented each other, and Yang Quan couldn't help but be a little dazed. He didn't think that he had underestimated the young man from the Li family. The poem, Chivalrous Journey, could be said to be a masterpiece passed down from generation to generation. Good chivalrous journey. Brushing off his clothes, hiding his identity and name. Li Jia Xiaolang, amazing. Yu Shernan put down his brush, clapped, and laughed. Li Wanyu saw the words written by Yu Shernan, and his eyes lit up. He rushed forward and grabbed the chivalrous journey written by Yu Shernan. Yang Quan's reaction wasn't as fast as his, and he was a step too slow to grab it. He angrily grabbed Li Wanyu's hand and said, Xiaolang, let go, this paper is mine. Yang Mingfu, this poem is mine. What a joke. How could he let Yang Quan have something that could be used as a family heirloom? The reason why Li Wanyu had acted so quickly was because he remembered the scene of Yang was snatching the poem Shang Yang Zua in his house this morning. That was why he made the first move and grabbed Yu Shernan's ode to chivalry in his hand. Journeys, chivalrous journeys, 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 chivalrous journey. Li Wanyu was amused by Yang's shameless appearance. This petty middle-aged man, why did he have to snatch everything? Yangming residence. My family still has 100 mu of fertile land. I'll just hand it over to the county to offset the debt. This piece of calligraphy, I'm not giving it to you. Yu Shernan watched his disciple and Li Wanyu fight over his calligraphy like naughty children, and couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Su Qing, don't fight with Xiaolang. You've already taken a lot of my calligraphy. After being scolded by his teacher, Yang Quan also felt embarrassed. He muttered to himself and reluctantly let go of Yu Shernan's calligraphy to Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu chuckled mischievously. Once again, he laid the paper flat on the table and asked Yu Shernan to use his seal to draw the paper. Only then did he blow dry the ink and carefully roll it up for Li Heng to keep. This was a family heirloom. Li Taibai's poem with Yu Shernan's handwriting. If this were to be passed down to future generations and auctioned, those rich people would fight to the death for this piece of calligraphy. Xiaolang, who is your teacher? To think that you have such heaven-defying talent. It seems that this old man has underestimated you. Everyone sat down again, and Yu Shernan opened his mouth to ask. Li Wanyu didn't have a teacher. The previous owner of this body had only studied at a private school. Replying to secret supervisor Yu, this little one has no teacher. I only studied at a private school for a few days. Li Wanyu answered honestly. His answer surprised Yu Shernan. Could it be that there really was a heaven-defying talent that could be learned without studying? Yu Shernan's murky eyes kept sizing up Li Wanyu, trying to see what was so special about this young man. Yang Quan saw that Yu Shernan was interested in Li Wanyu, so he told him about Li Wanyu's family background and recent situation. When he found out that Li Wanyu was originally a member of the Li clan in Hu County, but had been expelled from the clan and extorted for golden farmland, Yu Shernan was so angry that his beard puffed up. Old men who don't die are thieves. That bunch of old bastards. Yu Shernan had forgotten that he was already 70 years old, much older than the Li clan elders. In a moment of anger, he even scolded himself. When Li Wanyu heard Yu Shernan's words, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He quickly pinched his thigh, causing him to grimace in pain. Yang Quan told him about the origin of the poem on Yang Quan, as well as the fact that Li Wanyu had set free all of the servants in his family and was willing to shoulder the huge debt alone. Yu Shernan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Oranges are tangerines when born in Huainan. Oranges are tangerines when born in Huaibei. Xiaolang, you have a good father. He was reading a conversation between Yanzi and the king of Chu in Yanzi's Spring and Autumn Annals. He lamented that although they were both members of the Li clan in Hu County, the difference in their conduct was too great. Li Zhou was also an official in the same court as Yu Shernan. Although they didn't have any interactions, he knew that Yu Shernan was a gentleman. That was why he spoke so vehemently after the incident at Pai Lupi's Xuanwu Gate and angered the sage. Yu Shernan only thought that Li Wanyu could be like this because his father, Li Zhou, taught him well. Li Wanyu smiled bitterly. Forget it. He had taken over Li Zhou's son's body. It could be said that he had reincarnated in someone else's body. However, he still owed this favor and could only silently accept Yu Shernan's praise of Li Zhou. Knowing that Li Wanyu was in a difficult situation, Yu Shernan's love for talent was aroused. He probed, Xiaolang, do you still want to continue studying? Continue studying? What does this mean? Does he want me to continue studying? Or does he want me to be his disciple? However, Li Wanyu wasn't interested in learning calligraphy or scholarly articles, not to mention that he had enough of the school days in his previous life. He had already graduated from university for a few years. If he had to continue studying calligraphy after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, it would be too difficult. Moreover, there were many Tang and Song poems in his mind that he could shamelessly plagiarize. If he continued studying, would he be able to write better poems? Is it shameful to plagiarize? So what if I plagiarize? Can Li Bai, Du Fu, Bai Juyi, and Su Shi still transmigrate to the Tang dynasty and bite me? I should thank my grandfather. Li Wanyu silently praised his grandfather who had passed away long ago. He grew up in the countryside, but was forced to memorize the 3-character classic, 1,000-character classic, Tang and Song poems, and practice calligraphy by his grandfather, who was like an old scholar. Li Wanyu wanted to ask his grandfather if he knew that his grandson would transmigrate, so he had to live such a miserable life when he was young. He couldn't remember how many times he had been beaten by his grandfather for memorizing and practicing calligraphy, and he couldn't even remember how many times he had cried. Now that he looked back on the past, Li Wanyu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At the same time, he felt more gratitude and understanding towards his grandfather. His grandfather didn't make him memorize poems, but the history of China. Li Wanyu was lost in thought for a while and didn't speak for a long time. However, Yang Quan beside him was anxious. Li Jia Xiaolang, the teacher is asking you a question. Chapter 28. What? Li Wanyu snapped out of his daze and realized that Yu Shernan had just asked him if he wanted to continue his studies. He shook his head and said, Secret Supervisor Yu, I have a huge debt and need to find a way to earn money. How can I continue my studies? He wasn't a fool and could tell that Yu Shernan wanted to take him as his disciple. However, Li Wanyu didn't want to be an official and didn't want to be famous. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he wanted to be a rich man. He had a beautiful wife and concubines, a large number of servants, land and house, and he didn't have to worry about food and drink. Wouldn't that be great? Li Wanyu didn't want to do anything to enjoy the fresh air of the Tang dynasty and the fruits and vegetables. He didn't want to do anything. An individual's power was too small. Changing history was a writer's dream. Enjoying the tranquil night sky was his goal. Taking Yu Shernan as his master was a good thing, but also a bad thing. Not to mention that studying was hard. He wasn't interested in learning. He also didn't want to use Yu Shernan's reputation to pave his future. If that was the case, why should he take Yu Shernan as his master? Li Wanyu understood, so he used the excuse that he needed to repay his debt as an excuse. Nonsense. You want to be a businessman for a measly 2 million? Yu Shurnin glared at Li Wanyu, exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. In the Tang dynasty, businessmen were not allowed to do business. Businessmen had a relatively high social status, but before the middle of the Tang dynasty, businessmen couldn't be officials. Those aristocratic families, including the officials, had to find someone to represent them while they hid behind the scenes. Secret supervisor Yu. Although I'm young, my lord has taught me to be honest. Since my lord owes the government money, I naturally have to do my best to pay it back. Li Wanyu argued. Honest? Why didn't you say that when you used that lousy rope to trick Li Clan? Yu Shurnan was dissatisfied and directly exposed Li Wanyu's past, making him very embarrassed. Yang Quan also tried to persuade him. Xiaolang, I'll help you think of a way to pay for the allowance. Don't you understand what teacher means? He naturally saw through Yu Shurnan's thoughts and felt that if Li Wanyu could become Yu Shurnan's disciple and become his senior brother, it would not be a bad thing. 2 million, this old man will pay it back for you. How about it? Yu Shurnan suddenly spoke, scaring Li Wanyu and Yang Quan. The Yu family had been officials for generations, and Yu Shurnan's brother, Yu Shurji, was also an important figure in the imperial court. Although Yu Shurnan didn't like to be extravagant and had always been frugal, taking out 2 million to help Li Wanyu pay off his debt was a small matter. Yu Shurnan's words put Li Wanyu in a difficult position. It was obvious that he couldn't refuse directly. That would be too disrespectful to Yu Shurnan. If he angered the old man, he would be in deep trouble. But if he really agreed, it would be contrary to his own wishes. Li Wanyu didn't know how to respond. Replying to Secret Supervisor Yu, my family's Darren has only passed away a year ago. I still have 2 more years to mourn. Recently, I've been thinking about Darren day and night and feel that I'm unfilial. I'm preparing to move back to Dingzhou village to mourn for Darren. Therefore, I'm ashamed to accept Secret Supervisor Yu's good intentions. Li Wanyu could only use Li Zhou as a shield. The ancient people advocated filial piety. If he said he wanted to return to Dingzhou village to mourn, no one would say no. AI, forget it. Killing a person in 10 steps, not leaving a single trace for 1,000 miles. This old man thought you were as lofty and ambitious as you wrote in your poem. I didn't expect you to be such a tired boy. I really don't understand how you could write such a poem. Yu Shurnan's face was full of confusion. Whether it was to Yang Quan or Ode to Chivalry, the words revealed a sense of carefreeness and pride. They had the courage to pursue, confidence, and conceit. However, Li Wanyu didn't seem to be like the poem at all. This made him very confused. Li Wanyu also felt very helpless. He wasn't a romantic person like Li Tai Bai. It didn't seem like it was easy to be a plagiarist. Seeing that Li Wanyu had no intention of becoming his disciple, Yu Shurnan also lost interest. His spirit was also dispirited. Yang Quan glared fiercely at Li Wanyu, as if blaming him for not knowing what was good for him. Seeing that he had offended 2 big shots, Li Wanyu also felt restless. After all, he wasn't Li Tai Bai. He couldn't just say, how can I bow to the powerful and make me unhappy and leave, right? Without that reputation and state of mind, he couldn't do such a carefree thing. Li Wanyu just wanted to be a small landlord. Why was it so difficult? Looking at the brush and ink on the table, Li Wanyu's eyes turned and an idea came to him. Although he didn't want to be Yu Shurnan's disciple and learn some literary knowledge, he still had something that could attract the old man's interest. As long as he could continue to interest Yu Shurnan, who was one of the 4 great families of the early Tang dynasty, and who loved calligraphy all his life, would blame him? Thinking of this, Li Wanyu didn't say much. He got up and walked to the table. Grinding the brush, he prepared to write. Yu Shurnan looked at him and didn't say anything. Obviously, Li Wanyu's refusal had angered the old man. Li Wanyu held the brush, licked the ink, held his breath, and then started writing. Not long after, he copied the Ode to Chivalry again. After drying the ink, he smiled and picked up the paper, asking Yu Shurnan and Yang Quan to look at it. Secret Supervisor Yu, Yang Mingfu, can you give me a few pointers? What do you think of my calligraphy? Yu Shurnan really didn't take Li Wanyu's calligraphy seriously. He had seen the poem on Yang Quan. Of course, It was a good poem, but in his eyes, the calligraphy was just so. Li Wanyu wrote on Yang Quan in a semi-cursive script. Although his calligraphy wasn't bad, in the eyes of a calligraphy expert like Yu Shernan, it could only be considered a character. Yu Shernan casually raised his head to look, but his eyes immediately widened. He stared unblinkingly at the paper in Li Wanyu's hand. This calligraphy is so strange. The handwriting is thin and strong, thin and hard, but full of spirit. Interesting. Yang Quan was also attracted by Li Wanyu's ode to chivalry. He couldn't help but step forward to look at it carefully. Teacher, Xiaolang's calligraphy is very unique. I've never seen it before. That's right. This old man has also never seen such calligraphy. Xiaolang, where did you learn this calligraphy? Yu Shernan's interest was piqued by Li Wanyu's calligraphy. Li Wanyu snickered in his heart. Sure enough, the right medicine was the way of the king. Replying to Secret Supervisor Yu, this calligraphy was created by me after I saw the bamboo in the residence was thin but full of strength. I was inspired and randomly figured it out. I've embarrassed myself. The calligraphy he wrote was the thin gold calligraphy created by Emperor Huizong of Song, Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji wasn't much of an emperor, but he was a master of calligraphy. A painter who didn't want to be a calligrapher wasn't a good emperor. But it had to be said that this guy was an artistic genius. The thin gold calligraphy was nimble and quick, and the handwriting was thin and strong. It was a very unique style in the history of calligraphy. This kind of thin and crisp calligraphy style required an extremely high level of skill and self-restraint in calligraphy, as well as a calm and composed state of mind to complete. Li Wanyu was forced by his grandfather to practice calligraphy when he was young. Although he couldn't understand the essence of the style, he could still be considered to have grasped the essence of it. This calligraphy is interesting, very interesting. Yu Shernan's heart itched when he saw the calligraphy. His fingers began to dance in the air, imitating Li Wanyu's calligraphy. Chapter 29. At this moment, Yu Shernan didn't look like a 70-year-old man at all. He seemed to have completely immersed himself in his own calligraphy world. His arms continued to wave in the air. His concentration made Li Wanyu sweat. He remembered that when Yu Shernan was young, he would write on his quilt at night when he was practicing calligraphy. In the end, the quilt was torn. A calligraphy master was indeed extraordinary. After a long time, Yu Shernan put down his arms and sighed. Unfortunately, this character only has the shape but not the spirit. It's thin but not the strength of the style. Li Wanyu was sweating like a waterfall. Why was this comment exactly the same as what his grandfather had said about his calligraphy? Secret Supervisor Yu, have you also transmigrated and seen the original thin gold body? Yu Shernan had been immersed in calligraphy for his entire life. Although he had never seen a character as unique as thin gold body, the quality of the characters couldn't escape his eyes. You're right, Secret Supervisor Yu. I'm still young. I still need to practice more. However, your characters have beautiful lines, firm strokes, fine punctuation, handsome composition, and a smooth layout. It's really rare. Good writing. Do you have a name for it? I call it thin gold body. Fine, since I've already copied it, there's no need to change the name. Thin muscle body, Yu Shernan murmured. The lines are very thin. The strength is thin and strong. It's thin without losing its meat. This is called muscle. What a good thin muscle body. Li Wanyu sweated. Yu Shernan had misheard him. He had said thin gold body, but then he realized that muscle was connected to gold. Zhao Ji's brother was the emperor, so he respectfully called it gold. If he created it, wouldn't it be the original name, thin muscle body? Fine, let's not dwell on it. In the future, there will only be thin muscle body in this world. Yu Shernan admired Li Wanyu's thin muscle body for a while. Yang Quan couldn't help but ask, Teacher, can you let me keep this calligraphy? In your dreams. This is a gift from Xiaolang to this old man. Go away. It was simply wishful thinking to want to snatch a strange calligraphy work from the calligraphy addict. Yang Zhuo was on the verge of tears. How could this old man and young man both be such bullies? The ode to chivalry written by the teacher was snatched away by Li Wanyu, and the ode to chivalry written by Li Wanyu with lean muscle was taken away by the teacher. The more Yu Shiren looked at Li Wanyu, the more he liked Li Wanyu. Especially as a character addict, he felt that Li Wanyu was brimming with talent when he saw such a unique character. Does Xiao Lang have a courtesy name? Courtesy name refers to a name other than the original name that expresses virtue or the meaning of the original name. Normally, men would only take a courtesy name after they were 20 years old. Li Wanyu was only 16 years old, so naturally, he didn't have one. Secret Supervisor Yu, I'm only 16. It's fine. How about this old man give you a courtesy name? Yu Shiren stroked his beard and smiled. Wow, this Secret Supervisor Yu has a hobby of giving people a courtesy name? Fine, I'll have to take it sooner or later. It'll save me the trouble of thinking about it in the future. I don't dare refuse a gift from an elder. Xiao Lang's name is Li Wanyu. Wanyu, forget your worries. I'll give you the 2-word Zio. I hope that Xiao Lang can be a person who can maintain his integrity. Yu Shiren thought for a moment and said slowly. Li Wanyu was half illiterate in ancient Chinese, so he didn't understand Yu Shiren's meaning. What did Zio mean? And why did it mean maintain integrity? Yang Quan clapped his hands and applauded. Moreover, Zio has the worry of hunger and cold, yet you don't take it. You're right. Teacher's courtesy name is good. Xiao Lang, hurry up and thank teacher. Zio thanks Secret Supervisor Yu for the courtesy name. Li Wanyu didn't bother to think about the meaning of their words. He didn't understand anyway, so he just nodded and agreed. Haha, if Zio doesn't mind this old man's age, why don't you become friend with this old man despite our age difference? Yu Shiren failed to take Li Wanyu as his disciple, and seeing that he could create the slimming body, he simply wanted to become friends with Li Wanyu regardless of age. Zio doesn't dare. Li Wanyu wanted to hit the snake with the stick, but when he saw Yang Quan's murderous gaze, he restrained himself. Why wouldn't I dare? Are you looking down on this old man? Yu Shiren pretended to be angry. This. Li Wanyu peeked at Yang Quan again, only to see that County Magistrate Yang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Li Wanyu was clearly his nephew. Why did he suddenly want to become friends with his teacher despite their age difference? When Yang Quan met Li Wanyu in the future, would he have to call him martial uncle? Yu Shiren was old and experienced. How could not see Yang Quan's awkwardness? He smiled and said, Shuqing, there's no need to think too much. Let's just talk about our seniority. Teacher, you worry too much. Yang Quan's expression eased when he heard Yu Shiren's words. Zio, how about it? Can this old man be your old friend? Seeing that Yang Quan no longer objected, Li Wanyu smiled and bowed to Yu Shiren. Li Wanyu greets Master Yu. Yu Shiren laughed heartily and stood up to return the greeting. Boshir greets Zio. Boshir was Yu Shiren's courtesy name. This could be considered a formal greeting. Yang Quan raised his head to look at the roof tiles at a 45-degree angle. In his heart, he wept. This old man and young man were having so much fun that they didn't take him, the county magistrate, seriously. Zio, since you and I are friends despite our age difference, your debt is my debt. The money your family owes, this old man will return it for you. You must not become a merchant to earn money to repay your debt. Why is that? Foolish. Merchants can't enter the imperial court as officials. Have you forgotten? Yu Shiren brought up Li Wanyu's debt again. He was really afraid that Li Wanyu would run off to become a merchant. That would ruin his future. Master Yu, it's not that Zio is pretentious, but this involves the promise I made to my family. When my lord was seriously ill, he still couldn't forget the money he owed me. Before my lord died, I swore that I would earn this money back and return it to him in full. Master Yu, you can't let me go back on my word. These words were naturally made up by Li Wanyu. He could see that this old man wouldn't give up until he got into the imperial court. What was so good about being an official? He worked himself to death, only had a break every 10 days, and still had to deal with official business. How could it be more comfortable than being a carefree little landlord? Beautiful wives and concubines, thousands of acres of fertile land, countless cows, horses, pigs, and sheep, and servants as numerous as the clouds. This was called living. Enter the imperial court as an official? Li Wanyu respectfully declined. However, if he could get to know a famous person like Yu Shiren and have a high official as his backer, Li Wanyu wouldn't refuse. As the saying goes, having someone in the imperial court makes things easier. Seeing Li Wanyu use the deadly Zhou as a shield, Yu Shernan was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, but he had nothing to say. "You scoundrel, you'll regret it in the future." Yu Shernan didn't want to waste any more words with Li Wanyu. With a flick of his sleeve, he called for the old servant to prepare a carriage and return to Chang'an. Before he left, he didn't forget to take away Li Wanyu's ode to chivalry, which made Li Wanyu laugh. Yang Quan hurriedly chased out of the main hall to see his teacher off. However, Li Wanyu didn't see it. Yang Quan whispered a few words into Yu Shernan's ear, and the old man's anger turned into joy. He smiled and nodded at Yang Quan. Both the teacher and the student looked at Li Wanyu, who was in the central room, with a hint of playfulness on their faces. Chapter 30. Yu Shernan left in a huff, but Li Wanyu wasn't nervous. This old man was like a child. He would be fine after some coaxing. He wasn't worried at all. In the past, he had battled with his grandfather many times. He had long since figured out how to deal with these old people. "Ming House, let's transfer my family's 100 mu of farmland to the county government to offset our debt." After Yang Quan returned, Li Wanyu brought up this matter again. Yang Quan was slightly surprised. "Ziyu, why don't you keep the farmland in the manor? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to make a living?" Li Wanyu cupped his hands. "Ming House, it's mainly because I'm tired of the Li clan's pestering. As long as the farmland is in the manor, I'm afraid that this group of gluttons will worry about it." Yang Quan somewhat understood his words. Although he had made the decision today that the 100 mu of farmland would return to Li Wanyu's name, it was hard to guarantee that these Li clan elders wouldn't have any bad ideas. In fact, the Li clan had only lost 30 taels of gold today. The other 170 taels of gold and the 100 mu of farmland had originally been extorted from Li Wanyu. But to these leech-like elders, it was as if a piece of flesh had been dug out from their hearts. It was hard for them to accept. With these people's insatiable greed, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't pester Li Wanyu again. "All right, since Ziyu said so, it's reasonable. Then I'll take charge of the farmland. We'll sell it at 3 strings of cash per mu. The total is 300 strings of cash. Thank you, Ming House, for your good intentions." Li Wanyu knew that Yang Quan must have given him the highest price for Yu Shernan's sake. Yang Quan summoned the county government clerk to handle the paperwork for Li Wanyu and officially transferred the farmland to the county government. From then on, Li Wanyu's debt of 2 million taels was deducted. He still owed the county government 62 million taels. It was still a huge figure. It was the salary of a first-class official of the Tang dynasty for 19 years. After bidding farewell to Yang Quan, Li Wanyu asked Li Heng to carefully carry Yu Shernan's authentic work back home. He showed it to Su Changqing as if he was presenting a treasure. "Hee, Changqing, you know Yu Shernan, right? This is his handwritten book. We have to frame it properly and store it well. It can be used as a family heirloom." Su Changqing looked at the words and looked up in confusion. "Although I don't study history, I know that Ode to Gallantry was written by Li Bai, right? You actually plagiarized the poem of the immortal poet?" That's not the point." Li Wanyu was embarrassed for a moment. He forgot that his beautiful boss, Su Changqing, also knew these famous Tang and song poems. "This, Li Bai, Du Fu, and the others can't ask me for copyright fees anyway. I'm doing it for their own good. Think about it. If I wrote these famous poems, wouldn't it encourage them to write better poems?" Haha, that's right. Li Wanyu made up this reason to cover up his embarrassment of being caught plagiarizing. Su Changqing rolled her beautiful eyes, speechless at his shamelessness. It was already late. Perrin brought the food. Li Wanyu was overjoyed when he saw it. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Carefully smelling the aroma, Li Wanyu dared to swear to his ancestors that the food in front of him was a bowl of red braised pork and sweet and sour pork ribs. Perrin looked at Su Changqing with admiration. The disgust she had for this vixen, who suddenly appeared in the residence, had disappeared. It was replaced by affection and attachment, which made Li Wanyu amazed. "Lang Jun, you don't know how amazing Big Sister Changqing is. The cheap meat that other people don't eat was actually made so delicious by her. Originally, Perrin called Su Chongqing as Little Miss Su, but Su Chongqing forced her to call her big sister. This was just a habit of Su Chongqing's in the future, but it made the little girl extremely moved. She thought that Su Chongqing was treating her as a relative, so this big sister was very pleasant to hear. Su Chongqing realized that she had made a mistake. When she saw that the little girl was so moved that tears were about to fall, she couldn't help but feel motherly. She hugged the poor girl affectionately for a while. When Li Wanyu was still watching the commotion at the cross street, the little lowly and the big sister became very intimate. It had to be said that the friendship and feelings between girls were really wonderful. Su Chongqing remembered that Li Wanyu complained last night that the food was bad, so in the afternoon, she took the little girl out to the market to buy ingredients. This was the first time that Su Chongqing walked out of the courtyard walls and came into contact with the lively world of the Tang dynasty. She curiously looked at everything, the pedestrians coming and going, the roadside shops, even the hawkers' shouts could arouse her interest. Finally, they came to the market. Su Chongqing walked around, but didn't find anyone selling pork. She curiously asked Perrin and learned that pork was cheap meat, which could only be sold in the corner of the market. The little girl didn't understand why Su Chongqing wanted to buy cheap meat. The Tang dynasty ate fish, shrimp, crab, chicken, duck, goose, cow, sheep, and rabbit meat, but they didn't like pork. Only the lowest class of people ate pork. However, although it was cheap meat, the price was not cheap. 40 copper coins per catty, which was more expensive than 30 copper coins per chicken. Su Chongqing calculated the price according to Li Wanyu's conversion and was shocked. 1 copper coin was equivalent to 4 yuan in the modern world, so this 1 catty of pork cost 160 yuan. However, when Su Chongqing saw how greedy Li Wanyu was yesterday, he steeled his heart and bought a catty of pork, as well as ribs. He spent 70 to 80 copper coins, which made the little girl Pei Lan's heart ache terribly. She muttered that she shouldn't let her Langjun eat cheap meat, and followed Su Chongqing back to the house. The little girl wanted to go to the kitchen to cook the ingredients herself. When Su Chongqing heard that she wanted to boil the pork in plain water and eat it with garlic paste, he quickly shook his head and went to cook himself. Fortunately, there was also an iron pot in the kitchen of the Lai Hot. Su Chongqing carefully looked at the seasonings in the kitchen. There were pepper, cinnamon, ginger, onion, garlic, soy sauce, vinegar, coarse salt, and even lumps of maltose. She looked at the limited amount of seasonings and thought for a while before deciding what to cook. She asked the little girl to help her start the fire, then rolled up her sleeves and got busy in the kitchen. Not long after, the fragrance of the red braised pork overflowed from the pot. Perrin, who was starting the fire, couldn't help but twitch her little nose. Sister Chongqing, it smells so good. Little greedy cat, I'll let you taste it first when it's ready, so that you won't always complain that I let your Langjun eat cheap meat. Hee, I didn't say that. Perrin was embarrassed and quickly turned her head to fan the fire. Because there were only 4 people in the house, Su Chongqing didn't cook much. She made a bowl of red braised pork, a bowl of sweet and sour pork ribs, and then used the fat pork to make lard, stir-fried a plate of vegetables, and finally made a plate of egg drop soup. First, she used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of oily red braised pork and fed it to Perrin, who was watching eagerly. The little girl ate so much that she almost swallowed her own tongue. Perrin had never eaten such delicious food. The sweet, fatty, but not greasy taste and the rich meat fragrance exploded on her taste buds. The little girl opened her eyes wide and reluctantly swallowed the delicious food in her mouth after a long time. Sister Chongqing, this meat is really delicious. Hee, I said I wouldn't lie to you, right? Now you're still saying it's cheap meat? Su Chongqing gently pinched Perrin's face and teased her. Perrin shook her head like a rattledrum. She swore that there was absolutely nothing more delicious than pork. At this moment, Li Wanyu was so moved that he was about to cry. Chapter 31. Su Chongqing really knew how to cook. Thank you, Jade Emperor. Thank God. Thank you, Lord Latsu. Thank you, Buddha. And thank all the gods for letting my beautiful boss fall into my bathtub. Regardless of how Li Heng and Perrin refused, Li Wanyu forced them to eat together. In his words, there were only 4 people in the family now, so there were not so many rules. Eating together was more delicious. Moreover, he had let them go. Since they were willing to stay, they were not servants in the family, but family members. Family members should sit at the same table and eat together. Otherwise, they should go out and leave Lai hot. Li Heng and Perrin were moved and frightened. They carefully sat at the short table. Their cautiousness and carefulness made Li Wanyu feel uncomfortable. However, he could not care about anything else at the moment. His saliva had become a disaster. He carefully picked up a piece of red, shiny, and trembling braised pork and put it into his mouth. That kind of satisfaction could not be expressed in words. The first bite was the skin of the meat. He gently cut it down with his teeth. The bottom layer was fat, which was definitely fat, but not greasy. The next layer was lean meat, which melted in his mouth. Below that was another layer of fat. Li Wanyu finally swallowed the braised pork in his mouth. He took a long breath and gave Su Changqing a thumbs up. "Changqing, your cooking is amazing." Li Wanyu smacked his lips and said with a little regret, "It's a pity that there is no chili. It would be better if there was some chili." Li Wanyu's hometown was in Chuan province, which happened to be the hometown of the poet Immortal Li Bai. He usually liked to eat spicy food. Perrin blinked curiously. "Lang Jun, what is chili?" "Chili is, something more delicious than dogwood." Hearing Perrin's question, Li Wanyu pondered for a long time before he realized that people in the Tang dynasty also ate spicy food, but the source of the spiciness was a plant called dogwood. In the Tang dynasty, dogwood, xanthoxylum, and xanthoxylum were known as the three fragrances. In Wang Wei's poem, "Knowing that my brother has climbed to a high place, there is only one person left to plant dogwood." The dogwood in Wang Wei's poem was referring to dogwood. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he could also make hot pot in the future. If it really didn't work, he could just use dogwood instead of chili. Li Wanyu was completely satisfied with the meal, while Perrin and Li Heng almost swallowed their tongues. They had never thought that pork, a meat eaten by the lowest class, could be made into such a delicious dish. They especially loved the sweet and sour pork ribs. The people of the Tang dynasty had always been fond of sweet and sour foods, and the cooking method of sweet and sour was a novelty that had never been seen before. Even the vegetables that Su Changqing had stir-fried using the lard that he had refined had been eaten cleanly. The only thing missing was licking the bowls and plates. Miss Su, this old slave, has never eaten such delicious food in his life. Li Heng was originally a stickler for rules, but under the temptation of delicious food, he finally let go. The old man ate until his belly was round, and he couldn't help but praise. "Changqing, I think if we open a restaurant, we will make a lot of money. With your cooking skills, TSK, you can make those bumpkins in Chong and eat their tongues." "Ha!" Li Wanyu also laughed. Su Changqing glanced at him angrily and said, "Do you want me to die of exhaustion?" The little girl parent immediately said, "Sister Changqing, teach me. I'm not afraid of being tired. After I learn how to cook, I can cook for Lang Jun every day." "Okay, then I will teach Perrin how to cook in the future." Su Changqing smiled and hugged Perrin for a while. She liked this cute and sensible little girl more and more. It was a rare delicacy, so Li Wanyu was satisfied. He leaned against the table and didn't want to move at all. "Ah, if only I could have another cigarette. Even the gods wouldn't exchange it." Li Wanyu sighed. In his previous life, he was addicted to smoking. After traveling to the Tang dynasty, he was forced to quit smoking. But now that he was full, he couldn't help but want to smoke again. Unfortunately, tobacco was still in South America. It didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. He could only think about it. "Humph, I hate it when you smoke. It's good that you quit smoking. Hee, you have nowhere to smoke anyway." Su Changqing rolled her eyes at him. Li Wanyu, who was addicted to smoking, stood up with melancholy. "Okay, let's go to bed early. We will move back to Dingzhou village the day after tomorrow." On the morning of the third day, Li Wanyu and the others moved out of Lai Hot. They finished the handover procedures with the people from the county government and got on a hired ox cart to drive to Dingzhou village. Legend has it that King Wen of Zhou used to practice benevolence in this village. He lived with the people and laid the foundation of the Zhou dynasty for 800 years. Therefore, it was named Dingzhou Village. Dingzhou Village was located at the foot of Mount Shouyang. It was north of Mount Shouyang and was backed by Mount Shouyang. It was 20 miles away from Huxing County, and the transportation was quite convenient. But Dingzhou Village was famous for being poor in Huxing County. The land was barren and the output was limited. Every year, the Huxing County government had a hard time collecting rent from this village because they really didn't have the money. Ever since the Li clan of Huxing County became rich, they moved out of Dingzhou Village as if they were running away. They were really scared of being poor. Li Wanyu and Su Changqing sat on the swaying ox cart. The two of them looked at the scenery around them curiously. It was early spring, and the farmers on both sides of the road had already started to plow the fields in preparation for the spring sowing. However, Li Wanyu noticed that there were many larvae jumping around in the soil that the farmers had dug up. Some of the farmers were burning incense beside the fields and praying. He couldn't help but be curious. Li Heng, why are there so many insects in the soil? Where are those people praying to? Lang Jun, those are the larvae of locusts. Sai, last year it rained heavily, but this year there was not a single drop of rain. I'm afraid it's going to be a drought year. Those farmers are praying to the locust god, hoping that there won't be a plague of locusts. Li Heng glanced at the larvae jumping around in the fields and sighed. Locusts? Li Wanyu was stunned. He felt like he had overlooked something. The second year of Jingguan, a plague of locusts, he suddenly remembered that he had read in a book that during the second and third year of the Tang Dynasty Jingguan period, there was a large plague of locusts in Guangzhou. There was a severe drought and famine in the Guangzhou area. The people sold their children in exchange for food. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the larvae scurrying around in the fields. Li Wanyu remembered this because he had read in the book that during the plague of locusts, Pai Lupi caught a locust and ate it. It was said that the people relied on food to survive, and if you ate food, you would be harming the people. After Pai Lupi ate the locust raw, the plague of locusts stopped. Li Wanyu believed that was the Pai Lupi from a myth. He even argued with someone about this, saying that it was just a show. That was why he remembered it so clearly. It was now the second month of the second year of the Jingguan period. However, Li Wanyu remembered that the third month of the Guangzhou period was when the plague of locusts began. In the third month of the second year of the Jingguan period, locusts appeared in the Guangzhou area. In the sixth month, locusts appeared in the capital. In the fifth month of the third year of the Jingguan period, locusts appeared in the Suzhou area. In the autumn, locusts appeared in the De, Dai, and Kuo areas. Chapter 32. Li Wanyu shuddered at the thought of the fields with no harvest and the people selling their children in exchange for food. The golden age of the Tang dynasty did not seem so wonderful. What would happen to his family of four? In fact, it was not difficult to exterminate the locusts. The reason why the plague of locusts could become a disaster in ancient times was because the ancient people were superstitious. They regarded locusts as a punishment from heaven and did not dare to exterminate them. Every time there was a plague of locusts, the people were bound by superstition and did not dare to kill the locusts. Instead, they set up sacrifices, burned incense, and worshipped the locusts by the fields and watched as the locusts devoured the crops. As long as the people believed that locusts could be killed, the plague of locusts would at most reduce the production of crops and would not become a famine. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu suddenly understood Pai Lupi. Perhaps it was because Pai Lupi took the lead in eating the locusts that the officials and people of the Tang dynasty dared to kill the locusts and thus eliminated the plague of locusts. Sai, he could not wait for Pai Lupi to exterminate the locusts. At that time, the price of food in Guangzhou would soar. If he waited until then, the four of them would starve. He was also a pig brain. Why did he not think of this earlier? Li Wanyu's face was full of worry. In the first year of Jingguan, the price of food was still very high. 360 copper coins could only buy a bucket of rice. A bucket of rice was about 10 caddies. Their family of four could eat for 4 to 5 days if they lived frugally. They were not sure when the plague of locusts would end. Based on a year's worth of food storage, their family of four would need to store at least 70 to 80 buckets of food to safely survive the second year of Jingguan. In other words, with the current price of food, you would need at least 30,000 copper coins to store enough food. This did not include salt, meat, vegetables, and so on. Altogether, he estimated that he would need 50 to 60,000 copper coins to buy enough food to support his family of 4 for a year. If he had known, he would not have returned the 100 mu of farmland to the county government. Even if he sold it at a discount, he could still get 200,000 copper coins. How much food could he buy with that? If he had stored a batch of food and sold it after the plague of locusts, wouldn't he have made a lot of money? The 2 million public money owed to the county government was not something that could be easily paid off. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu despised himself again. This kind of person should be struck by lightning and struck by lightning during the great calamity by reselling grain. He would never do such a thing. However, once the disaster struck, their original plan to make money from brewing wine was definitely not going to work. People couldn't even afford to eat. So how could they use their precious food to make wine? If he really did that, he would be punished by the heavens. But if he didn't brew wine, what else could he do to earn 2 million in a year? Seeing Li Wanyu suddenly frowning and not speaking, Su Chongqing couldn't help but ask with concern, "Wanyu, what are you thinking about?" Li Wanyu smiled bitterly. He moved closer to Su Chongqing's ear and whispered to her what he had just thought of. Su Chongqing couldn't help but cover his mouth and cry out softly when he heard that there would be a locust plague soon and even a famine. "Wanyu, you can't joke about this. Are you sure?" Li Wanyu nodded sadly. He really hoped that it was fake. Just by looking at the locust larvae jumping around the fields, one could see how terrifying the locust plague would be in a month. "Then what should we do?" Su Chongqing nervously held Li Wanyu's hand. Her palm was cold. She thought of the disaster and famine scenes in the movies of the future and shuddered. "Let me think about it. There will be a way." Li Wanyu comforted her, but in his heart, he was calculating. Right now, they only had 7 or 8 strings of money. If he used all of it to buy grain, how long would it last? Not to mention that he still had to pay back the huge debt within a year. Li Wanyu began to have a headache. After transmigrating for a few days, this was the first time he was truly worried. The road ahead was lost. It was only 20 li from the county seat of Hu County to Dingzhou Village, but the dirt road was so dilapidated that Li Wanyu wondered if his buttocks had been cracked from the jolts. The ox cart rocked on the dirt road for more than 2 hours before finally arriving at Dingzhou Village at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. Dingzhou Village was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and life was peaceful. The village was backed by Shouyang Mountain at the Qinling Mountains. The towering green mountains dotted the mountainside with clouds and mist, making people fascinated. The village was surrounded by farmland, exuding the fragrance of the earth. It was a leisurely rural scene. Arriving at Dingzhou Village, Li Wanyu's mood improved. He was about to talk to Su Chongqing when he saw that the village chief had been waiting for a long time. Although Dingzhou Village was poor, it was still a large village. There were more than 100 households in the village, and there was only one chief. The main responsibility of the village head was to maintain law and order in the village. The chief of Dingzhou Village was an old man with the surname Qian. Li Wanyu had decided to move back to Dingzhou Village. He had already sent a message to the chief, saying that his family would be moving back today. He did not expect the chief to personally welcome him at the village entrance. He quickly jumped off the ox cart and bowed to the chief. "Chief Qian, thank you for your trouble. Li Jia Shaolang is too polite. This old man has been waiting for a long time. Quickly enter the village." The chief smiled as he pulled Li Wanyu into the village. His attitude was quite warm. Li Wanyu was confused for a moment. He had returned to the village to live in his old house. So why was the chief so polite? Not only did he welcome him at the village entrance, but he also asked about his well-being with great enthusiasm. There were many children on the road in the village. When they saw the ox cart enter the village, they also played and laughed. Li Wanyu felt very comfortable and temporarily forgot about the trouble caused by the locusts. He grew up in the village, so he was very familiar with the scene in front of him. He was in a good mood and waved at the children. Some of the children made faces at him, but they were scared away by the chief's glare. The village was very lively with the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs. However, Li Wanyu could also see that life in Dingzhou village was very depressing. Most of the houses in the village were mud walls and thatched huts. The wind was blowing everywhere, and they were very shabby. After a short walk, the group arrived in front of an old house. Although it was an old house, it was a rare brick house in the village. In Li Wanyu's memory, this house was renovated by Li Zhou after he became rich. The chief smiled and said, "Li Jia Xiaolang, yesterday I heard that you were returning to live in the village. I have already asked someone to help your house tidy up. If you still need anything, just tell me. I will have someone send it to you." The old house looked like it had been cleaned recently. At least the weeds in the courtyard had been removed, and the doors and windows had been repaired. Seeing the chief being so polite, Li Wanyu was even more confused. He simply asked, "Chief Qian, is there something you need my help with?" "Nothing, nothing." The chief smiled and waved his hand. Li Wanyu cursed in his heart. It would be strange if he was fine. After the Li clan of Hu County moved away from Dingzhou village, the two sides should have nothing to do with each other. And that damned father of his, Li Zhou, had already been dead for a year and was buried in the Li family's ancestral grave in Dingzhou village. This matter was well known to everyone, and he was also a virgin with no power or influence. Why was the chief so enthusiastic? This didn't make sense. Li Wanyu was puzzled. Suddenly, many villagers rushed out of the village. There was a hubbub of voices, and they were carrying all kinds of things toward the old house. What were they doing? Li Wanyu was completely confused. Chapter 33. When the crowd came closer, Li Wanyu was shocked to find that these villagers were holding all kinds of things in their hands. There were eggs, live chickens, mountain products, and some people even helped Li Heng and Perrin to move things down from the ox cart. "Haha, Xiaolang, don't be alarmed. These are the villagers of our Dingzhou village. Everyone is here to welcome you." Welcome him? Li Wanyu was even more astonished. What did he do to deserve this? He was just a young man moving back to his old residence in Dingzhou village from Hu County. Why did he attract so many people to welcome him? Seeing that most of these villagers were wearing shabby clothes, but they still brought him so many things, he felt even more uneasy. Moreover, Li Wanyu was surprised to find that many of the middle-aged men in Dingzhou village were physically disabled. Many of them were missing arms, legs, or even blind. Li Wanyu didn't have time to think about the reason behind it. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Wanyu didn't dare to disturb everyone. Thank you for your trouble. Please take these things back." "Xiaolang, these are just a small token of appreciation from the villagers of Dingzhou village. I hope that Xiaolang won't refuse." In response to Li Wanyu's words, the villagers only smiled and didn't answer. Only the old village chief smiled and replied, "How can I accept this? It's fine, it's fine. We'll all be family in the future. Why not?" Su Changqing was also stunned by the enthusiasm of the villagers of Dingzhou village. However, she also didn't understand the situation and could only help to move things into the old residence. Many hands make light work. The few things on the ox cart were all moved into the old residence in a moment. The things that the villagers brought were also piled up in the central room. After all of this was done, the villagers smiled and nodded at Li Wanyu. They then dispersed, leaving the old village chief alone. Li Wanyu quickly invited the old village chief into the living room and ordered Perrin to boil water. Then he turned to the old village chief and cupped his hands. "Village Chief Qian, why are you doing this? Please tell me." When Eunuch Li was alive, he took great care of the villagers of Dingzhou. This is also a small token of appreciation from everyone. "Xiaolang, please don't reject it. Alas, it's a pity that Eunuch Li passed away early. We have nothing to repay him with." The old village's words made Li Wanyu come to a realization, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that when Li Zhou was alive, although the Li clan had moved away from Dingzhou village, Li Zhou had taken good care of the village. Because the land in Dingzhou village was barren, he even thought of a way to ask the county yamen to reduce the village's rent. This made the villagers remember his kindness. Unfortunately, Li Zhou had no way to change the barren state of Dingzhou village. Although he could help for a while, he could not help forever. Dingzhou village was still barren as before. Dingzhou village, 127 families, 563 people. The village was backed by Mount Shouyang of the Qinling Mountains and bordered by the Gan River to the north. Because the land was barren, especially the land near the river was saline and alkali soil, it was impossible to grow anything. The average yield of Dingzhou village was less than 1 dan per mu, which was equivalent to 10 buckets of grain. In the Tang dynasty, the average yield per mu was about 1.5 dan per mu, which was equivalent to 15 buckets of grain. Dingzhou village was located at the foot of Mount Shouyang, so the amount of land available for farming was even less. Each farmer only had an average of about 20 mu. Of the 20 mu, 5 or 6 mu were mulberry fields, which were used to plant mulberry trees, elm trees, and jujube trees. In other words, the income of Dingzhou village's villagers every year was only 14 to 15 dan of grain. But these 14 to 15 dan of grain still needed to be paid for rent. Grain was 2 dan, silk was 2 zhang, and cotton was 3 liang. The remaining grain was just enough for a farmer's family. If there was a natural disaster or man-made disaster, they would not be able to survive. Li Wanyu began to understand why the children in the village were dressed in rags. There were even some half-grown boys running around with their buttocks naked. One word, poor. The old villager stuttered for a long time before opening his mouth. He actually wanted to ask Li Wanyu if he could still ask the county to reduce the tax on rent. In the old villager's view, the Li family was after all a rich family. Li Zhou had supervised the county for many years, so he did not lack connections. Although Li Zhou had already passed away, Li Wanyu might be able to ask the Ming house to reduce the tax on the village. Looking at the old villager's expectant face, Li Wanyu's lips trembled a few times, but he did not say anything. What could he say? Tell the old villager that he had no money and could not do anything? Tell the old villager that he still owed 62 million yuan? Such a huge debt would probably scare the old man to death. Not to mention the locusts that were about to come. That would be a real disaster. Li Wanyu shook his head sadly. Once the locusts came, the poor farmers in Dingzhou village would not be able to survive. What could he do? Originally, Li Wanyu only wanted to find a way to make money within a month to stock up on food for his family of 4. But now, looking at the eggs and mountain goods piled up in the central room, Li Wanyu felt a stab of pain in his heart. Dingzhou village was so barren. Almost all the villagers in the village were thatched huts made of yellow mud. Most of the villagers were dressed in rags. Even the old villagers' clothes were full of patches. It could be seen that the villagers lived in poverty, but they still gave Li Wanyu so many things just to thank Li Zhou for his help in the past. Li Wanyu even saw many of the children in the village drooling when they saw the eggs. He was also a child who grew up in the countryside. He knew the hardships of the farmers. Although it was not to the point of not having enough to eat in the future, he understood the villagers' thoughts. Take these eggs, for example. They probably could not bear to eat them. They would take them to the county to exchange for money. That was why the children were so envious. They really had not tasted the taste of eggs. The old villager did not know, nor did the simple villagers. Their enthusiastic behavior almost drove Li Wanyu to a dead end. Li Wanyu had a clear distinction between love and hate. Whoever was good to him, he would return it 1,000 times. At the same time, he was also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If you provoked him, humph, the cynical man would hold a grudge for a lifetime. Dingzhou village, 127 families, 563 people, an incomparably huge and heavy burden. If there was no locust plague, Li Wanyu was sure that he could set up a brewery or other industries. It would not take long for Dingzhou village to become the richest village around Chang. If there was no locust plague, he had a variety of ways to make money in his mind. He could let the villagers live a good life, and he could also become a leisurely small landlord. This damn locust plague. This bastard Tang dynasty. Who the hell said that this was the golden age of the Tang dynasty? Li Wanyu finally said nothing in the old villager's expectant eyes. He just promised to help the villagers to plead with the county government. Such an empty promise had made the old villager laugh so hard that he could not close his mouth. After the old villager left, Su Changqing came out from the back hall and gently knelt beside Li Wanyu. Wanyu, what should we do now? Having fully understood the situation that they were about to face, Su Changqing was also at a loss. Li Wanyu grabbed his hair gloomily. I don't know. Help me think. Besides brewing wine, what other ways can I make money quickly? Su Changqing held her cheeks with her hands and frowned. Perfume? Burning glass? Opening a restaurant? But these are not short-term benefits. You can't go out and rob people, can you? Rob people? With my small body now, it's not bad if I'm not robbed by others. Li Wanyu said angrily. He was now 16 years old, but he was not even as tall as his beautiful boss. What a failure. Then what should we do? By the way, I remember that you said that you can draw, right? Why don't you draw for money? The income of Tang dynasty painters seems to be good, right? Su Changqing blinked her beautiful eyes and came up with a bad idea. Miss, I was bragging to you. I only learned to sketch in high school. I don't know how to draw. Besides, even if I can draw, I can't compare with these ancient people. If I'm not famous, who can I sell this painting to? Li Wanyu replied weakly. Then, why don't we sell the makeup mirror? Let me think about it again. We can still live. People can suffocate to death by urine. Let's make a deal. We won't sell the mirror. Li Wanyu scratched his head in distress and tried to come up with an idea. Suddenly, he saw Li Heng in the courtyard clearing things and writing something in the account book with a charcoal pencil. Charcoal pencil? Sketch? A flash of lightning passed through Li Wanyu's mind. It seems that this is really possible. He carefully looked at Su Changqing, who was thinking hard, and hid this idea in the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to let his beautiful boss know about this. It seemed a little shameful. Chapter 34. Li Wanyu pretended to be thinking and slowly walked to Li Heng's side. He asked in a small voice, Li Heng, do you have mulberry paper at home? Li Wanyu's sudden appearance gave the old man a fright. It took him a while to regain his composure. My Lang Jun, we don't have any here. If you need them, you'll have to go to Hu County to buy them. And all right, I know. Li Wanyu nodded and thought that he had to go out. Mulberry paper, also known as Han leather paper, in ancient times originated from the Han dynasty. It was made from mulberry tree bark, so it was called mulberry paper. Its greatest characteristics were its softness, resistance to insects, strong tensile strength, non-fading, and strong absorption. It was mainly used for painting, framing, and making umbrellas. Li Wanyu wanted to find this mulberry paper because he had just thought of a way to make money. At noon, Su Changqing personally cooked, with Perrin helping. The four of them finally ate their first lunch at their new home in Dingzhou village. While cooking, Su Changqing saw the eggs that the villagers sent over and couldn't help but sigh. Daylily, it's better to return these eggs. Li Wanyu thought and then shook his head. They will not accept them. Also, this is too hurtful. The men of Guanzhong will not take back what they have given away, even if they starve to death. But Su Changqing thought of the children's yearning gazes and felt uncomfortable. How about this? In a moment, you and Perrin cook these eggs. After eating, we will go to the village to give them to the children. Just think of it as a gift to the children. Li Wanyu's idea was unanimously approved by everyone. Su Changqing and Perrin worked for a long time and cooked all the hundreds of eggs the villagers had delivered. After lunch, Li Wanyu led Su Changqing and Perrin, each with a basket of boiled eggs, to go door to door to deliver the eggs. Those farmers clumsily refused, but Li Wanyu stopped them by saying that it was a family rule. No one could refuse a good reason to give the baby an egg to eat when they were moving. The children in the manor cautiously and timidly poked their heads out from behind their adults, not daring to reach out for the eggs. Su Changqing and Perrin didn't care about how dirty these naughty kids were. They pulled them over and stuffed the eggs into their hands. Boiled eggs could not be sold or stored. Therefore, under the tacit approval of their adults, these children clumsily peeled the eggshells and wolfed down the precious eggs. A few of the children almost choked because they ate too quickly. They were so scared that they hurriedly poured water for them to calm them down and let them eat slowly. Many of the children were eating eggs for the first time. After a few bites, they said, "So this is what eggs taste like." There were even more sensible children who quietly put away the eggs or stuffed them into the hands of their younger siblings or mothers. Su Changqing looked at the scene in front of her and almost burst into tears. She never thought that people could live so hard. This simply subverted the psychological understanding of this modern urban woman. There were 127 households in the village and more than 100 children. Li Wanyu and the others spent the afternoon going through all of them and giving all of the eggs to the children of the farmers. The villagers looked at Li Wanyu and the others with less unfamiliarity in their eyes and more gratitude. Li Wanyu and the others also had a deeper understanding and feelings for the village they would be settling in the future. In Su Changqing's words, this was the ice-breaking of the expansion training for new employees in the future. In the afternoon, everyone continued to tidy up their new home. The old residence of the Li family wasn't big. It had 2 courtyards. Although the old village chief and the others helped to take care of it, there were still many places that required them to tidy up personally. In addition to the main room in the front yard, there were 2 side rooms on the left and right. Li Heng stubbornly chose to live in the side rooms in the front yard. There were 3 rooms in the backyard in the north. Li Wanyu lived in the main room in the middle, and Su Changqing lived in the side room next to him. There were 2 rooms in the east and west, and Li Wanyu used the east room as a study room. Li Wanyu originally wanted to let the little girl, Perrin, live in the west room, but she was dead set on living in the west room. In the end, Li Wanyu couldn't persuade her and let her live in the side room. After tossing and turning, it wasn't until the sun was about to set that everyone finally finished tidying up the old residence. This house was finally livable. Li Wanyu was also tired and sweaty, but he didn't have a nerve to ask Perrin to prepare hot water for him. Instead, he went to the well to get a bucket of water and prepared to wipe his body. At this time, Su Changqing also came out of the room with a wooden basin in his arms. When he saw Li Wanyu, he couldn't help but complain softly, "Wanyu, you're so annoying. There's no place to take a bath. Every day, I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't take a bath." Li Wanyu couldn't help but roll his eyes again. "My lady, this is the Tang dynasty. Just bear with it." The Tang dynasty was already a dynasty that loved bathing the most. Even so, taking a bath was still a luxury. Not only taking a bath, but also washing one's hair. In the Tang dynasty, it was a very troublesome thing. Therefore, the ancient people invented a very disgusting method, using a very fine comb and fine grate to comb the hair. The purpose was to comb away the lice and oil in the hair. One could imagine the smell. Even the officials of the Tang dynasty took a rest every 10 days. Rest naturally meant rest, and of course, taking a bath meant going home to take a bath. Even the King officials took a bath every 10 days. His beautiful superior wanted to take a bath every day, like in modern times. "You're so beautiful. Do you think you're Yangui Fei?" Li Wanyu knew that Su Changqing was actually a little bit of a neat freak. This was normal. If a modern rich beauty didn't have a neat freak, she really wasn't cool enough. Although he complained, Li Wanyu was actually not used to this. He also had a headache about it. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said to Su Changqing, "Changqing, since that girl Perrin doesn't want to live in the West Wing, why don't we change it into a bathroom?" "Bathroom?" Hearing Li Wanyu say so, Su Changqing's eyes couldn't help but light up. "But how do we get hot water and water pipes? There's no running water, right?" "Hee, this is simple. It won't be a problem for me." Li Wanyu replied with certainty. When he was young, there were actually native ways to solve these problems in the countryside. "Then can you make a bathroom while you're at it?" Su Changqing hesitated for a moment and asked shyly. She was really fed up with the toilets of the Tang dynasty. It was a kind of torture. "No problem. Leave it to me." Li Wanyu was actually quite annoyed by the sanitary conditions of the Tang dynasty. As a modern person, no one could tolerate such sanitary conditions. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu didn't draw water to take a bath. He excitedly ran into the study, picked up a pen and paper, and began to sketch. When he was young, when there were no motor-pumped wells in the countryside, many people in the countryside installed their own native tap water. Although it was simple, it was very practical. It just so happened that the Li family's old house was backed by a hill, and there was a mountain spring flowing not far away. This could even save the effort of manually pressing the water. Only a few thick bamboo shoots were needed to continuously connect the mountain spring water to the old house. It was more environmentally friendly and economical than running water. As for the bathroom, it was not a problem. Wasn't it just a matter of digging a sewage canal? Li Wanyu kept drawing on the paper. Su Changqing was also interested and gave suggestions. The two even thought of asking the kiln that made porcelain to help them make a batch of ceramic tiles. Once they put them in the bathroom, it would be a living example of a modern bathroom. When the time came, even the flushing toilet would be made of porcelain. That would be beautiful. The drainage pipe would also be made of clay. This kind of craftsmanship was nothing special. Li Wanyu remembered that he once saw a ceramic drainage pipe more than 4,000 years ago in a museum. Li Wanyu even thought of digging a methane pool, by the way. It was clean and could be used to make fertilizer. The methane could also be used to light a lamp and boil water. It was killing several birds with one stone. The bathroom renovation plan of the Tang Dynasty version was out. After the draft was finished, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing admired it for a long time and were very satisfied. But soon Li Wanyu let out a long sigh and threw the draft aside. "Wanyu, what are you doing? Isn't this a good plan? When are you going to start building this bathroom? I can't wait." Su Changqing did not understand why Li Wanyu sighed. He picked up the draft grumpily. "What are you doing? We don't have money." Li Wanyu smiled bitterly. After he finished the draft, he realized that it would cost a lot to build such a bathroom. Just hiring people to cut down the bamboo and building the water pipeline would cost a lot of money, not to mention the other expenses. Li Wanyu estimated that it would take at least 10 strings of money to build this bathroom. It seemed that he really had to do what he thought of before. Otherwise, not to mention improving their lives, they would not even have enough rations to survive the coming locust plague. "Changqing, I'm going to the county tomorrow. I may stay for a few days before coming back. I'll leave the house to you." Li Wanyu made up his mind and told Su Changqing, "What are you going to do?" "Well, I need to find Yang Mingfu for something. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Maybe when I come back, I'll have money." Hee hee. Li Wanyu pretended to be mysterious and smiled at Su Changqing. Seeing that Li Wanyu was unwilling to say, Su Changqing did not force him. She bit her lips and said with a little worry, "Then go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you at home." Under the swaying oil lamp, Su Changqing's charming face appeared very charming. Li Wanyu was a little dazed, but his beautiful superior blushed. Li Wanyu finally came back to his senses and coughed awkwardly. "Okay, I know. I'll go to the county yamen alone. Li Heng and Perrin will stay at home with you. If there's anything you need, just tell them to do it. You should bring Li Heng with you so you can take care of each other. Perrin and I will be fine at home. I see that the villagers of Dingzhou are very simple. Nothing will happen." Li Wanyu shook his head and refused. "That won't do. I won't be at ease if there's no man at home. Don't worry, I'll be fine." In fact, other than being worried about Su Changqing and Perrin, Li Wanyu was mainly worried that the matter he was going to do was a little disgraceful. He did not want to bring Li Heng with him. That would be too embarrassing. "But I'm still a little worried about you going out alone. This is the Tang Dynasty." Chapter 35. Li Wanyu thought it made sense. The security of the Tang Dynasty was not very good. It was indeed dangerous for him to go out alone. With his small arms and legs, it was hard to say if he could get back safely if he really made money this time. Li Wanyu thought about it and said to Su Changqing, "Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the old village chief and ask him to introduce 2 strong villagers to escort me." Su Changqing thought about it and nodded in agreement. The villagers of Dingzhou were simple and honest. There should be no problem with the villagers protecting Li Wanyu. The next morning, Li Wanyu once again refused Li Heng's request to follow him to the county town. He carried the package that Su Changqing packed for him and went to the old village chief's house. The old village chief's house was at the west end of the village, not too far from Li Wanyu's house. When Li Wanyu arrived, the village chief's family had already woken up and were busy with various farm work. "Li Jia Xiaoling, what's the matter?" The old village chief was surprised by Li Wanyu's visit. Li Wanyu cupped his hands and saluted. "Old village chief, I need to go to Chang'an City. Because there's only the old housekeeper at home, I need to look after the house. Can I ask the village chief to introduce me to 2 reliable villagers to accompany me all the way? I'll pay them." Last night, he told Su Chongqing that he was going to the county town of Hu County. In fact, his destination was Chong, and the capital of the Tang dynasty. He was afraid that Su Chongqing would ask, so he used the excuse of going to Hu County to find Yang Quan. How long will Xiao Lang be gone? Probably 2 or 3 days in Chong and City. That's no problem. What do you want? Just wait for a moment. I'll call someone for you. The old village chief immediately agreed and asked Li Wanyu to sit in the central room. He went out to find someone for Li Wanyu. Not long after, the old village chief led 2 tall and sturdy men in. These 2 Guanzhou men were both about 1.8 meters tall. In the Tang dynasty, where the average height was less than 1.6 meters, these 2 men were considered giants. But what surprised Li Wanyu was that the 2 Guanzhou men were also disabled. One had no left hand, the other was blind in one eye and wore an eye patch. Li Wanyu thought of the robust men he saw in Dingzhou village yesterday. Many of them were also disabled. He couldn't help but cast an inquiring look at the old village chief. The old villager was old and shrewd. How could he not see Li Wanyu's doubts? He explained to him in a low voice, which made Li Wanyu suddenly understand. It turned out that the reason why there were so many disabled villagers in Dingzhou village was because they used to be government soldiers. The Tang dynasty followed the military system of the previous dynasty, and all farmers between the ages of 20 and 60 were obliged to serve in the military. They selected those with good economic conditions, strong bodies, and many men and their families to serve as government soldiers. The government soldiers needed to prepare their own weapons, equipment, and provisions. As the saying goes, soldiers were gathered in agriculture, and soldiers and farmers were integrated into one. Soldiers were selected from the farmers who shared the fields, and the source of soldiers was guaranteed, who wouldn't be injured in battle. With the medical conditions of the Tang dynasty, naturally, there were many disabled people. After listening to the old village chief's explanation, Li Wanyu was a little confused. The government soldiers of the Tang dynasty should belong to wealthy families. Then why were there so many government soldiers in Dingzhou village, but so poor? The old village chief hesitated for a moment before explaining, the disabled soldiers in the village are all government soldiers of the previous dynasty. The previous dynasty? Li Wanyu was stunned. It turned out that the government soldiers of Dingzhou village were all government soldiers of the Sui dynasty. No wonder these disabled villagers were all middle-aged. These old government soldiers in Dingzhou village were all soldiers guarding Guanzhou at the end of the Sui dynasty. In the 14th year of Day, the first year of Wuda, Li Yuan attacked Guanzhou and declared himself an emperor. These government soldiers of Dingzhou village were all injured and surrendered to the Tang dynasty at that time. But after all, they were government soldiers of the previous dynasty, and most of them were disabled. Soon after they surrendered to the Tang dynasty, they were disarmed and returned to their fields. As for any military achievements, it was impossible for them to be rewarded. From the first year of Wuda to the second year of Jingguan, the originally rich Dingzhou village became poorer and poorer in 10 years. Li Jia Xiaolang, these 2 are brothers of the Niu family. Dalong and Erlang were both good soldiers in the army back then. The one who is missing an arm is Dalong Niu Yong, and the one who is blind is his brother Niu Wu. Although they are disabled, 7 or 8 strong men can't do anything to them. Although Li Wanyu couldn't see the strength of the 2 men, he knew that they were not ordinary people just by looking at the strong muscles of the 2 Guanzhou men. He hurriedly saluted with his hands folded. Brothers of the Niu family, I need to go to Chang'an. I'll have to trouble you to escort me. Niu Dalong nodded and said in a low, muffled voice, no problem. Xiaolang, don't worry. We will definitely protect you. Niu Erlang curiously looked up and down at Li Wanyu with his one good eye. Brothers, do you need to prepare? No need. We have brought the weapons and things. We can go now. After Niu Dalong finished speaking, he turned around and picked up the weapons in the yard, which startled Li Wanyu. Good heavens! Are these 2 brothers going to war? Except for the lack of armor, they were basically armed to the teeth. The law of the Tang dynasty didn't prohibit civilians from owning weapons. Bows, arrows, knives, shields, short spears, and other weapons were allowed, but heavy weapons such as armor, crossbows, long spears and horse armor were prohibited. But the Niu brothers actually had bows, arrows, knives, and short spears, which made Li Wanyu feel ashamed. Niu Yong carried a few short spears on his back and a long knife at his waist. Niu Wu carried an archer and a short knife. Were they really escorting him to Chong and not going to war? Niu Dalong, Erlang, don't you think you're exaggerating? Niu Yong shook his head. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Besides, we're used to it. Well, Li Wanyu had nothing to say. Anyway, it did give him a sense of security. And if there were no accidents, he should be bringing back a lot of food and money this time. So he didn't need someone to protect him. After thanking the village chief again, the three of them left the village and walked towards Hu County. 20 li was actually not too far. If an adult walked fast, it would take them 2 hours. But Li Wanyu had the body of a 16-year-old, and his body had just recovered from a serious illness. After walking for 2 li, he was already panting. Dalong, Erlang, take a rest. I can't walk anymore. Li Wanyu sat on the edge of the field and panted. Nyota frowned and looked at the sun. He turned to Nyoair and shouted, Erlang, carry Xiaolang. Okay. Niu Wu did not hesitate. He took the bow, an arrow from his back, and squatted down to carry Li Wanyu. How can this be? I can walk on my own. Li Wanyu was embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to let Niu Wu carry him. However, Niu Wu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He directly pulled him over and threw him onto his back. Then, he took large strides forward. Li Wanyu's body was less than 100 jin, but Niu Wu carried him as if he was weightless. It was very easy. Li Wanyu wanted to struggle, but Niu Wu's 2 thick arms were like 2 iron chains. He could not break free. Helpless, Li Wanyu could only obediently let Niu Wu carry him forward. In order to relieve his embarrassment, and at the same time to understand these 2 fierce generals who were protecting him, Li Wanyu chatted with them. However, this conversation made him feel deep respect for these 2 brothers. Chapter 36. The Niu brothers were not normal soldiers in the Sui army, but members of the Tabai army. The Tabai army was in charge of scouting and scouting. The meaning of the name was to find out where the enemy was hiding. Scouting, destroying, and spying were all the missions of the Tabai army. To be able to become a member of the Tabai army, one had to be the smartest and strongest among the old soldiers. Li Wanyu thought to himself, these 2 brothers are like the special forces of the future, kings of soldiers. They were really amazing. In the 11th year of the Sui dynasty, Tujue by Qihan took advantage of the fact that Emperor Yang was patrolling the north and led hundreds of thousands of cavalry to attack, trapping Emperor Yang at Yinmen. The Niu brothers were defending Yinmen Pass and had a huge battle with the Tujue. The Yinmen Pass only had 17,000 men and could only last for 20 days. However, they fought bravely, and although they suffered heavy casualties, they still managed to protect the city. At that time, the Niu brothers were under orders to scout the Tujue, but were surrounded. When they tried to break out, Niu was shot in the eye and fell off his horse. Niu Yong lost an arm to save his brother. Fortunately, their fellow soldiers risked their lives to save them. Only then were the 2 of them pulled back from the gates of hell and saved their lives. The Tujue could not take them down and retreated to the north. The Sui army took the chance to chase them to Mai and captured 2,000 Tujue men before retreating. This was the 11th year of the Great War at Yinmen. Hearing that the 2 brothers were injured in the battle with the Tujue, Li Wanyu gave them a thumbs up. Heroes of a nation, the Niu brothers were tired from the army due to their injuries and returned to their fields. They managed to avoid the civil war at the end of the Sui dynasty. However, Li Wanyu only needed to look at the patched clothes on the Niu brothers' bodies to know that these 2 brothers also lived in poverty. Although he did not know how much skill the Niu brothers still had, since they were recommended by the old village chief, they must be really skilled. Why were they so poor? Although the land in Dingzhou village was barren and the villagers were poor, the Niu brothers should be able to live a carefree life even if they went hunting in the mountains. Behind Dingzhou village was Mount Shouyang, a famous peak on the northern slope of the Qinling Mountains. After King Wu of Zhou destroyed the Shang dynasty, they were ashamed to eat Zhou millet and ate Wei Wei instead. They starved to death on Mount Shouyang. In the Tang dynasty, Mount Shouyang and the entire Qinling Mountains were full of wild beasts and abundant resources. The Niu brothers were two capable members of the Taobai army. How could they be poor? However, the three of them hadn't known each other for long, so Li Wanyu didn't ask too much. He just hid his suspicions in his heart. The three of them chatted along the way. With the Ox brothers' speed, they arrived at the county seat of Huxing County in less than an hour. They were much faster than Li Wanyu's ox cart the day before yesterday. Li Wanyu embarrassedly jumped down from Niu Wu's back. After thanking Niu Wu again, he led the two of them to the county yamen. He was here to borrow a horse from Yang Quan. Hu County was 70 li away from Chang and City. Even with the Niu brothers' speed, they would have to walk for 6 hours without rest. However, if they rode a horse, an hour would be enough. He asked the yamen runner at the county yamen to go in and report that he wanted to see Yang Quan. Soon, the yamen runner replied and invited Li Wanyu in. The county magistrate was waiting for him in the back of the yamen. Li Wanyu asked the Niu brothers to wait at the county yamen entrance, then followed the yamen runner into the county yamen. In the study, Yang Quan smiled and asked, "Zio, how come you have time to come to the county yamen today?" "You came at the right time. I was just about to send the yamen runner to Dingzhou village to find you." Li Wanyu was a bit surprised. Why did Yang Quan have something to talk to him about? "Ming House, is there something you want to talk to me about?" "Yes, there is something." "Zio, what brings you to the county yamen?" Yang Quan wasn't in a hurry to answer Li Wanyu's question. Instead, he asked for his purpose of coming. "I need to go to Chang'an for something. I want to borrow a horse from Ming House." "I can borrow a horse, but you have to do something for me," Yang Quan said slowly while twirling his beard. "Ming House, please tell me. It's a small matter. It's very simple. Tomorrow, there will be a poetry contest in Chang'an City. Since you're going to Chang'an City, you can go and take part. You can represent the students of Hu County and come back first." "What? Take part in a poetry contest?" Yang Quan's words stunned Li Wanyu for a long time. He didn't know what to say. "Simple? Simple my ass." Yang Quan said it so easily, as if it was as simple as asking Li Wanyu to go to the market and buy a piece of spinach. Well, if he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem difficult. He didn't know how many poems of the Tang and Song dynasties he had in his mind. It wouldn't be difficult to take first place in a poetry contest. But why? Was he so free? If he had the time to take part in a poetry contest, why didn't he go and earn more money? He owed a huge sum of money and had to make money for his family of 4 to survive the locusts. How could he have the time to write poems with a group of idle scholars? Besides, he didn't want to make a name for himself. That was something only scholars who wanted to be an official would do. So what if he took first place in a poetry contest? Could he ask Yang Quan to cancel his debt? "Ming House, you are making things difficult for me. I have something to do in Chang. I don't have time to take part in a poetry contest." "No time? Then I don't have a horse to lend you. You can walk there yourself." Yang Quan was not in a hurry. He looked at the document in his hand calmly. Li Wanyu was almost angered to death by Yang Quan's words. Was he still a county magistrate of the Tang dynasty? How could he be so stingy? He also threw a tantrum. If he didn't want to lend him money, then so be it. He could just spend some money to hire a carriage. Speaking of which, the price of hiring a carriage in the Tang dynasty was more expensive. It was much more expensive than taxis in the future. The price was about 100 caddies. For every 100 li, the fee was 100 copper coins. Damn, he was simply black-hearted. The total weight of himself and the 3 Niu brothers should be at least 400 kilograms. To travel 70 li to Chang, and it would cost about 400 copper coins. It was equivalent to 1,600 yuan in the future. Well, it was almost enough to buy 10 caddies of pork. But before Li Wanyu could leave in a huff, Yang Quan didn't even lift his eyelids. He lightly threw out a sentence that made Li Wanyu take a step back. "If you take first place in the poetry contest, this county magistrate will reward you with 100 strings of coins." Poverty stunts ambition. 100 strings of coins was not a small amount for Li Wanyu now. After moving to the old house in Dingzhou village, the family was only left with 7 or 8 strings of coins. This time, he took away half of the money. Now that Yang Quan said that he would reward him with 100 strings of coins, How could Li Wanyu not be tempted? Li Wanyu spread his hands in front of Yang Quan. Pay half first. This money will not be used to offset the debt. He knew that he still owed the county magistrate 62 million yuan, which was about 1,620 strings of coins. If he worked hard to take first place in the poetry contest, and Yang Quan said that the debt would be offset, then Li Wanyu could only cry. Li Wanyu's unscrupulous appearance made Yang Quan want to slap him. Pay half first? Do you think I'm doing business with you and giving you a deposit? Get out. Yang Quan was so angry that he didn't even look at the documents and slapped the table. What are you being so fierce for? Fine, I'll get out. Li Wanyu saw that Yang Quan was really angry, so he quickly left this troublesome place. Just as he walked out the door, he heard Yang Quan shouting in the room, "Go to the stables and get the horse. If you can't take first place in the poetry contest, be careful, or I'll go to your house to collect the debt." Chapter 37. After Li Wanyu left, he saw that Yang Quan was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed while twirling his beard. Joining the poetry meet was actually Yang's idea for Yu Shinan. That day, Yu Shinan was so angry at Li Wanyu's tiredness that he stomped his feet and left. When Yang Quan sent his teacher out, he whispered a few words to him. "Teacher, don't be angry. I have a way to deal with Zio's laziness." Yang Quan whispered in Yu Shinan's ear. "Shuqing, tell me quickly, what good idea do you have?" Zio is indeed talented. At the age of 16, he was able to write poems like To Yang Quan and Ode to the Gallant. In my memory, there is no one as talented as him. If teacher wants him to become an official, it is not difficult. Oh, this kid is stubborn and only wants to make money. If you have a way, tell me quickly. I can't let Zio go astray. Make him famous, Yang Quan whispered. Yu Shinan heard Yang Quan's words and immediately understood. In the Tang dynasty, there were many ways for scholars to become an official. Participating in the imperial examination, self-recommendation, recommendation, favor, enlisting in the army, and being an aide were all ways. However, Li Wanyu obviously would not accept any of these methods. Another way was to make him famous. As long as he was famous enough, even the emperor would take the initiative to recruit him as an official. Yang Quan did not believe that when Pai Lupi gave the order to expel Li Wanyu, this bastard would refuse. Shuqing, continue. What should we do? Teacher, do you still remember the poetry competition that will be held in Chang and City in a few days? Yu Shinan immediately understood what he meant. He twirled his beard and smiled. Shuqing, this is a good idea. But are you sure you can let that kid attend the competition? Teacher, don't forget that Zio still owes money to the county government. Yang Quan said with a sneaky smile. Teacher, when you return to Chang, and you will spread the 2 poems of Zio. Why should I worry that I won't be noticed by the saint? Yu Shinan nodded his head in satisfaction. With the help of his old servant, Yuda, he boarded the ox cart and returned to Chang'an. Li Wanyu, who had been secretly plotted against by Yu Shinan and his disciple, knew nothing about it. He went to the county government stables to borrow horses and led the 3 horses out of the county government, which made the Niu brothers' eyes brighten. Dalong, Erlang, can you ride a horse? Li Wanyu didn't get any answer to his question. Instead, he saw the 2 brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, each pick a horse. They stretched out their hands and stroked the neck of the horse a few times. Then, their figures gracefully leaped onto the horse's back. Even Niu Yong, who only had 1 arm, didn't hesitate at all. With a light push from the saddle, he sat firmly on the horse's back. Xiaolang, when us brothers were charging on horseback, you were still drinking milk? Ha ha. Niu Wu laughed loudly. Li Wanyu looked at the brothers' skillful movements and secretly scolded himself for being talkative. These 2 were originally members of the King of Soldiers' Special Forces. As members of the White Army, they must be skilled in archery and horse riding. As for himself, he was a white-collar worker in his previous life. He had never ridden a horse. However, the original owner of this body knew how to ride a horse. Riding a horse, archery, and sword dancing were all necessary skills for the nobles and literati of this era. This was also the reason why he dared to ask Yang Quan to borrow a horse. However, when he really stepped on the stirrups, Li Wanyu realized that riding a horse wasn't as simple as he thought it was. According to the method in his memory, he stood in front of the horse's left shoulder, held the reins in his left hand, and raised his left foot to step on the stirrups. However, he didn't expect that the horse would struggle uneasily. It almost threw Li Wanyu to the ground, making him look very embarrassed. The Niu brothers sitting on the horse looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Niu jumped off the horse and walked to Li Wanyu's side. Grab the reins and the horse's mane with your left hand. This way, you can fix the horse's body and not let it move. Jump with your right foot and, at the same time, step on the stirrups with your left foot. Turn around and get on the horse. After Niu Wu's instructions, Li Wanyu finally sat on the saddle. Haha, Xiaolang, you still need to practice your horse riding skills more. Niu Yong laughed. Li Wanyu blushed with shame and didn't explain. The three of them slowly rode out of the city and trotted towards Chang and city. On the way, Niu Wu urged the horse to gallop several times. He ran back and forth on the road from Hu County to Chang'an. When the horse was sweating, he pulled back the reins and jogged back. Haha, carefree. I haven't ridden a horse for many years. Li Wanyu could tell that the Niu brothers were also people who loved horses. Thinking about it, they probably didn't have many opportunities to gallop like this after they retired from the army. In Dingzhou village, there wasn't even an inferior horse to pull a carriage. There were only old cows in the village. For elites like the Niu brothers to not have the opportunity to ride a horse for more than 10 years, it was probably very depressing. It was just like how racers in the future didn't have the opportunity to touch the steering wheel. It was a very painful thing. After all, Niu Yong had lost an arm and was older than Niu Wu by 1 or 2 years. He was much calmer. He just rode the horse and followed Li Wanyu at a moderate pace. After a short while, Chang'an City came into sight. In his memory, the previous owner of this body had been to Chang'an before. But when Li Wanyu saw this dreamlike city with his own eyes, the world's most majestic city, the shock still made him speechless for a long time. The 12-meter-high city wall had no end in sight. It was like a barrier that could never be breached. Chang'an City was made up of Waigwa City, the Palace City, and the Imperial City. It covered an area of about 87 square kilometers. It was roughly half the size of the third ring of Xi, and in the future, Waigwa City was about 20 miles from east to west. It was equivalent to Li Wanyu walking from Dingzhou village to Hu County. It was about 70 miles from north to south. It was basically the distance from Hu County to Chang'an City. More than 1 million people lived in this majestic city. One had to know that this was during the Tang dynasty. More than 1,000 years ago, there was no city more majestic and magnificent than Chang'an. Chang'an was 7 times larger than Constantinople. Even the most famous ancient city of Rome was only 1/5 the size of Chang'an City. Chang'an City was divided into 14 main streets from east to west and 11 main streets from north to south. The entire city was divided into 108 squares of different sizes. The entire city of Chang'an was horizontal and vertical. It was no different from a chessboard. Li Wanyu was momentarily stunned. A voice echoed in his mind for a long time. Dream of Chang'an. He had traveled to Xi'an in his previous life. But the Chang'an now was not something that the Xi'an of the future could compare to. The outer city wall of Chang'an was divided into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. Each direction had 3 city gates. There were a total of 12 city gates. They had come to Chang'an and from Hu County through the illustrious Virtue Gate in the south of Chang'an City. The illustrious Virtue Gate was also the main gate of Chang'an City. The other city gates had 3 gates, but the illustrious Virtue Gate had 5 gates. The so-called gates were openings in the city walls that were installed with heavy city gates. Although the illustrious Virtue Gate had 5 gates, only the small gates on the left and right sides could be used by people. They had set off from Dingzhou village early in the morning. By the time they reached Chang'an, it was already noon. There was already a long queue at the city gate waiting to enter the city for inspection. Li Wanyu curiously sized up the queue. There were many caravans made up of mules and horses. There were even caravans from the western regions riding camels. Li Wanyu was dazzled by the fair-skinned, yellow-haired, blue-eyed barbarian merchants, and the sexy Persian singers. After waiting in line for half a day, the guards finally entered Chang and city after inspecting the three of them for inspection. Xiaolang, where are we going now? Niu Wu asked. They did not know why Li Wanyu had come to Chang and city. Let's go to Chongren Lane and find a place to stay first. Chapter 38. Entering the city from the illustrious Virtue Gate was the Vermilion Bird Avenue of Chang. The Vermilion Bird Avenue, which ran from north to south, was a standard central axis of Chang. It connected the Changtian Gate of the palace, the Vermilion Bird Gate of the imperial city, and the illustrious Virtue Gate of the outer city. It divided Chang and into two symmetrical parts, Wanyan County in the east and Chang and County in the west. The pavement of the avenue was paved with green bricks. There were 3 to 4 meters deep drainage ditches and trees on both sides of the road. Li Wanyu was dumbfounded by the avenue that connected Chang. It was too damn wide. Was this a King Avenue of Chang, and not an airplane runway? The 150-meter wide Vermilion Bird Avenue was beyond Li Wangyu's knowledge. A modern road was 3 meters wide. A 150-meter wide road was equivalent to a 50-lane road in the future. It was terrifying. The Vermilion Bird Avenue was the widest in Chang, and followed by the corresponding streets of the other city gates. The standard width was 120 meters, and the ordinary streets were 80 meters wide. It was a spectacular sight. The Vermilion Bird Avenue was different from other streets. There was a 10-meter wide road in the middle of the road. It was the imperial road used by the emperor. Ordinary people could cross it, but were not allowed to walk on it. The Tang dynasty was the same as the future. The traffic rules were to use the right side. The 8th volume of Tang Yulin said, "People respect the right side, and the right side is the most respected." Although there was a lot of traffic on the wide street, it was very orderly. The wide Vermilion Bird Avenue was bustling with people. There was an endless stream of diplomatic missions and caravans, as well as various horse and camel caravans and carriages. For a moment, Li Wanyu was mesmerized. When he entered Chang, and it was drizzling, Li Wanyu looked at everything in front of him, and a poem popped up in his mind. The drizzling rain on the heavenly street is as smooth as butter. The color of the grass can be seen from afar, but not near. The best thing about spring is that the willows are all over the imperial city. Han Yu's poem, one of the 18 members of the water department in early spring, described the beautiful scenery of the drizzling rain in Chang'an. The heavenly street in the poem was another name for the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Riding on the horse, Li Wanyu was lost in thought. He muttered the poem, and then he heard a man's voice. Good poem. The drizzling rain on the heavenly street is as smooth as butter. This Lang Jun has great literary talent. Li Wanyu turned his head in astonishment. He saw a young man riding a horse beside him. The young man was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a sword at his waist. The young man was looking at him with excitement. Seeing that Li Wanyu was looking at him, the young man on the horse cupped his hands towards Li Wanyu and said, "I accidentally heard you reciting a poem and got excited. Sorry for disturbing you. My surname is Fong, and my given name is Jun. My courtesy name is Ei. How should I address you?" Fong Jun. When Li Wanyu heard this name, his first reaction was that he didn't recognize it. When he heard that this person called himself Ui, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fong Junfong's love? F***CK. The famous cuckold party of the Tang dynasty. Their grasslands were so green that they could graze. Love is a ray of light, so green that you panic. Fong Ai was the second son of Fong Xianling, a famous official of the Tang dynasty. Later, he married the famous princess Gao Yang. The story of Gao Yang cheating on the monk Bianji was known to everyone. What was even more tragic was that this guy was dragged by Gao Yang to play a game of rebellion. In the end, he was killed by Li Ji, who had just become the emperor. There was a tragedy in life called marrying a princess. Li Wanyu didn't expect his luck to be so good. He had just entered Chang and walked onto the Vermilion Bird Avenue when he met such a historical celebrity. "Hello, brother, Ei. I am Li Wanyu of Hu County. My courtesy name is Li Wanyu." Holding back the urge to spit out blood, Li Wanyu greeted him. Hu County? Brother EAI, were you born in the Li clan of Hu County? Fong EAI asked. Fong EAI's words made Li Wanyu smile bitterly. I was born in the Li clan of Hu County. However, my name was removed from the clan a few days ago. Let's not talk about it. What? Removed from the clan? Why is that? Fong EAI's face was full of shock. In his opinion, the young man in front of him had an extraordinary temperament. The poem he had just heard was even more amazing. Shouldn't a young man with such literary talent be greatly nurtured by the clan? How could he be removed from the clan? Li Wanyu didn't know how to answer Fong EAI's question. It was the first time the two had met, so how could they talk about such things? Seeing Li Wanyu's strange expression, Fong EAI slapped his head. Haha, it's my fault. It's my fault for asking about ZU's privacy the first time we met. He looked at the sky. Brother EAI, it's already noon. I don't think you've had lunch yet, right? Let's go. I'll be the host today. Let's get drunk. He didn't wait for Li Wanyu's objection and directly reached out to grab Li Wanyu's reins. He wanted to pull Li Wanyu to eat wine. Unable to reject Fong EAI's warm invitation, Li Wanyu could only follow. Speaking of eating in a restaurant, it wasn't an easy thing to do. In Notice Chang'an City, it wasn't filled with shops like the cities of the future. Li Wanyu looked up and saw that the wide streets were lined with walls on both sides. Chang'an City was divided into 108 squares, and each square was surrounded by walls and doors. In the Tang dynasty, there was a strict distinction between squares and cities. Squares were residential areas, while cities were commercial areas. There were only two cities in Chang'an City, and they were where the most prosperous businesses in the world gathered. Merchants from all over the world traveled thousands of miles along the Silk Road to Chang'an City and could only do business in the two cities. Silk and satin clothing stores, jewelry stores, rouge and powder stores, swords and spears, iron hoes and pottery bowls, musical instruments, fortune-telling, restaurants and restaurants. Everything was available in the two cities. The shopping that the future generations often talked about actually originated from the two cities of Chang and Xian in the Tang dynasty. Fong AI want to treat Li Wanyu to a meal. In Notice Chang'an City, other than a few restaurants, all the other restaurants were concentrated in the two cities. Fong AI also had two attendants on horseback behind him. Together with Li Wanyu and the other two, the group of 6 rode slowly toward the East Market. Horses were prohibited in Chang'an City, and the journey from the illustrious Virtue Gate to the East Market along the Vermilion Bird Avenue was about 20 miles. Li Wanyu was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his stomach when the group finally arrived at the restaurant. They stopped in front of a 2-story restaurant called Drunken Cloud Restaurant. Before Fong AI got off his horse, a waiter came out to greet them. Young Master Fong, you haven't been here for a long time. Please come in, come in. Everyone got off their horses. Fong AI asked the waiter to prepare fodder for the horses and ordered his 2 attendants and the Nyo brothers to prepare food. He then pulled Li Wanyu into the restaurant. Li Wanyu sized up this Tang dynasty restaurant. The first floor was a spacious hall, and there were already many people sitting inside. It was very lively. However, the walls were really gaudy, densely packed with all kinds of words. Li Wanyu curiously looked over and was almost amused. It turned out that the walls of this restaurant were full of treasures of calligraphy, left behind by all kinds of literati. There were also poems inscribed on the courtyard walls and the walls of the house. Those Tang dynasty literati with bad hands couldn't bear to see a clean blank space. Those who knew how to compose poems wrote poems. Those who knew how to write essays wrote essays. And those who really didn't know how to write anything would write something like a certain year, a certain month, a certain village, a certain official, a certain person visited this place. Damn, is this not a Tieba forum from the future? There's poison in this. Chapter 39. On the other hand, the second floor was very quiet and the decorations were more elegant. However, the walls were still filled with various treasures of calligraphy. The restaurant's polished wooden floor was covered with thick carpets, and there were short tables and couches on them. Fong AI found a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter quickly moved a few screens over, and an independent VIP box was created. Doctor, bring the best wine and dishes. Fang AI sat down and called out. The doctor was referring to the waiter in the restaurant. Okay, please sit down. The good wine and dishes will be sent right away. Soon, the wine and dishes were served. Fang AI eagerly poured wine for Li Wanyu. This wine tasted slightly better than the one Li Wanyu drank at home, but for Li Wanyu, it was barely drinkable. After 3 rounds of wine, the two became familiar with each other. When Fang AI learned that Li Wanyu's father was Li Zhou, he immediately stood up and bowed to Li Wanyu. This made Li Wanyu confused. What was he trying to do? Brother Zio, so you're Li Gong's son? Please accept a bow from me. Come, let me offer you a toast. Fang AI's words made Li Wanyu even more confused. Fang Xianling was Pai Lupi's confidant, but his own father opposed Pai Lupi's ascension to the throne. Their political views should be different. Why did Fang AI treat him like this? Seeing Li Wanyu's confusion, Fang AI raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. He explained, Li Gong is indebted to my lord. As Pai Lupi's confidant, Fang Xianling was feared by the former crown Prince Li Jianqing. In the 6th year of Wuda, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were both expelled by the former crown Prince Li Jianqing. Fang Xianling happened to be in charge of Hu County. At that time, Li Zhou was in charge of Hu County. He was only loyal to Pai Lupi's father, Li Yuan. He did not have a good impression of the former crown prince Li Jianqing. Therefore, he was very protective of Fang Xianling, and Fang Xianling regarded him as a close friend. After the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Pai Lupi ascended the throne. Li Zhou was demoted and removed from his position in the court. Fang Xianling tried to persuade Li Zhou to work for Pai Lupi, but he was scolded by Li Zhou and cut off all ties with him. After Li Zhou fell ill and died, Fang Xianling was still crying at home, feeling sorry for Li Zhou. After listening to Fang Yai's explanation, Li Wanyu suddenly realized that his dead father actually knew Fang Xianling, a powerful person from the Tang Empire. Now that both sides had the relationship of their fathers, they were even closer. After drinking another cup of wine, Fang AI asked curiously, Brother Ziyu, why were you expelled from the clan? It's all because those leeches were too greedy. Li Wanyu didn't hide anything from him and told him about his experience. After listening to Li Wanyu's words, Fang AI was so angry that he slammed the wine cup on the floor. Old man, how dare you? I'm so angry. Ziyu, don't worry. Today I'll go home and report to the Lord. I'll definitely give you justice. Brother ZAI, no need. I don't care about the clan. It's better to leave the vampire clan. Who knows who he will regret in the future? Ziyu is ambitious. Come, let's drink. Fang AI didn't say much. He picked up the wine pot and filled Li Wanyu's cup. The two drank for a full hour. Even if the alcohol content of the Tang Dynasty wine wasn't high, Li Wanyu still felt a little tipsy. As for Fang AI, this historical celebrity that he met today, Li Wanyu felt that he was quite a good and interesting person. Later generations had different opinions about Fang AI. In the New Tang book, it was said that Fang Xianling's second son, Fang AI, was uneducated and had martial strength. However, after today's meeting, Li Wanyu felt that Fang AI wasn't as bad as the history books said. What uneducated and uneducated? It was said that Fang AI was absurd and uneducated. However, Li Wanyu found that Fang AI's talent was quite good, and his personality was very straightforward. He was very much to Li Wanyu's liking. Thinking about it, Fang Xianling was the prime minister of the Tang Dynasty and one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. How could he have a son who neglected to educate him? However, when he thought about the famous cuckold between Fang AI and Princess Gaoyang, he felt that if there was a chance in the future, he must persuade Fang AI to stay away from Gaoyang. At this time, the two had only known each other for half a day. Naturally, it wasn't the time to talk about this. However, Li Wanyu still remembered this in his heart. Fang AI's alcohol tolerance was not good. When Li Wanyu only felt a little tipsy, he was already drunk. He called Fang AI's attendants and asked them to carefully send Fang AI back to the mansion. This banquet, including the expenses of the Niu brothers, cost a lot of money. If Fong AI hadn't paid the bill, Li Wanyu would have been distressed for a long time. After sending Fong AI away, Li Wanyu asked the waiter where the shop selling paper was. He led the Niu brothers to buy a stack of mulberry paper. Not far from the East Market, the Chongren Square of Chong, and was northwest. Chongren Square gathered all kinds of inns of different sizes. It was a place where inns gathered. Li Wanyu casually found a hostel and booked 2 rooms to stay in. After letting the Niu brothers go to rest, Li Wanyu closed the door, took out the mulberry paper he bought, and found a charcoal pencil from the bag he carried with him. Li Wanyu busied himself in his room for the entire afternoon. It was only in the evening that Li Wanyu snuck out of his room. "Sir, are you going out? The drum of dusk is about to sound. After the drum stops, the gate will be closed. You must not go out." Seeing that Li Wanyu was going out, the waiter of the hostel hurriedly reminded him. In Chong, and the drum would be sounded sooner or later. The drum in the morning and drum in the evening was the signal for work and rest in the city. After the drum in the morning was sounded 3,000 times, the gate opened. After the drum in the evening was sounded 800 times, the gate closed. After the drum in the evening was sounded, those who were still on the street and did not enter the square would be arrested by the patrolling marquis for violating the night curfew. After the gate was closed, in principle, people were not allowed to walk around freely. However, in a place where inns like Chongren Square gathered, there was no taboo in the square. Most of the scholars from other places who came to Chong and to select officials and participate in the imperial examination would live here. Therefore, even after the curfew, the restaurants attached to Chongren Square were noisy day and night. The lights were endless, just like the nightlife center of Chong. Li Wanyu thanked the waiter with a smile, walked out of the hostel, and walked straight to the gate. The old guard guarding the gate also reminded him that the drum of dusk was about to be sounded. If he was late, the gate would be closed. Li Wanyu just smiled and thanked the old guard. After that, he walked to the gate of Ping Kong Square across the street. Seeing that he was going to Ping Kong Square, the old guard did not say anything more. He just looked envious. Ping Kong Square was the most special square in Chong and of the Tang dynasty. The reason why the old guard looked envious was that it was Ahem, the legendary red light district. The second volume of the Legacy of the Heavenly Treasure of Kaiyuan said, Chong, and has Ping Kong Square, a place where prostitutes live. The young heroes of the capital gather here. People call this square a romantic place. Ping Kong Square was not only a red light district, but also the location of the famous office in the capital. Just like in the future, each province had an office in the capital, Chong, and called the Memorial Office. There were 15 memorial offices in Chong, and all of them were located in Ping Kong Square. It was convenient for the officials from other places to drink wine and have fun at night. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, officials were not allowed to visit prostitutes. Scholars and officials in the imperial court were proud to come here for pleasure. Li Wanyu didn't come to Peace Lane because he was unable to endure his hunger and thirst and wanted to have some fun. He was here to make money. Chapter 40. The reason why Li Wanyu came all the way from Dingzhou village to Chong and was to come to Ping Kong Square and earn his first bucket of gold in the Tang dynasty. Outside a brothel, Li Wanyu saw a young fatty dressed in black struggling to dismount from the back of a strong horse with the help of a servant. Li Wanyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Li Wanyu sneaked over like a street vendor who sold pornography in the future and asked in a low voice, "Brother, do you want to buy a picture?" Li Wanyu's sneaky appearance gave the fair-skinned fatty a fright. "What do you want?" "Hee, brother. I'm asking you if you want to buy a picture." "Buy what picture?" The fatty blinked his eyes twice, not understanding Li Wanyu's meaning. Li Wanyu didn't answer him and looked around. "Brother, there are too many people here. It's not convenient. Can we talk somewhere else?" The fatty looked at him with a bit of vigilance, as if he didn't want to rashly come into contact with Li Wanyu. Seeing the fatty's vigilant look, Li Wanyu carefully took out a scroll of paper from his bosom, opened it, and showed it to the fatty, then immediately put it away. But with just a glance, the young fatty's eyes immediately widened, his nostrils flared, and his face was full of disbelief. You want to sell this picture? Quick, let me take a closer look at it. There are too many people here. It's inconvenient. Li Wanyo's face showed that he was in a difficult position. The fatty immediately looked around, then pointed to an empty alley and said, "Brother, how about you? Can I talk there?" Li Wanyu nodded, and the fatty also refused the servant's offer to follow him. The two of them walked into the alley, one in front and one behind. Quick, quick, let me take a closer look at the picture. As soon as they walked into the alley, the fatty couldn't wait to urge Li Wanyu to give him the picture. Li Wanyu chuckled. He reached into his bosom and took out the mulberry paper again. He spread it open and handed it to the fat man. This time, Fatty looked at it even more carefully. His eyes were almost on fire. He couldn't pull his eyes away from the painting in his hands. What painting is this? Why was it so realistic? Who is this woman? Li Wanyu didn't answer. He just smiled and asked, "Does brother like it?" "Of course. Didn't you say you wanted to sell this map? I'll buy it." "How much?" Fatty couldn't wait to answer. Li Wanyu raised a finger. 100 taels of gold. Hiss! Even though he was mentally prepared, the fatty was still shocked by Li Wanyu's price and sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? It was too expensive. It's not like your painting was made by a famous master. Even if it was, it wouldn't be that expensive. Fatty shook his head. "Brother, this painting is a rare treasure in this world. Have you seen such a painting before? If you could take out one, I'll give it to you for free." This. Fatty was at a loss for words. He still felt that the price was too expensive. "How about this? Since you and I are fated to meet today, brother, name a price. If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you at a lower price." Li Wanyu was just asking for an exorbitant price. He was waiting for Fatty to bargain. "How about 10 strings of cash?" Fatty didn't hold back and cut Li Wanyu's price to a cabbage. Li Wanyu pretended to be angry. He reached out to take back his painting. "Give it back to me. Since brother doesn't want to buy it, don't waste our time." Don't. We could talk about it." Fatty was afraid that Li Wanyu would take the painting back. He retracted his hand and hid the painting behind him. "Brother, make it cheaper. 100 taels of gold is too expensive. You won't be able to find anyone in Chang and who can buy this painting at this price." Li Wanyu rolled his eyes and replied, 80 taels. 20 strings of cash. 60 taels. 30 strings of cash. After a battle of words, Li Wanyu's painting was sold the price of 60 strings of cash and 10 taels of gold. Fatty reached out to summon his servant. "Give me 10 taels of gold." "What? 10 taels of gold?" When the servant heard Fatty's words, he quickly covered the pouch on his back with his hands. At the same time, he looked at Li Wanyu with vigilance. Obviously, in the servant's eyes, Li Wanyu was a swindler. It was a big deal to cheat 10 taels of gold from his Langjun. "Stop talking nonsense. Give me the money." "No, Langjun. Master said that you can only come to P Square to watch the singing and dancing. You're not allowed to do anything else. Otherwise, I'll be questioned." The servant still shook his head. "Nonsense. I'm here to buy something. I'll explain it to Master when I get back. Give me the money quickly." The servant still shook his head and refused. His Langjun had been tricked more than once. That was why the master had repeatedly told him to keep a close eye on him and not be tricked again. Spending money was a small matter. The most important thing was to lose face after being tricked. Fatty's family was a famous merchant in Chang and City. However, he was often tricked into spending a lot of money. He didn't care about spending money. His father didn't care either. However, because Fatty was always tricked, he would often spend money to buy a pile of junk and take it home as a treasure. He had almost become a joke in Chang and City. That was why he told his son's servant to keep a close eye on the money. He could go out to drink and give tips. However, he couldn't just buy junk back. Fatty was forced into a corner. He held the painting tightly in his hand and showed it to the servant. "Look carefully. I want to buy this painting. Give me the money quickly." With just one look, the servant was stunned. He stared at the painting in Fatty's hand. A line of bright red blood flowed from his nostrils unconsciously. Fatty's face was full of disdain. "Useless thing. Quickly wipe the blood off your nose. I won't bring you to Peace Lane in the future. It's so embarrassing." Only then did the servant react. His face was full of shame. He wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve, and then took out 2 ingots of gold from his pouch and handed them to Fatty. Fatty handed the gold to Li Wanyu. "Brother, we are done with the goods and the money. This painting belongs to me now." Of course, Li Wanyu heard that the drum of dusk had been beaten. He saluted to Fatty and said, "Brother, we'll meet again." The two parted ways. Fatty didn't go to the brothel to watch the singing and dancing. He climbed onto the horse and called for the servant to return home immediately. Li Wanyu walked out of Peace Lane unhurriedly and returned to Chongren Lane. Li Wanyu's departure and return caused the old guard to misunderstand. He shook his head at Li Wanyu's back. He muttered softly, "So he's just for show? Nice to look at, but useless." He came back in less than the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. TSK, his body is so weak. Fortunately, Li Wanyu didn't know that the old guard thought of him like this. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. "You're the weak one." After returning to the hostel, Li Wanyu went back to his room and closed the door. He immediately took out the 2 ingots of gold and looked at them excitedly. "Haha, I'm really a genius. I can even think of such a method. TSK, it can actually be sold for 10 taels of gold." The spending power of this Tang dynasty's otaku is really terrifying. Li Wanyu talked to himself happily for a long time. Then, he carefully put the gold ingots into his bag. He lit the oil lamp, took a piece of mulberry paper, and started to work again. He held a charcoal pencil in his hand and kept drawing on the mulberry paper. Soon, the outline of a pattern appeared on the mulberry paper. It was a sketch of a naked woman. Chapter 41. Yesterday, when Su Changqing said that he could sell paintings for money, Li Wanyu suddenly had an idea. Of course, he couldn't sell ordinary paintings for money, but what if it was a nude sketch? For men in the Tang dynasty who had only seen exaggerated and secretive erotic paintings, a completely realistic and three-dimensional human body sketch would have an impact on them no less than a mental bomb, right? Li Wanyu studied sketching in high school. Because of the restless hormones of young people, he had a special liking for human body sketches. At that time, he had copied many human body sketches and could be said to be the best at it. Therefore, Li Wanyu immediately thought of the idea of selling human body sketches in the Tang dynasty. However, ordinary rice paper was too thin and not suitable for sketches, so he thought of using mulberry paper to draw. As for coming to Chong and to sell paintings, it was completely because of Ping Kong Fong, a consumer market with huge potential. Of course, many people in Huxian knew him, so he was embarrassed to sell the human body sketch. If this matter was spread out, it would not be good for his reputation. Even if Li Wanyu's skin was thick enough, he did not want to become a dissolute man like Tang Yin and Tang Bohu. In the Ming dynasty, Tang Bohu was famous for his erotic paintings and called himself Jiangnan's #1 dissolute scholar. However, because he was short of money, he drew many erotic paintings. Wang Shu Palace Courtesan, Tao Gu's poem, and Mandarin Duck's secret score were all erotic paintings drawn by Tang Bohu. Moreover, if Su Changqing knew that he was making money by drawing human body sketches, wouldn't he lose face? Therefore, he ran to Chong and even carried the Niu brothers behind his back, afraid that they would find out. After the human body sketch he drew in the afternoon was sold for 10 taels of gold, Li Wanyu was even more excited. He did not care that it was late and lit a lamp to start painting in the middle of the night. He did not expect to become rich by drawing human body sketches, let alone pay off the more than 1 million yuan he owed. Being able to sell it for 10 taels of gold today was completely because he met a fool. Li Wanyu estimated that his painting could be sold for 20 or 30 strings of coins, which was already amazing. He hoped to rely on the money from selling the paintings to solve his current emergency. Thinking about the plague of locusts that would start to spread through Guangzhou in a month, Li Wanyu felt anxious. This money was the survival money for him. Su Changqing, Li Heng, and Perrin. 10 taels of gold could be exchanged for 60 strings of cash, which was 60,000 yuan. The current price of rice was 360 copper coins per bushel. With this money, they could buy more than 100 bushels of grain, which was enough for their family of 4 to tide over this difficult time. But what about the villagers of Dingzhou village? Not to mention the distant ones. were the Nyo brothers who accompanied him out this time. How could he watch them starve to death? Li Wanyu let out a long sigh. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. When the time comes, I'll save as many as I can. Under the flickering light, Li Wanyu began to draw again. In his eyes, this black and white human sketch was a life-saving food. While Li Wanyu was engrossed in drawing, the fat man who bought the painting sat in a carriage and returned to his own residence in the sound of the evening drum. Xianyang Lane, where his family lived, was south of Pingkong Lane. It was separated from Chongren Lane, where Li Wanyu temporarily lived, by Pingkong Lane. In Chong'an City, different groups of people lived in different houses. The 108 lanes could be understood as 108 small towns, somewhat similar to the well-equipped communities of the future. Each lane was surrounded by walls of different heights. The walls of the lanes in the south of the city were piled up with yellow soil. Most of the people who lived here were commoners. The population was sparse, and many of the lanes were farmland. The north of Chong and was where the imperial palace and the government resided. The east of the city was where the residences of the high officials and nobles were located, especially the northeast of the city, because it was close to the imperial palace. The residences of the officials were densely packed. The west of the city was where Shi City was located. The trade in Shi City was extremely prosperous. Merchants from various countries and regions lived in the lanes near Shi City. Therefore, some people jokingly called it the place where the rich gathered, Chong, and thus formed a situation of the rich in the east. Although the fat man's family was a merchant, they bought property in Xianyang Lane in the east of the city. Xianyang Lane was also Wanyan County in the east of Chong, and where the county magistrate was located. The fat man rode the horse directly back to a mansion in Xianyang Lane. The two words Cho Mansion were written on the door. Father, I'm back. Back in the mansion, the fat man jumped off the horse with the help of the servant. He took the sketch that Li Wanyu sold to him and ran to his father's study. Kuan-er, why are you back? Aren't you going to spend the night in Pingkong Lane? In the study, a middle-aged man with a kind face and a rather plump body was sitting cross-legged on the couch looking at the account book. He was quite surprised to see his son suddenly come back. When he looked at the drawing in his son's hand, his face turned black. Kuan-er, you bought something again? Hee, I found a treasure today. How much did you buy it for? It's cheap, only 10 taels of gold. The fat man Cho Kuan sat on the soft couch and said proudly. Cho Yunliang's temple suddenly jumped, and he stared angrily at his son, Cho Kuan's personal servant. How could the servant not understand his master's meaning? He hurriedly bowed and said, Master, I really bought a treasure today. What treasure? Let me see. Cho Yuanliang reached out to his son. Cho Kuan carefully unfolded the mulberry paper and spread it on the table, as if he was presenting a treasure. Cho Yuanliang looked at it and couldn't help but gasp. This painting. Father, how is it? Is the painting I bought today a treasure? Is it worth 10 taels of gold? On the mulberry paper, an enchanting woman was half lying on the bed. It was vivid and lifelike, and the graceful figure was like a real person. In just a moment, Cho Yuanliang even felt that his body had some reaction. He quickly coughed to cover it up. The next moment, Cho Yuanliang stood up excitedly and grabbed his son's sleeve. Where did you buy this painting? In Pingkong Fong, I met a young man who sold it to me. He asked for 100 taels of gold, and I cut the price to 10 taels of gold. Cho Kuan smiled proudly. Cho Yuanliang asked, Do you know where the young man lives? Cho Kuan was dumbfounded. How would I know? It's a transaction of money and goods. Do you want to ask him for a refund? That won't do. I want to keep this painting for my own collection. Nonsense. Do you know that this painting can save the lives of our Cho family? Cho Kuan looked at his father and blinked. The painting technique is very unique. How can it save lives? What danger is there for my Cho family? Why don't I know? Sigh. It's useless to tell you before, so I didn't let you know. Cho Yuanliang sighed. Tomorrow, I will go to Pingkong Fong with you. Whether we can find a young man or not is related to the survival of our Cho family. Cho Yuanliang's words made Cho Kuan stunned. He just casually bought a pornographic painting. How is it related to the survival of the family? Chapter 42. the Chiu family of Chang, and wanted to find Li Wanyu to save their lives. Of course, Li Wanyu did not know about this. That night, he finished another sketch of a nude woman, carefully put it away, and then went to bed. However, he tossed and turned all night and did not sleep well. It was not that Li Wanyu did not like the bed, but there was no such thing as a bed in this damn Tang dynasty. When the Tangs slept, the poor slept directly on the ground. A straw mat was the bed. The Dongying people followed suit. The tatami of later generations was the same. Those who were more particular slept on a couch, which was a low bed made of hardwood. The feeling was so good that Li Wanyu missed Simmons very much. Li Wanyu had always thought that there should be a bed in the Tang dynasty, because Li Bai's famous poem, Quiet Night Thoughts, that the bright moonlight before the bed is suspected to be the frost on the ground. However, after traveling through time, he realized that the bed referred to the hoop bed, which was similar to the folding stool of later generations. After traveling to the Tang dynasty for more than a week, Li Wanyu still could not get used to the hard couch. Every day, when he woke up, his back was aching and his legs were cramping. He urgently needed to use the blue bottle cap to nourish his body. It was not easy for the sun to rise. Just as Li Wanyu was sleeping soundly, he was disturbed by the sound of the morning drum that resounded throughout the city. Taking out the watch he borrowed from Su Changqing and looking at the time, Li Wanyu could not help but want to curse. Knock your ass. It was not even 5 o'clock in the morning. What was worse was that the morning drum was not finished yet. Did he not think about the 3,000 beats of the morning drum in Chang'an City? Was that something that could be finished in a short time? In short, Li Wanyu could not sleep anymore. At dawn, he got up with dark circles under his eyes and yawned. Li Wanyu pushed the door open and told the Niu brothers to wash up and go out. Today was the day of Yang Quan's poetry meet in Lake Xujiang. Since Li Wanyu had promised Yang Quan, he had to accept his fate and participate. Although he had no idea what the poetry gathering was for, from Yang Quan's words, it should be a competition. Otherwise, why would he want him to win first place? There was no point in thinking too much about it. He would know when he went there today. If it was just a simple competition of poems, it would be much simpler. Li Wanyu didn't believe that during the Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty, there was anyone who could be more awesome than the poems of the Tang and Song dynasties in his head. Together with the Niu brothers, they found a snack shop in the square that sold breakfast. The fire under the stove was burning brightly, and a bare-chested who was making sesame seed cakes. Steam was rising from a steamer, and the sesame seed cakes that had just come out of the oven were golden, crisp, fragrant, and crispy. Li Wanyu's appetite was greatly stimulated. "Waiter, give me 10 steamed cakes and sesame seed cakes each, and 3 bowls of steamed soup." Li Wanyu asked the Niu brothers to sit down, and then asked the waiter to bring the food. In the Tang dynasty, steamed buns, steamed rolls, steamed dumplings, and steamed dumplings were all called steamed cakes. The only difference was whether there was any stuffing or not, and how it looked. The steamed cakes with stuffing flowed with oil as soon as they bit into them, and the big bowl of steamed noodles and steamed soup made Li Wanyu and the Niu brothers cry out in satisfaction. However, the Niu brothers were big enough, and their appetites were even bigger. The 10 steamed cakes and sesame seed cakes were almost completely devoured by the 2 of them, and they didn't seem to be full. Li Wanyu had just made a fortune last night, so how could he be stingy with these things? He hurriedly asked the waiter to bring 10 steamed cakes and sesame seed cakes each, and 2 bowls of steamed soup. Only then did the Niu brothers finally shake off their arms and eat to their heart's content. After drinking up the steamed soup, Niu Wu's only eye flashed with satisfaction. "I haven't eaten so much for a long time, Xiaolang. Thank you very much." "Don't say that, brothers." "Why do you say that? Are you going to accompany me to Chang'an City and protect me? Do you think I'll let you go hungry?" Niu Yong didn't say anything and just patted Li Wangyu's shoulder with his only arm. "Brothers, I have a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Xiaolang, if you have something to say, just say it. I see that you 2 brothers are strong and powerful, so why don't you have enough to eat?" Li Wanyu wanted to ask this question since he came out of Dingzhou village, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Today, they were more familiar with each other, so he finally asked the question in his heart. Niu Yong was silent for a while, and then answered In the village, there are 37 families of my brothers who died in battle, and 9 families who are disabled and can't make a living. He didn't finish his sentence, but Li Wanyu immediately understood what he meant. It turned out that the Niu brothers didn't just have to feed themselves, they also had to help the families of their brothers who died in battle, and the families of their brothers who were disabled and couldn't make a living. Li Wanyu stood up and respectfully bowed to the Niu brothers. Brothers, I'm sorry for being rash. Xiaolang, don't say that. This has nothing to do with you. May I ask, brothers, were those who died or were injured in the battle with the Turks? Niu nodded. That's right. Our Dingzhou village recruited 60 soldiers, and they were all stationed in the Wei Mansion to guard Yanmen Pass. In the 11th year of day, after the battle with the Turks, 37 of them died, and 23 of them were disabled. Among them, 9 lost their arms and legs, and the remaining 14 were all injured. Damn it! Damn it! I hate that I can't kill all those barbarians. Li Wanyu slammed his fist on the table. He wanted to vent his frustration, but he ended up hurting his fist instead. He couldn't help but hold his hand and grimace in pain. This made the Niu brothers laugh inexplicably, but they were also touched. Li Jia Xiaolang, you're loyal. Li Wanyu felt sullen, as if a stone was pressing down on his chest, but he didn't know how to vent it. There were 127 families in the village, and 60 soldiers were sent to battle. That was 60 families, half of the village. More than half of the 60 soldiers were killed, and almost none of them were in good condition. These soldiers of the previous dynasty fought against the hungry wolves of the grassland and the Turks, and they protected the Chinese people. But now the Tang dynasty government had almost completely forgotten about them. How hateful. He remembered the song, Serving the Country with Loyalty from the Future, and couldn't help but beat the table to the beat and sang at the top of his voice. The smoke of war rises, and the mountains look to the north, the dragon rises, and the horse neighs, and the sword is like frost, the heart is like the yellow river, and the water is boundless. Who can resist 20 years of unhindered rule, where the long saber of hatred goes? How many brothers and sisters are buried in other villages after he finished shouting? He only felt happy, and the sullenness in his heart was released along with the song. But Niu Yong and Niu Wu were stunned, as if they were struck by lightning. Where the long saber of hatred goes, how many brothers and sisters are buried in other villages? Niu Yong murmured, but he couldn't stop the tears in his eyes from falling. Niu Wu roared like a beast. Big brother, I hate it so much. Many people around the snack bar were stunned by Li Wanyu's shout, as they had never heard such a strange song before. However, the lyrics were so passionate and unrestrained. Everyone's blood surged when they heard it. Good. What a great Tang dynasty that makes people come to congratulate. Someone suddenly clapped and cheered. The original lyrics were the great China that makes people come to congratulate, but Li Wanyu changed it to the Tang dynasty. Li Wanyu looked at the source of the sound, but it was an unfamiliar man in fine clothes, about 30 years old. Xiaolang, does this song have a name? Serving the Country with Loyalty. Chapter 43. The finely dressed man nodded. What a good song. Serve the country with loyalty. Little Lang, you are too considerate. You flatter me. Li Wanyu did not recognize this person, but seeing his extraordinary bearing, he politely replied. He originally thought that the finely dressed man was just a passerby, but he did not expect that the man would not be courteous and directly sit at Li Wanyu's table. He even called for the waiter to bring him food. Waiter, 2 steamed cakes, a sesame seed cake, and a bowl of soup. Xiaolang, you don't mind treating me to breakfast, right? The last sentence was said to Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu was also helpless against this man who acted so familiar, but he could still afford to treat him to breakfast, so he immediately smiled and expressed that it was fine. How should I address Xiaolang? Li Wanyu of Hu County. My courtesy name is Zio. Zio? Moreover, Zilly has the worry of hunger and cold. Good. I wonder which erudite scholar came up with this courtesy name for Zio? The finely dressed man kept asking. Li Wanyu's forehead was filled with black lines. Who is this guy? Are you here to check my household registration? However, it was not good for him to not answer, so he could only helplessly reply, It's Yu Gongyu, the secret supervisor. The finely dressed man was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed loudly. So it's Yu Gongyu. No wonder, no wonder. Is Zio going to Crooked River Lake to participate in the poetry competition? Yes. Killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Was that chivalrous journey also written by Zio? When Li Wanyu heard this, he could not help but be stunned. How did this man know? It's just a game. It's not presentable. Sorry for the ridicule. Li Wanyu politely replied. The finely dressed man laughed. It seems that Zio will be the winner of this year's Crooked River Lake Poetry Competition. Haha, you flatter me. Li Wanyu wanted to ask the man's name, but the man didn't say anything else. He finished his food in 2 or 3 bites and cupped his hands towards Li Wanyu. Many thanks for Xiaolang's hospitality. I will take my leave now. After saying that, he stood up and left in a carefree manner. Li Wanyu felt his balls ache as he watched. F***CK. Do you have to be so straightforward? After asking him for such a long time, without rhyme or reason, was he going to leave after eating breakfast for free? Anyway, this person should be an important figure in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about my ode to chivalry from Yushernan. Dude, do the math. After breakfast, Li Wanyu felt his heart ache again when he paid the bill. Steamed biscuits, and who biscuits cost 2 copper coins each, so they ate 40 of them. 5 bowls of Mengwu soup cost a total of 95 copper coins. Adding on the money they paid to the well-dressed man, they had a total of 104 copper coins. It was equivalent to more than 400 yuan in the future. It was just breakfast. Li Wanyu now understood why rice was said to be expensive in Chang'an. It was not easy to live in Chang'an. The prices here were really king expensive. After breakfast, the morning drum was beaten 3,000 times, and the gate was open to go out. Li Wanyu and the other 2 led their horses out of the hostel and slowly went to Tsujiang Pond. After Li Wanyu's insistence, the Niu brothers finally didn't carry bows and short spears on their backs. They only carried long sabers on their waists. What a joke. If he brought the Niu brothers to participate in the poetry contest, those that didn't know would think that they were going to rob. Tsujiang Pond was located in the southeast corner of the outer city of Chang'an. It was a distance of about 20 miles from Chongren Square. Li Wanyu could only sigh that Chong and was really too big. If the civilians in the city didn't have horses or oxen to ride, they would have to walk for several hours to cross the city. When they arrived at Tsujiang Pond, it was still early. Tsujiang Pond was popular in the Qin and Han dynasties and flourished in the Sui and Tang dynasties. The Tang dynasty rebuilt Tsujiang, dug the Yellow Canal, built the Imperial Garden, built the Great Wild Goose Pagoda, and built the New Gate. The Crooked River Pond became the most famous tourist attraction in the capital city. The noble ladies of the Tang dynasty were used to bringing carriages and horses to drink wine in Tsujiang Pond. They sang in painted boats and enjoyed leisurely banquets. After the new Jinshi passed the examination, they would often go to Tsujiang Pond in groups to hold big banquets and drink wine. The so-called Tsujiang Pond flowing wine was known as one of the 8 sights of Chang'an. The Imperial Garden in Crooked River Pond was the famous hibiscus garden. Li Wanyu didn't know where the poetry contest was held, so he led the Niu brothers to stroll around Tsujiang Pond, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Tang dynasty's Imperial Garden. But not long after, Li Wanyu felt discomfort in his stomach. Li Wanyu asked the Niu brothers to wait for him by the Crooked River Pond for a moment before he ran off to relieve himself. When Li Wanyu finished relieving himself, he walked back to look for the Niu brothers. But he was shocked to find that the Niu brothers were surrounded by a group of scholars, making a lot of noise. Is this Tsujiang Pond a place for people like you to come? What disgrace to the educated. Why aren't you scramming? A scholar dressed like a scholar pointed at the Niu brothers and scolded loudly. Are the vulgar Tian Shilang worthy of coming to Tsujiang Pond? 2 ugly people like charcoal. Aren't you afraid of scaring the noble ladies? That's right. Although Tsujiang Pond doesn't prohibit entry, is this a place for Tian Shilang? A group of scholars surrounded the Niu brothers and scolded them. The Niu brothers didn't say a word. Niu Yong used his only arm to hold Niu Wu back, not letting him be impulsive. But Li Wanyu could clearly see that Niu Wu had already clenched his fists, with his veins popping out. He was clearly trying to control his anger. Tian Shilang. The Tang dynasty's swear words were similar to the modern era's swear words. But from Li Wanyu's point of view, these scholars of the Tang dynasty really didn't know how to swear. The words used to swear were too simple and boring. Basically, it was just bastard and go to hell. It wasn't popular to ask about the other party's female relatives, and they wouldn't talk about various organs. Tian Shilang, Tian Shihin, and Tian Shilang were the most popular swear words used by the scholars. If not, they would scold people as animals. That was basically it. Seeing that the Niu brothers were being bullied, Li Wanyu quickly walked over and opened his mouth to scold the group of scholars. "Oh my, it's so early in the morning and you haven't eaten breakfast? Are you hungry and came here to ask for dog food? When you say that others are ugly, find a bronze mirror and wash your face. Then look at yourself and see if those wrinkles on your face are mocking you. The world is big, but it can't be bigger than your lack of heart." Li Wanyu's words, which were full of sarcasm, stunned the group of scholars and Confucian scholars. After pondering the meaning of Li Wanyu's words for a long time, the group of people finally reacted. He was calling them dogs, ugly, and lacking in heart. After understanding the meaning of Li Wanyu's words, the group of scholars immediately jumped up. Tian Shilang, how dare you? You what? You shut up." Without waiting for them to speak, Li Wanyu interrupted again. "You lack calcium since you were young and lack love when you grew up. Your grandmother doesn't love you and your uncle doesn't love you. Your left face is asking for a slap and your right face is asking for a kick. Donkeys kick donkeys and pigs trample on pigs." Li Wanyu continued to scold. "The Tang dynasty had so many weapons, but you didn't learn them. You only learned the sword. You didn't learn the upper sword and learned the lower sword. The lower sword had so many moves, but you learned the drunken sword. You didn't learn the bronze sword and iron sword, but learned the silver sword. Congratulations, you have finally mastered the Wulin's lost art, the drunken silver sword. You have reached the realm of becoming one with the sword man." His series of carefree scoldings directly caused the group of scholars to have their brains shut down. They looked at him in a daze, not knowing what they were thinking. Li Wanyu was scolding happily, but he didn't notice that there was a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes watching them from the side. In the middle of the crowd, a man in his 30s with a curly beard pointed at Li Wanyu and said with a smile, "This kid's mouth is too mean." Chapter 44. Beside the man was the young man who had freeloaded Li Wanyu's breakfast this morning. He laughed and said, "Your Majesty, I know this man. Ha! I even freeloaded his breakfast this morning." The man surrounded by the crowd was the great emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi's husband, Li Shimin. In the second year of Jingguan, Li Shimin was 30 years old. Moreover, Li Shimin, Li Erlang, was a handsome man in the eyes of the Tangs. That curly beard on his face was praised by Du Fu in a poem. Curly beard like Taizong, beauty reflected in the spring beyond the Great Wall. "Oh, Wuji, you know this man?" The man who had freeloaded Li Wanyu's breakfast was actually the imperial uncle, Zhongsun Wuji, the great Yin's Duke of Zhao. "Your Majesty, you know that my residence is at Chongren Lane. Early this morning, I met this boy in the square. At that time, he was singing the song, serving the country with loyalty. Although the tune was strange, it made my blood boil, and I wished I could take my saber and mount the horse to fight the Tujue again. So I went up to him and asked. Only then did I know that he was the genius Li Wanyu, Li Zio. Oh, this man is Li Zio? Dukyu, gallantry, and on Yangquan were written by this man. Haha, that's him." In the crowd, Yushernan smiled and replied while twirling his beard. Pai Lupi nodded, but then shook his head. "This man's mouth is really sarcastic. It's not like what Dukyu said. Were those two poems really written by him?" Before Yushernan could answer, another official walked out from the crowd and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, although Li Zio's words are sharp and he doesn't care about trifles, he is a real talent. I also have a new poem written by him here. Would Your Majesty like to hear it?" "A new poem?" Xianling also knows this man? Pai Lupi asked curiously. No, this is the first time we've met. My second son met Li Zio yesterday when he entered Chang'an. They were reciting poems on Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the illustrious Virtue Gate. This poem was told to me by Erlang after he returned home. The speaker was Fang Xianling, the head of the Secretariat of the Tang dynasty, the Duke of Liang, and the father of Fang Yai, whom Li Wanyu met yesterday. Read it to me. Fang Xianling twirled his beard and smiled. The drizzle on the heavenly street is as smooth as butter. The color of the grass can be seen from afar, but not near. The most beneficial thing about spring is that it absolutely surpasses the willows that fill the entire imperial capital. What does your majesty think of this poem? Pai Lupi smiled and nodded as he praised. Not bad. It's a good poem. This Li Ziyu is indeed a talent. What was his family background? Where are you from? Pai Lupi's question made Fang Xianling hesitate. After a long time, he finally replied, Your Majesty, Li Zio was originally from the Li clan of Huxian. The Li clan of Hu County? Isn't that a relative of the royal family? Who is his father? Pai Lupi asked curiously. The emperors of the Tang dynasty called themselves I, except for formal occasions. Li Zhou. Fang Xianling answered honestly and immediately looked at Pai Lupi's face. Sure enough, after hearing the name Li Zhou, Pai Lupi's face stiffened and his smile became a little uncertain. Fang Xianling was a little uneasy. Did His Majesty still remember Li Zhou's nonsense in the imperial court? After Fang Yai woke up yesterday, he immediately went to find his father and reported Li Wanyu's matter, which made him very happy. It was a good thing that the son of his old friend had grown up and was overflowing with talent. He wanted to invite Li Wanyu to his mansion as a guest, but Fang Yai was so drunk that he didn't know where Li Wanyu lived in Chang'an. Fang Xianling was so angry that he scolded his son, but he didn't expect to meet Li Wanyu at Xiujiang Lake today. Fang Xianling was now worried that because of Li Zhou's matter, Pai Lupi's impression of Li Wanyu would be affected. That would be very bad. After a long while, Pai Lupi asked coldly, Xianling, why did you say that he was originally from the Li clan of Hu County? Did something happen? Your Majesty, you may not know, but a few days ago, the Li clan of Hu County removed Li Zio and his father Li Zhou from the clan. Yu Shernan answered for Fang Xianling. Oh, why was this so? Did Li Zio commit a crime? Or did he commit murder and arson? Pai Lupi asked in confusion. Yu Shernan shook his head. No, it's because the Li clan of Hu County's elders were insatiable. He told Pai Lupi what had happened, but Pai Lupi's face became colder and colder. Humph! Pai Lupi snorted coldly, but no one knew whether he was dissatisfied with the Li clan of Hu County or Li Wanyu himself. While Pai Lupi was talking to the ministers, Li Wanyu pointed at the group of scholars and scolded them to his heart's content. Then he turned his head and asked the Niu brothers, Brothers, why did you have a conflict with this group of Qo-da? The term Qo-da was used to scold scholars in the Tang dynasty. Niu Wu was stunned by Li Wangyu's string of wonderful words. He never knew that scolding people could be so eloquent and brilliant. For a moment, he was amazed by Li Wanyu. He carefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied, My brother and I were waiting for you here, but then this group of scholars came. They thought we were blocking their way and wanted to drive us away. They also mocked my brother's physical disability. I couldn't help but scold them back, saying that they were poor and had a conflict with them. If it wasn't for my brother holding me back, I would have let them know the power of my fists. Humph, you are all so mighty. Even the current saint doesn't allow commoners to visit Noda's Crooked River Lake. What right do you have to drive my brothers away? Li Wanyu said coldly. Niu Yang's broken arm was lost during the battle with the Turks. In Li Wanyu's eyes, it wasn't a physical disability, but a medal of merit. This group of scholars used Niu Yang's physical disability to mock him. They deserve to die. Bah! Today's Crooked River Lake is a literary event. Everyone in Noda's Chong and city knows this. Where did these Chiu Ba come from to pollute the environment? Not to mention scolding you. Even if they beat you, so what? Li Wanyo's words caused the scholars to fiercely refute. Ah, what a good Xiaoba. Do all of you know that it was these Xiaoba who protected all of you, allowing all of you to spout nonsense here today? Li Wanyu sneered. Nonsense. How can these two Xiaoba protect us? Just because they're missing arms and legs? Haha, what a joke. Tian Shaolang, you have a nerve to talk big and protect us. Ridiculous. We are scholars who study the literature of the saints. In the future, we will be officials, patrolling the heavens and educating the people. That is protecting the people. Tu Xiaoba, you have a nerve to talk about protecting us. Ridiculous. The people who were stunned by Li Wanyo's scolding just now jumped up and down after hearing his words. However, the group of Confucian scholars, who lacked the strength to truss up a chicken, did not dare to do anything to the Niu brothers, who were physically handicapped but had strong bodies and long sabers. They could only continue to insult them verbally. Shut up! Li Wanyu roared and pointed at the Niu brothers. My two brothers were loyal to the country and fought a bloody battle with the Turks at Yinmen Pass. Their village had 60 government soldiers and 37 of them died. The rest were all injured. How dare you insult them? Based on what? Just because you have a mouth? Without the Qiu Ba fighting to the death with the foreign tribes, would you defend against the foreign tribes with your mouths? Li Wanyo's scolding stunned the group of scholars. The warriors who were injured in the bloody battle with the Turks were indeed not people they should insult. The scholars were ashamed by Li Wanyo's words. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and asked in confusion. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, we have never fought with the Turks at Yinmen Pass. Li Wanyu straightened his neck. In the 11th year of the Great Cause, the Battle of Yinmen Pass. Everyone was stunned. The previous dynasty? What about the previous dynasty? The previous dynasty did not fight the Turks?